All right, grace and peace. Do me a favor. As y'all are coming in, type of one. Let me know if this microphone is too loud above the video. Let me know if this microphone is too loud above the video. I'm gonna start trying to play this thing right now. Nobody click that link. I'm putting the link out there because I know I'm gonna need it later on. Do me a favor. Let me quarterback this thing. This is definitely gonna be a long life, but I am gonna ask people to come up as they're needed. Everybody's not needed on specific subjects. If we're dealing with anthropology, we're dealing with DNA. We don't need certain people to come up on here. Timothy Isaac, others to come on here that just want to spit scripture. Ella Green hit me this morning. He tired of y'all. Apparently, he tired of me too. Talking about he don't want me like I'm running around here trying to say. Let me ask y'all a question. I'm gonna ask y'all a question. Pastor Sean, what's good? Curtis Lee, you think I'd be trying to save Leo and the Christians? And I'm gonna ask the Christians, do y'all think I'd be trying to save the Israelites? That's a fair. I think that's a fair question. Brother Cotton, what's good with you, brother? That's Elder don't know. Hold on, Elder. I'm live right now. You might be on speaker. I'm live right now. All right, go ahead. I'm gonna let the video play, y'all.
I'm gonna say this, and I know it's gonna upset people because people get upset about everything, but I agree, Busy. You're right. The Israelites are known by their curses from God. Find the curses and you'll find the people. That's true. But why did those people get cursed?
Yeah.
Because they were disobedient to God. So really what you want to say is find the people who failed God repeatedly. And that's who the 12 tribes are. So if you want to say that black people have utterly failed God, that's fine. I don't care. I don't agree with you. I don't think that's true. I think actually black people are some of the most devout people that I know. And there are movements of Christianity in Africa that are really amazing right now. I don't know that I would say as a collective that
I'll
black
look into
people
it
have
right now.
failed
I'll
God.
look at that copyright thing right
Honestly,
now.
like I don't see evidence of it.
Yeah,
Even
please.
like
Yeah, do
Negro
that.
spirituals from the American South from the slave times. I mean, I think black people are some of the most devout people that I have ever come in contact with, to be quite frank. So I'm going to have to disagree with you on, your race conversation, but that's fine. Because you're right to say the Israelites are known for their curses. And and the curses come deservedly because the tribes were disobedient to God. And I look around and the most disobedient people I see are still the white people. I consumerism, idolatry, adultery. Like I think that it's just there, I think that they as a whole are called to be better leaders than they are. I think that when I look around at the political systems, primarily like old white people, it's failures everywhere. I just see flops everywhere. So for me, even that points to the 12 tribes of Israel being white because they failed. They failed. They failed. They failed. They failed. And I talk.
She think the 12 tribes are white, and we're going to hear a good bit from her. Back to what I was saying for Elder Green Call. We're not what we're not gonna do. I put the link out there. Nobody click the link. I'm quarterbacking this thing. Let me quarterback this thing. If I need somebody on, I'm gonna ask them to come on. When it's time for theologians, I don't need Yap Gang on. Y'all understand me? I'm not gonna when it's time to pray, I'm not gonna ask Garfield to come up. If we're dealing with doctrine and we're dealing with covenant theology or something like that, and different various views, I'll get Met to come on here. I'll get Pastor Jay or somebody to come on here to share. But Pastor Jay don't need to come share when we dealing with DNA. So everybody just don't click on that link because y'all see it out there. Y'all gonna get out of darkness. Back to the original question, Sister Sylvia. Do you think I'll be trying to save Israelites? And I'm asking the Israelites, do they think that I'll be trying to save the Christians? Y'all tired of me trying to save folk. Tell me if y'all hear this microphone. Hopefully this microphone's not too loud. Good to see you, Brother Carl McCoy. This lady think that the Europeans are descendants of the 12 tribes, and we're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with lore. I'm glad that Jay Wade came on and he was talking about, Freemasonry and his experience in Freemasonry. He kept it a buck. He said it wasn't Prince Hall. When he started saying, people, they were calling me and I was working. They was coming, they calling me to see if I wanted to come down and join. I don't know Freemason. I don't know Prince Hall to do that at all. That's recognized Freemasonry in the Black Church, the AME Church, Prince Hall, the Baptist Church. Prince Hall is recognized among us to have a Grand Lodge, to be the main Freemason, what we would call mainstream Freemasonry here in America, in Black America, Prince Hall. Now, we have what's known as clandestine lodges. That's the Nawubians and the Malachi Z. York. They just giving out degrees, making up degrees, and they not really recognized like that by Prince Hall. They're clandestine. They operating outside. They doing their own thing outside of a Grand Lodge. We'll talk about all of that stuff later on. But we want to connect that with Talmud. We want to connect that with lore. And y'all have to hear that other nations believe that they're Israel too. And we're going to look at all of this stuff. So I'm not going to be trying to save Leo and save Detroit. And I'm not here to try to save nobody. Y'all want to talk? We're going to talk. Y'all want to put it out there? Because I took the video down and it was some beefing. My man called me start beefing. So I went ahead and put the video up. Some people said what they had to say, but this is the only way that people are going to grow. We're going to put our heads together and we're going to look at a lot of information. We don't need them Bible thumpers. When we talking DNA, we don't need the Bible thumpers. Plain and simple, because there's a movement and there's a discipline, and there's certain things that y'all may think everything is in the Bible. I don't operate like that, and y'all not going to make everything fit in that Bible. You riding that 650, you get ready to take it up. You don't need that King James Bible to tell you how to do that. A lot of y'all do too much with the Bible, which the Bible was never meant. Certain stuff it was never meant to. It was just never meant for. The Bible's not meant for every single thing on the face of the earth. The Bible's not an encyclopedia of the whole human body and how the whole universe operates and how to drive a car and how to build a house and fix an elevator. That's not in the Bible. I don't use the Bible for everything. The Bible has its place. And a lot of y'all don't know that even with history and DNA, the Bible has its place. There's things that we can look at and we can begin to study. Then we're going to have to break off. Let's see what anthropology, let's see what science, the other sciences and disciplines have to say concerning this matter. That's how come I say this ain't a camp place. This ain't a fundamentalist place. You just quoting Bible, quote. Everybody quote Bible. Jim James Jones, David Koresh, every Little Kim quote Bible. Carly B, everybody quote Bible. That's what I'm saying. Quoting Bible in and of itself means nothing on this channel. And that's no disrespect, but some of y'all go too far. And now let's hear the sister out. I'm going to let y'all just hear her out. Then we're going to go into some vocab and we're going to talk about this we're going to talk about this law, Black Power, and where does some of this stuff fit in? Is the awakening just another Black Power movement? People that don't want to be Africans like the Moors. How influential is Masonic lore, occult tradition in the awakening, like it was in the Moor Science Temple, Ansar Law community, among the 5%ers, among the Nation of Islam? Say what you want. Freemasonry has helped shape and Masonic lore, and the Bible has helped shape movements, Black and white, in this United States of America and abroad. I know y'all think Nathaniel is pure and he get all the revelation from up on high, but his lore mixed in with this thing. His conspiracies mixed in with this thing. Somebody go find Leo. As soon as Leo started reading, he want to know why Lemuria, he want to know why would they bring up places like the lost city of Atlantis, places that the Greeks spoke about. And how that gentleman, Rudolph Windsor, is connecting that with the Garden of Eden. Is this some Blavatsky occult tradition that's attempting to be introduced? A lot of people's not ready for this type of conversation. That's how I'm saying this is not that what y'all think it is. Now, these are your leaders. Y'all been hearing me year in and year out. I say I study the people that make these movements. I study their doctrine. I study the law. Because there's some nonsense running around here, but a lot of times when you in it, you can't see it. Oh, I'm in Christianity, but I be looking at some stuff. I'm like, ooh, that's a little different right there. We'll talk about Rob Skiba and the Greeks. I don't want to even bring up Genesis 6 right now when we start dealing with lore and a wisdom. Is there a good Freemasonry? Is there a good lore or story? God gave Adam an apron. Did he give him wisdom at the same time? That Adam had high knowledge, that Adam had his third eye open. And then with the fall that was closed up, that was something ungodly, and that's symbolic of the gate. And an angel was put there in the east of Eden, where the garden was. The angel was put there with a flaming sword. We're gonna read some occult books today. We're gonna look at some traditions today. But she's European, and listen to what she has to say. Somebody is saying the Israelites are known by their curses from God. Find the curses, and you'll find the people. Say what y'all want. We've had Christians to come on here. When you're having discussions, Israelites with Christians, y'all have heard time and time again, oh, the Hittites are going, the Amorites are going, those people don't exist anymore. Almost everyone that is a born-again Christian right now will tell you that the Israelites still exist on this planet. Are they still God's covenanted people is a separate argument. A lot of y'all don't know how to argue. That's part of your problem. You don't know how to argue your point. So if the people exist, if they're God's people, or if they're not God's people, they still exist and they're on the planet. How do you find them? This guy is telling this lady about the curses, and then they'll go to Deuteronomy and they'll speak on the curses, and they'll connect the curses, Deuteronomy 28:64 through 68, with slave ships and the transatlantic slave trade, and they'll connect that to prophecies such as the 400 years. British Israelism, that's been saying they're the chosen people, Anglo-Israelism, birthed from that, and the clan and everything else, been saying they're God's chosen people and they're God's special people in the earth. We're going to go back to a time of Adam and Eve, and I'm going to explain to you some things from the Nation of Islam. We're going to move around a lot, but I want to lay down lore and I want to lay down conspiracy, and then we'll go from there. And my block finger's heavy. My block finger's heavy.
I'm going to say this, and I know it's going to upset people because people get upset about everything, but I agree, Busy, you're right. The Israelites are known by their curses from God. Find the curses and you'll find the people. That's true. But why did those people get cursed? Because they were disobedient to God. So really what you want to say is find the people who failed God repeatedly. And that's who the 12 tribes are. So if you want to say that Black people have utterly failed God, that's fine. I don't care. I don't agree with you. I don't think that's true. I think actually Black people are some of the most devout people that I know. And there are movements of Christianity in Africa that are really amazing right now. I don't know that I would say as a collective that Black people have failed God. Honestly, like I don't see evidence of it. Even like Negro spirituals from the American South, from the slave times. I mean, I think Black people are some of the most devout people that I have ever come in contact with, to be quite frank. So I'm going to have to disagree with you on, your race conversation, but that's fine. Because you're right to say the Israelites are known for their curses, and the curses come deservedly because the tribes were disobedient to God. And I look around and the most disobedient people I see are still the white people. Consumerism, idolatry, adultery. Like I think that it's just there, I think that they, as a whole, are called to be better leaders than they are. I think.
Now, she got her own delusion going on here. What white people? All white people. The term white just came around recently when they wanted to unify all type of different European nations together. We call white people. Are all these nations the so-called lost tribes? Oh, she just put white folk on the top. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll talk about myself. We'll talk about Black Power. Let me stop that for a minute. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to start closing some of these screens up because it's going to be a bunch of stuff to read. This is the same lady again. She believes, listen to what she believes. She believes Europeans are Israelites. And it's good to listen to that from a different perspective. That don't mean they're saved. That don't mean they're pure or better than anybody else. Does that automatically mean a supremacy? I'm just talking to the Christians alone. If you claim Israel, you better not answer. Because if Israelites are saying certain things and we're saying it's supremacy, can she say certain things and truly be a born again believer? Can she believe the Israelites are European and believe that he died and rose again and truly be a born again believer? Or is she automatically a racist and believe in supremacy? And we'll deal with the subject. Does the Bible give whoever the people are, the Jewish people, light-skinned people over there, black Israelites over here, or Europeans in England, does the Bible give the impression that whoever God's people are, they're a chosen people, that they're better than everybody else? Then maybe we'll slip some election in there. Listen to this right here, what this is saying.
So I think it is always cool to talk about truth, right? You know, I like to come as close to truth as possible. And so I figured I would share some ancestry DNA with you because it does a nice job of tracing back heritage and ethnicities and lineage, right? That's its job. Ancestry.
She wants to deal with DNA. She believes that white people are Israel. She's part of those descendants of those people, and she wants to deal with DNA. To see some of the same conversations we've been having, they're doing the same thing. Let's listen.
DNA is meant to track lineage. And so when it talks about migration patterns, I think it's worth our paying attention to. Call me crazy. So this is my DNA I'm sharing with you all. As you can see, I am 33% Irish. I am 32% from Germanic Europe. I am 19% from Southern Italy, 7% Scottish, 5% English, 2% from the Aegean Islands, 1% Jewish, and
1% Jewish. Dunamis, who's in the bottom of the totem pole, is 2.9. Never mind. Let me just keep going. You know, y'all gotta listen. All right, it's already established. I'm playing both sides of the fence. It's already established. I'm trying to help to show y'all some stuff in Awakening, and I'm trying to show these believers in the church some of the stuff about y'all too. I'm trying to help everybody. I got all type of friends, but I'm on the Lord's side. Now, that's where y'all got a problem. Because y'all think automatically that other side, them people claiming Israel, they ain't God's people. And y'all folk that's Israel automatically thinking the church, Christianity, them ain't God's people. That's where y'all come in. Maybe God's flying a little higher than the flags that y'all are flying and the titles that y'all are flying. God ain't a Christian and God ain't an Israelite. Who them Israelites love when I say God ain't a Christian. But let me tell y'all something, God ain't an Israelite. But Jesus was an Israelite. Don't worry, we'll came to that. He was born under the law. We're going to deal with all of that stuff. But let her talk first. We got a long way to go.
1% from the Baltics. Now, interestingly enough, I'm actually the only one that has any Jewish anything in my family. I don't even know where it came from, to be quite frank, because my brother and my sister don't have it, neither do my mom or my dad. So I don't know where that lineage came from, but that's
her parents ain't even got it, and she only got 1%. And she want to talk about physically being chosen or something based on DNA and percentage, and her mom and daddy ain't even got it. Boy, she better go talk to somebody else. But we'll listen to her. We just here to listen. Let them talk.
That's the cool thing about lineage. It's sort of very unique. So let's look at Ireland, because there are a lot of people who are trying to say, who's going to tell her that yada, yada, yada. Let's check it out, okay? About the region, read the full history of the region. Now, I am well aware, and I do mean well aware, that I don't want that. In, prehistoric Ireland and Scotland, there were hunters and gatherers that spread north into Great Britain and Ireland during the Middle Stone Age. But who is known for hunting and gathering? Okay, who are the hunters and the gatherers? That's the first question. And then 3,000 years later, we have farming communities that appeared. And who are the farmers? Okay, so let's just really quickly, if we're taking it to the Bible.
Now, so she went to DNA, migration patterns. Now she's jumping to the Bible to try to synchronize these things, to try to make this thing now. Now, listen to her rationale. Remember, she's only 1%.
Who was the farming community? Who kept sheep? Who were shepherd kings?
Now, were those the only people that kept sheep on the whole planet?
Okay, I'm just going to throw that out there. But fine. We have all types of people who are there the 9,000, 3,000 years ago, according to Ancestry.com, in the prehistoric Irish and Scottish. We don't have any skin colors here. We have occupations, hunters and gatherers, and farmers. If you don't know anything about hunters and gatherers or farmers, then this is going to fly over all your heads. However, from 400 BC to 275 BC, various tribes expanded. Today, we refer to these tribes as Celtic. Okay, now here is the thing, guys. What was going on from 400 BC to 275 BC? A whole bunch of instability in the Old Testament. Okay, a whole bunch of instability where Jeremiah flees and where people come back. And that's just the 2 tribes. The 10 tribes, they fall off the map, right? They fall off the map. They fall off the timeline. So the tribes, to the 10 tribes specifically, they are gone off of the biblical map, right? They're gone. And they reemerge here, okay? They reemerge in this time. You know how you know? I will tell you how you know, because all of the peoples that we see and have pictures of, I mean, it's not hard. 1171, King Henry seizes control in Ireland.
Now, you see how she went and she talked about hunter-gatherers, talked about her DNA, and then all of a sudden she said there was instability on the whole other side of the planet, and she connect those people. You see how she's doing it? Do you see her detective work? And she's running to, thank you, Redler, and she running to pictures. This is her detective work. Now, she already have a preconceived notion. She already feel her people, white folk, are the people. But this is her evidence. She feel that this unbiased evidence has led her to this.
Right? It all lines up. History lines up. The lineage lines up. Anyway, I share that because while it is true, it is very true that there have been migration patterns all over and all the things, there is a reason that people gather in the places where they gather. And there's a reason why, I look the way I look, and it's traced to the places it's traced. And my ancestors are from tribes that migrated to Ireland right around the time the 12 tribes were taken into captivity and migrated across Europe.
Now, to her, the math is simple. Look at me. I'm chosen, me and my people. I'm looking at her like I'm looking at this child. You not that. You not them. I know you might believe that, and beliefs are powerful. Shouldn't we contact her before we go over her sources? Has anyone gone through all of her sources? Most excellent. They can just come on here and just mock. This is the problem I have when you got so many type of friends from all over the places. Nope, that's not how they work. Going through people's sources and contacting people. That's not how it works. And people started saying they were having, I forgot, Dunamis said he was having flashbacks. Elder felt that was the thing. But if you write a book, 99% of the time in universities and stuff, they write a book and they give you footnotes. You don't have to call the author. If the book is sourced properly, you don't have to call the author. We don't have to do that. We know we got a good idea what we think what Rudolph Windsor is attempting to say. Matter of fact, speaking of Windsor, let me finish this up, and I'm gonna play an another video. But I'm not going to be saving Leo and them. Leo get hemmed up. Dunamis get hemmed up. They are going to have to answer questions. Homegirl hit me last night, be like, boy, they don't have all this energy when the rabbi jump on. They got this energy and all this talk right now. They don't have all this energy when see, this is why I can't. Man, just drive the truck, man. Drive the truck. He said, y'all scared to deal with her. That's why y'all don't contact her. And we've been hearing all type of stuff. We just gonna let it go. Let the chips fall wherever they may. I'm going to attempt to not save anyone. Just put videos out there. Let them videos stay. Because I'm like, man, listen, them videos get out there. Whoever see them. They coming down the next day. Fair use. Let's hear her out and her logic. And I'm looking at, she's looking like, I'm chosen. It's me. The great blue-eyed one. Forgive me, Lord. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Complexion, skin tone have nothing to do with this at all whatsoever. We might as well just put that out there right now. But it's just that look on her face right now. Because she thinks she really said something, red letter. She thinks she just really preached.
We can also do this with some of the other things, just because it's here and I have it. So why not? We can go to Germanic Europe, right?
Look
Germany,
at this, Ryan Harris.
Germanic
Look at the good part.
English is a Germanic language. We can go to the full history of the region because why not? And it has to do with the early Germanic tribes, right? Though evidence shows that humans have lived among the river and fertile plains since Neanderthal times, which is true. You know, of course, there have always been people around kind of live in places. The ancestors
live in places like where? Where did all of this stuff start off? I'm going to give y'all one more video messing around with her. He said, hand her to Bruce. Hand her right over to Bruce. Matter of fact, yeah, Bruce, get the handcuffs. Come and get this one. Throw her in the back of the van.
Ancestors of this region's modern-day inhabitants began arriving in the 5th century BC. Well, when was the 5th century BC? Everything's kind of going back to that time frame, no? What happened in 5th century BC? They came from Sweden, Denmark, and Germany's northern coast and moved south, east, and west, displacing the Celts as they went.
Now, prior to that, I'm going to show you another video where she's talking about, let's see if her and Bruce, let's just compare notes. I'm going to be quiet. And y'all tell me what y'all noticed between the conversation yesterday, what we've been dealing with on this channel, and what you're hearing from her right now. This is connected. A lot of these teachings are connected to Phineas priesthood and people later on, but it's Anglo-Israelism, British Israelism, Phineas priesthood, Ku Klux Klan, white supremacist chosen organization. We're the chosen people of God. And basically what we would call British Israelism, Herbert Armstrong, Worldwide Church of God, they all preached that the British and the 10 tribes, those are chosen people, that Jeremiah and his secretary and the princess from Israel went to live in Britain. And there's even a chair, that coronation chair. I might pull that up, and they say that's ancient, and they want to connect that to the Old Testament and to Israel. Now, remember, we're dealing with the subject of lore, a story, or a myth to carry on a doctrine. We see it in Freemasonry. We see it in religion. We got lores, or we got a story of a big-head scientist. Where the white man come from? There's the story of Yaku and the Nation of Islam. People have lore and they have stories, and then they'll go back into the Bible, so they'll weave in and out. Some people believe lore is in the Bible, but they'll weave in and out. You are of your father, the devil. That's because Yaku created the devil, and the lust of your fathers you will do. So they'll jump into the Bible, then they'll jump out to the Nation of Islam lore or story. She's given us a story.
Right? There's a whole, they're all migrating. Where are they migrating from? It's unclear what led them to migrate. Not if you know your biblical history. It's not. Okay? And again, in 5th century BC, this is all the stuff that's happening in the 12 tribes, right? So if you can just track history, it gets very easy. If you can track migration patterns, it gets very, very, very easy to see what's going on here. So it's not about the original inhabitants of any land. That doesn't serve anybody's points, right? If the 12...
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. The story of Yaku is actually backed by modern genetics. In fact, modern genetics in the sense of what? The Bible says in Acts 17, through one blood God has created all men to dwell upon the face of the earth. Modern genetics don't say a wicked gene was pulled out of, that's Iceman inheritance. That's all that other stuff. I know where it comes from. I don't understand why it's used. Matter of fact, let me bring up that King Vaughn thing with the other guy talking. We got to stop talking about black serial killers. Any sin, murder, Satanist worship, blood drinking, anything like that, anything that you can imagine, black people, white people, Asian people, Mexican people, Indian people have done it. Sacrificing children, all nations have done it. There's no wicked gene pulled out of a so in that sense, you're wrong with the story of Yaku. And the white man is the most wicked on the planet because the gene was pulled out of it. No. Can genetics prove that everybody is related or connected in some type of way? Oh, we'll pull up a documentary or two. We'll pull up a couple of articles or two. We can deal with that. We could get Yap Gang up in here to touch that. But that other stuff you talking about is pure madness right there. Nobody accepting that.
Tribes were all originally together, and then they got dispersed and scattered the way that the Lord said they would. So people who are trying to make the claim that their ancestors were the original inhabitants of Ireland are disproving the claim that they are of the 12 tribes, because it's very clear that the people who are of the tribes migrated, and that happened around the time there was captivities in the 10 tribes of the north and the 2 tribes of the south in the Old Testament around 500 BC, right? The 10 tribes of the north went captive 200 years before the 2 tribes of the south. And so the Celtic people, right, the Germanic people, they started migrating in and displacing all the other people who lived there because there was a lot of them and they needed someplace to go because their homeland was under siege.
So let me ask you a question, Red Letter. What do you think it'll look like if she sat down and talked to some of the campers? Her and her people talk to them. You think they may come to a conclusion, or they can just be under the... Do you think maybe in a way they can all really be related by DNA, but their skins just look different, and the race finesse, the game of race, got them thinking they're maybe not related? So because maybe she is related to Nathaniel and Gorilla Hebrew and Tayyu and everybody. Maybe she related to them folk, and they related to her. Honestly, what do you think about that? She could be your kin. She only got 1% of her mom and the dad, and everybody else ain't got it. Let's put down the Caucasus Mountain. Let's put down the mountain dwelling for a minute. Through one blood. The Bible says through one blood. Almost everybody in here believes in the Bible. Through one blood, God has made all men to dwell upon the face of the earth. Could she be related to you? But then we would have to start dealing with that climate change, and her people went 1,500 years ago, and they changed in a different climate. Their complexions changed that much, or they were a mixed people from the gate. So I guess in that sense, it could be correct. More, I guess in that sense, it could be correct. I don't want to weaken down the 12 tribes chart or anything on Nathaniel and them, but could it be? Could it be? He said she could be related to Gorilla Hebrew. Could that be more? Is that possible? Curtis Lee, would you even accept that? We're Russell Higgins. I need the ignorant folk up. I need the ignorant folk up in here right now. They're going to just tell it like it is. They don't care about nothing. And just let me know, what do you think more?
That's why people migrate, even now, right? So this is not hard fact, guys. This is a very easy fact. This is just logic, migration patterns, history, and it lines up with the Bible. I mean, it just does. So, because the New Testament...
Wait a minute. At least I could respect Curtis Lee. He said, I do have some Irish in me. See that? That's different. I could respect that. He said that might be. Let's forget the skin color that really make us different, like it's multiple races. We got to put the nonsense down on this channel. It ain't but one race on this planet. It ain't but one race. Black, white, big nose, small nose, thin lips, thick lips, chinky eyed, round eyes, blue eyed, brown eyes. Boy and girl get together. If both of them are healthy, baby is going to come. This ain't like a donkey and a zebra trying to have intercourse. And no. So at least Curtis Lee is open up to that could be possible, especially in light now. Maybe we could bring scripture that Israel is scattered all over. If y'all say y'all all over the world, Europe is part of the world. I know y'all may not like to hear that. You Black Power people in Harlem, y'all may not want to hear that, but Europe is part of the world. And maybe DNA has brought some new evidence. All right, I know I'm missing a whole bunch. Let me let her go. We can get to other stuff, but we got to come back to this because we can say, "Oh, Nathaniel, oh, she full of garbage," and she saying, "Oh, they full of garbage." Maybe all y'all related. Maybe all y'all cousins.
Testament stops being about the 12 tribes for the most part. It's not. It's about Yeshua. That's it, basically. Like the New Testament's about Yeshua and the spread of Christianity, and that's different from the migration patterns of the 10 tribes to the north. It stops being about them. They get lost, they get scattered, right? So you have to understand your Bible in full or none of it's going to make sense to you. So you have to come out of the Bible a little bit and into migration patterns to know about the 10 tribes to the north.
That's where I say Yap Gang and them come out in the issue. Now I agree with that. You have to come out the Bible a little bit, but can't tell y'all that. Oh, the white man got you. The seminary got your mind. You can't tell nobody that. It's time to learn, get a CDL and drive that truck, put the book of Psalms down, put the Apocrypha down, and you learn to change them gears on that truck. You learn to back that truck up. You learn what that kingpin is. You learn how to rock that truck. You don't need Apocrypha for that. And you're not going to hell for that. I'm putting my Bible down and I'm going to take the road test. I'm going to practice to drive that 18-wheeler. And that's okay. Don't act so spiritual like you got to keep the Bible for everything. Oh, I'm making a red velvet cake. I got to go to the book of Revelation, 1st chapter, 8th verse. No. That's fundamentalist nonsense. There's a time to put the Bible down. Now we're looking for fingerprints. We're looking to try to track some of this stuff. She said 11 tribes, 1 tribe among every tribe. Modern genetics tell us today Europeans only been on this planet. Okay. I think we understand all of that. And I think that's why Elijah Muhammad wanted to separate the story of Adam and say that's the birth of the white man, that we don't have no beginning. But British Israelism and those others said that the blacks are the beast of the field. They've been here on all this time, but writing and everything didn't come to the planet until they were birthed. But we go with the whole counsel of God. The Bible talks about through one blood, God has created all men that dwell upon the face of the earth. But we're going to get to the conspiracies. We're going to get to dealing with the other stuff. Now, what if that Irish is in your paternal line? I think that's kind of where my man at? That's kind of what Curtis Lee was saying. More, this is the time. Like now, you can click on the link because this is y'all and Hebrew Israel. This is y'all. This is kind of y'all area. Could it be possible that she could be related to Nathaniel and them? And because of the game of race, we're thinking we're totally different because the skin complexion is different. We know it's a lot of pseudoness with this. People running around here. Oh, she don't have no melanin. Who told y'all that? I can see if y'all say albinos are melanin deficient. That's how come when Dunamis start asking the story, well, where did Europeans come from in that sense? Where are we starting off from? Is the Bible? Are we starting off with the Bible and we're getting this understanding with the Bible? Go ahead, y'all. Ask more. Was that Lee? Somebody else asked. Somebody asked a question. I'll go find it. Go ahead, more. Deal with the questions as I put them up on the screen. I think we better do it that way. You muted.
First, I missed your original question that you asked.
Wait. I'm going to go back. I'm trying to go back. So just deal with this one right now.
Now, what if that Irish is your paternal line? What about it? I mean, is there any way more?
Is there any way she could be connected? She could be related to Nathaniel and them, and they both got stories about the Bible and tribes. And could it be true she's just as much Israel as Nathaniel or Red Letter or somebody else in here?
Is it possible? Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
He said, one, you hear that, Ryan Harris? Ooh, let me get Russell Higgins and them on here. You hear that, Ryan Harris? He said 100, of course it's possible. Now go ahead and explain why and how.
Because of what you were just talking about in terms of like through the one blood concept, right? Like, so anybody who takes a DNA test that get your haplogroups and whatnot, you can be from any haplogroup out there. There's this thing called mutation accumulation and whatnot. If you're a male, going throughout your paternal line, no matter what, it's going to end up at the same spot at Y chromosome atom. If you're a female, no matter what, it's going to end up at the same spot at X chromosomal Eve and whatnot, right? Like, so, like, DNA proves the whole one blood concept, right? Now, in terms of people being related to the 12 tribes and whatnot, that all has to do with migration and admixture and whatnot. People moved around and
I'm sorry. Jump on Abu or Hebrew or Israel if y'all like to jump on. This is DNA. This Yap Gang time right here. Go ahead. From right there where you are. It is possible that she could be related, and this is why they don't like Yap Gang, because some of this skin complexion. They all say it's not a skin doctrine. Some of the skin doctrine can be keeping us from understanding this truth. Not saying that the people are saved, but just who Israel is in the flesh. Christians believe that, campers believe that, anybody, dispensationalists, Calvinists, whatever position you may hold on the whole planet, religion, Muslims believe that Israelites are still on this planet. I can even believe that. With the new chip, he believed that. So go ahead. That's why this is important. Don't come on here talking about salvation and the cross. We need looking for Yap Gang right now. We don't need no preachers on here right now talking about the cross and the covenant and all of that. We don't need that right now. Go ahead, Mo. I'm walking away. I'll be right back, but I can hear you.
Yeah, no worries. And in terms of the migrations and the admixture and whatnot, this is where we harp on the concept of phenotype being fluid or whatnot, because Nathaniel could be as dark as he wants to be. She could be as light as she wants to be, whatnot. But they could still have, for instance, like maternal descent that has commonality with it, right? Paternal descent, I couldn't really tell you with her because I can't test her Y-DNA. She's a female. She doesn't have that. But like on the maternal line, they could 100% have a very similar migration or whatnot, or come from a similar migration or whatnot. But this is why it's a problem with using phenotype as a marker for a lot of things and whatnot. Even going back in time or whatnot. Like, so this concept of was Adam black or was Ham Shem black? At one point, everybody was black, fam. At one point, everybody was black. So you
wait a minute. Wait. Gotta hold on right there. Let me get Dunamis on the phone. Y'all heard what he said. At one point. Now we'll get on later on. Maybe Eve had special genes in her. Of course, that was Avery that was saying, if everybody was dead on the planet, Black Americans alone couldn't repopulate the entire earth. So maybe Eve had special genes in her. Fervent Charity, I'm just throwing this out there to you. But keep going from right there. Keep going. I'm muting myself.
Yeah, there's a lot of young Earth creationists that actually agree with that concept. They believe Adam and Eve both were genetically perfect and then degraded over time and whatnot. But this concept of using phenotype to denote people, like it's hard to do because, like I said, at one point everybody was black and whatnot, right? So I can understand from from at one standpoint where like the black is beautiful thing was necessary because people were taught to hate a certain level of themselves via their phenotype and whatnot in this country. But that's a very Amerocentric concept of whatnot, right? There's certain aspects that go around in colonization around the world and whatnot. But I'm saying, like, on a large scale though, like we need to recognize when we say stuff like people are black or Negro, etc. These are not scholastic terms people use to describe people historically. Whatnot. Like if somebody's going into a paper and they're going to describe a people or whatnot, they talk about like a dark skin, intermediate, light skin kind of a thing. or they'll describe a regional kind of phenotype to go along with that, right? They get real specific. They don't just say black or Negro type of people or whatnot, right? And so we need to understand that we're doing a disservice to ourselves when we're having these conversations, and we're using these very broad brushing terms or whatnot to describe people. And when we try to get real finite with it, people don't want to source up, or people don't want to get specific with it or whatnot. I came on here once and was talking about the different skin tones and whatnot on the walls of Egypt or whatnot, and I broke down like we could literally find people from America that a lot of people would say, well, all those people are black, from the lightest skin tone to the darkest one. So at that juncture, what does it mean when you say black? Right?
Excellent. Look at that. Excellent. Look at Ryan Harris.
I feel
now,
that
because Ryan, listen, Christians, because Ryan Harris says that, it does not mean that he's pushing the Yaku theory from the Nation of Islam. Let me see what Moore has to say about this statement that's on the screen right here. In light of what he just said, everybody was dark. Go ahead.
Yeah, and this is actually why I pushed the concept of and I appreciate like how the Bible actually describes Adam as being red or whatnot, right? So there's three kinds.
I'm sorry. Do me a favor. Read the screen, because sometimes like Ella Green, different people work. They can't look at the. Go ahead.
Let me blow the break coding in 2 seconds. All right, there we go. I feel that so when the question is asked, where did white people come from? They had to come from us, 100%. Because in particular, the Bible doesn't give you an explanation otherwise, right? There is no alternate story like, oh, here's Adam, and here's where white people were created or whatnot. It's not like that or whatnot, right? You get all
now,
the families.
I'm sorry. Now, some people believe, when you deal with there's two nations in your womb and Esau, and that's the birth of white people. You don't believe that. We don't hold to that.
It's not,
but there are some that may say, well, that's where white people come from. How would you explain that far as DNA and how you understand Adam and Eve and all of that stuff? Because they'll say the Bible do tell you where white people come from. More on their lying, and Berean got him lying. And so we're going to have to bring up the Jacob and Esau thing.
Well, yeah, like the big physical description with Esau has to do with the hairiness of his skin and whatnot. It doesn't say that he's white or anything. But anyway.
And how does that work with DNA? Even if you had twins and one was light skinned and one was dark skinned,
you can have all kind of stuff happen with twins when you have with genetics when you have twins. Like you can literally have one be like red haired and light skin, and one can look like West African or whatnot, right? Like there's literal there's literal families that got that walking around. You got sisters you can see on the internet or whatnot that people don't believe that they're sisters because they think one is white and one is black, and they got the same parents or whatnot, right? Genetics can express itself phenotypically in all kinds of different ways. But this is, but real quick, like I appreciate how the Bible. I was kind of trying to touch on this the other day when it talks about Adam or Adam or whatnot, right? Like we were talking about the red clay concept or whatnot. There's three kinds of melanin. There's pheomelanin, there's neuromelanin, and there's eumelanin, right? Eumelanin is what most people consider to be like the typical African color, or whatnot, like the dark browns or whatnot, right? Neuromelanin is like blue and purples or whatnot. Like you see aspects of that, like where you see people who are so black, they're like blue black or whatnot, right? You can see like a neuromelanin expressed in that way. Pheomelanin is reddish brown all the way to like light yellow colors and whatnot, white and whatnot, right? Like so that all is within ruddy. That's something like so you can have like European skin or whatnot. That's still within ruddy. They express pheomelanin, just like somebody who would be like so-called red bone or whatnot, right? They're expressing pheomelanin or whatnot, a pheomelanin dominance or whatnot, right? Albinism is something completely different. That's a completely different mutation for a completely different reason or whatnot. That expresses completely different. That has a different ramifications in its expression and whatnot, right? Now, the closest thing you can see to that is the Bible talking about leprosy. But leprosy is not the creation of Europeans or whatnot in any way, shape, or form. And again in genetics, the genes for albinism and the genes for what people have for European colored skin and whatnot, these are different genes. These are completely different genes and whatnot, right? So I know people talk about like the Gehazi story in the Bible. That's a completely different concept, and it's not the biblical creation of what you people can consider to be European people in any way, shape, or form. Oh, this is more when you get a chance. Explain about the finding of white men with E1B1A and white women with L markers. Yeah, there's all kind of European people with E1B1A and L markers and whatnot. Again, that has to do with migration and admixture and whatnot. There's a small percentage of Ashkenazi Jews that have E1B1A. There's a small percentage of Sephardic Jews that have E1B1A. There's people, there's light skinned people in North Africa that got E1B1A. And L markers, this, that, and the third one, right? Because again, that phenotype is fluid and the genotype is not. Like, so that genotype is going to stick with you, right? The mutations on the sex chromosome, they accumulate and they stick with you, right? They're not fluid like phenotype is. This is why we can trace people all the way back to Y chromosome Adam. This is why we can trace people all the way back to X chromosome Eve and whatnot, because those mutations stick. And this is how we can tell the one blood thing is. One more time, fam. You could be of whatever haplogroup you want to be, fam. Pick one. It don't matter. When you go back far enough on that mutation accumulation, we go back to the same point. We go back to Adam. We go back to Eve. No matter how you slice it.
That's for you. I think that's for you. Then I'm gonna pull up a boo and play the rest of this video.
Question:
Russell, type of one. You talking more, right?
Would what come from Esau?
Yeah, he had to write that down. So more.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying white is a mutation, like a sickness?
No.
Well, cancer is a mutation, right? Is that a sickness?
so technically lighter colors is like there's mutations that help things. There's mutations that are negative and whatnot, right? Some people hold the view that there's no such thing as a good mutation and whatnot, but like it's an adaptation, it's a change. Sometimes they're bad, sometimes they're good and whatnot, right?
I'm with you. I don't want to get too far off track. We're talking about the original man and the first people.
Hey, yo, don't come on here. It's going to be a long day, and I don't want to start getting aggravated. I'm getting tired of you. This is a good and Leo and the rest of y'all.
This is actually a good point, Brent. No, it's not a sickness, and this is why I was trying to make the point. It's like, so for instance, if I were to go into the northern latitudes where the sunlight is indirect, having dark skin would be a negative thing, right? Doesn't make it a sickness, right? But it would just be a negative thing, because dark skin is like, if you have eumelanin to neuromelanin dominance or whatnot, it's easier for you to take direct sunlight from in between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, right? If you got like neuromelanin dominance, like you're straight for the equator, like you can soak up sunlight all day there, right? However, if I go to the northern latitudes and I can't intake the indirect sunlight, I have to supplement my diet heavily with vitamin D, etc., to be able to.
So it's total nonsense when we hear people saying, "Well, white people, they're not originals to the planet, and white people, they can't even take the sun. The universe is against them because there's certain places that we would go as darker people,
and the sun would be against us."
And the sun would be against us. That's excellent. So that's pure nonsense right there. But we hear it all the time for people attempting to push supremacy in one form or another. 100%. Read Ryan and give me a thought. Matter of fact, he said, so basically all the haplogroups were created from original man and mutated as it branched out throughout time, plus migration and climate.
100%. Yes, sir. 100%.
All right, fair use. Well, let me see, Gary. Gary saying no. You deal with that right there. You find Bible if you in your house, print that computer, and stop your nonsense.
What verse say he was made out of the red dirt?
To say that he was more like a red,
because
the red person.
The red it's Adama.
Yeah, the word Adam has the connotation of red to it.
The actual Hebrew word itself, Gary.
Yeah.
Green, Russell Higgins put something else up. No, before that. The E1B1A and light-skinned folks knowing that broke brothers are twins, could that be why? So is that why they're white folks E1B1A? Because Esau and Jacob were twins. And
that was because of Abu. Where is it at? Abu just said something. Yeah, I think this.
I personally know.
No, that like so again, and it's just basic admixture concepts. Like so we see this all. This is why I use the NBA all day, because we've seen the NBA get lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter every year. You know what I'm saying? But we see people like Blake Griffin, right? Whose son is lighter than him, but whose father is looks like a straight West African with it, right? Like the lineage stays the same paternally with it, right? That got nothing to do with Esau and everything to do with admixture. That's just how human beings admix and how that works, man.
What about this race? A lot of people that's involved in the race conversation want to say that white people come from Neanderthals, black don't have no Neanderthal DNA, but Asians do, to prove that we're really different. What about this RH, this recent monkey gene factor? What about that?
So I'm so glad some modern papers came out like more specific about this. But like, so in West Africa, they found the remnants of an admixture of a hominid creature to a higher dimension, like to a higher nominal number than what you see with Neanderthal and Europeans or Denisovans with Austronesian and whatnot. We haven't found the bones of the actual hominid yet, but we found the DNA sequences within. We found that the ghost genetics within West African populations to note that they admix to a high percentage in West Africa with their own version of a hominid over there or whatnot, right? So there's no pure people on the planet that didn't admix with the hominid of some sort. So whether it was Neanderthal, Denisovan, or whatever they want to call it in West Africa, we all have some level of admixture with those things.
Go ahead, read that, Joyman, so I'm gonna play the video.
Is it true that only black people who lack Neanderthal DNA are in Africa? But that does not mean that black people don't have DNA. Lots of people in Africa and diaspora have Neanderthal DNA.
Oh, they get ready to put him out. They get ready to put him out this whole community.
No, that's facts. There's people who back migrated into Africa. There's people in Africa. So the concept that there's nobody in Africa with Neanderthal DNA is not true. First and foremost, like that, there's literal papers that talk about back migrations of people like with R1B that went into Africa that became like the Chadic people, etc. Whatnot, right? And other groups that brought in even parts of E, people with E brought in admixture with Neanderthal into Africa, right? So we all intermix with that kind of stuff. I mean, you can't get around it, whatnot, in any way, shape, or form. And again, to touch on what Abu's talking about, Africans outside of Africa definitely have contact with Neanderthal genetics.
Wait, so I think it's important. So true. Kendrick came on the song "Not Like Us." Talking about Drake. Is Drake black or Jewish or what? Because he's light skinned, but his father is black. So what does that make Drake?
So I have to ask you two questions. What is black, and to whom are you asking the question?
Well, you know,
what do you mean? What's the difference between to whom you're asking the question? Because it depends who you're asking and to how you get an answer.
100% it does.
Because Kendrick said Drake can't say the N-word. Stop saying the N-word. You're a culture vulture and all that kind of stuff. But he's black though. You are what your father is. That's what we've been hearing. He's a black Jew.
So I've literally had people in my own family who don't consider me black because I'm mixed, right? So I'm not saying I agree with Kendrick or whatever, but like there's some people who have this is why I said to whom are you asking? Because there's some people who have the view like mixed people aren't so-called black or whatnot, right? So if you're meaning black by like he just descends from somebody who came on the slave trade or whatever, like you can't take his ancestry away from him, whatnot, right? He descends from him.
Drake was raised Jewish by culture.
Okay.
So what is black by? What is black by culture? So Kendrick is black by culture, being from Compton, being around gangs, being in poverty. Is that being black by culture?
black by culture is regional. It's different for every region and whatnot. So like black in Compton ain't gonna be the same thing as black in Brooklyn. Ain't gonna be the same thing as black in Savannah, Georgia.
Or in Iowa.
Facts.
Prince
Detroit
is black, but where's he from?
I couldn't tell you.
Like Grand Rapids, he's probably one of the only black folks around his area.
Like black's not a monolithic experience. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like it all. That's a really broad question, and this is what I'm saying. Like if we're gonna have like a sociology discussion or whatnot, we got to get real particular about what we're talking about, right? If we're talking about like ancient peoples or whatnot, we can't use modern terms. If we're gonna use modern terms, we got to get real specific with this thing, right? Because some people mean like you're saying culture. Some people think who's your father, right? Where do they come from? Some people think like slavery. Some people think whatever, right? Like we got to get real. I know white people in Tacoma where where I'm from, you know what I'm saying, like where I'm from, you know what I'm saying, that they got more of a southern culture that can fry up okra better than anybody you've ever met in your life or whatnot, right? You couldn't tell them nothing like that. That's their culture, right? They grew up around black people from the south or whatnot. That's their whole thing and whatnot, right?
Yeah,
it gets complicated, man.
Okay,
yeah.
fair use. Let me play some of this because it's going to get more complicated.
1 minute theology. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply therein. And God spake unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you. Now, this right here should let you know that Noah and his sons are all the same people, the same
Noah and his sons were all the same people.
type of people, because this covenant being established in Genesis 9:9 is the same covenant that God establishes with Abraham in Genesis 12:3, which we'll get to. God only establishes this covenant with one group of people, Noah and his sons. He's not establishing it with 3 different races, because Jesus comes, Yeshua comes, and he establishes it with all the peoples of the world.
All right, that's a little different. Bruce said yesterday that Noah and all his children were black. Some people believe that there were different ethnic groups on the ark, or later on, those groups like Japheth, and they became known as the Isles of the Gentiles. Those are European nations, and Ham is Africa and different nations. Some individuals feel that way. What are your thoughts on that right there? Noah and because you said at one time everybody was dark more. Is this that time? Because I think that's where Russell Higgins trying to go, like people are scared to touch on that subject or that question based on what you see on the screen right here.
There's 2 ways people go about it. So I'll try to be respectful to both sides. Like, do you have young earth creationists and old earth creationists? I would say yes, this is that time and whatnot. And for me, Yap Gang came on here before. We broke down like the science of like when light skin was introduced into modern populations and whatnot.
All right.
And it's not that old and whatnot. You had people in these Isles of the Gentiles, in Europe, etc., that were dark skinned way before light skin ever showed up or whatnot, right? So the Bible doesn't say that they're like this is what I was trying to say. Like the Bible doesn't say that there was 3 different colors that were created at that juncture.
It doesn't say no, correct. Let me see more crush. What he said. Okay, I'm trying to read something. Grace and P here. All right, listen to this now.
Everybody always gets real upset. Primarily one group of somebody's, when I make the point that the 12 tribes of Israel are Caucasian, right? They're the Anglo people.
I want to stop right there more. She's flat out saying the 12 tribes of Israel are all Caucasians. Yeah, what would you say to that?
She's just as off as the BHI. We call these the WHI.
Just say, you hear that? To say that again, Red Letter. Listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying, Red Letter. Go ahead, say that one more again.
This is British Israelism. Like she's just as off as the BHI. We call this the WHI, the White Hebrew Israelites, because this is basically British Israelism and whatnot. It's just a pseudo. In fact,
Justice Trudeau. He
in
said
fact,
she
a lot of the BHI got a lot of their stuff from the WHI
because they. Why? What make you say that?
because you can line up the doctrines line for line. Like, oh, okay.
And they existed before One West.
100%.
One West was birthed in 1967.
Yeah,
We got this doctrine. We got this exact doctrine in Europe.
Facts. And Abu can tell you more than me, honestly. Like Abu's like the one.
Yeah, I told Abu jump on. This the time right here. Russell Higgins got to get on the organ on this. Brian Harris got to get on the organ on this one. She not even saying. See, I thought we could say, well, maybe they're Israel, and some people based over Israel here or here also, and scattered, and they all look different in different regions. But she just went all left with what she just said. I want y'all to hear that one more again. She just went left. Of course, Israelites gonna be blowing it on the comment section.
So everybody always gets real upset, primarily one group of somebody's, when I make the point that the 12 tribes of Israel are Caucasian, right? They're the Anglo people. And that's fine. That's fine. You want to think they're black, think they're black. You want to think they're yellow, think they're yellow. You want to think, I don't care. But let me just tell you about the 12 tribes. They failed their job, okay? So I do just want to make the point that everybody out here trying to be like, oh, we are the chosen people. We are God's firstborn. And I'm like, cool. You have completely dropped the ball then. So for me, I tend to think it's, the Caucasians, and they have, I think it's pretty evident that the Caucasian people have completely dropped the ball. If you look at all of the places that are predominantly white, they are an abomination. Okay. They look a lot like what the 10 tribes to the north of Israel were doing and the 2 tribes in Judah were doing, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. It's an abomination. They're an idolatrous people. And they were then, and they are now. So if you just trace the patterns, being God's chosen people means that there is a job that was meant to be done, and they dropped the ball continually. And when I look around at the nations that are dropping the ball now, it's predominantly the white ones. And so I know that everybody out here trying to say we want to be the chosen people, if you do want to be the chosen people, then just get the message that you have royally messed up. You have done.
We got to have definitions, because folks saying we're confusing what black is, but essentially when a lot of folks, blacks is just a descendant of a slave. And without a definition, a lot of times it's hard to have these conversations, because what do folks mean, right? Like Orthodox more.
I guess it depends, who's using it and how it's being used. I could say that might have added to the confusion. I'm just listening to her with this utter nonsense.
Yeah.
This is, y'all can say one thing about black people. Like you said, it's all the same thing. She's trying to say every tribe is known as a nation in Europe now. But go ahead.
Yeah.
But back to what you
because Orthodox more. You saw the video I put up with Keenan Ivory Wayans, right?
Yeah.
Paternally, what is his father? Where's he from?
I believe, like they said, Madagascar or something like that.
Madagascar 300 years ago. Yeah. But then beyond that, Southeast Asia. His haplogroup was like O.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
01.
Yep.
But then folks will say that he's black. So what do we mean when we say that? I thought you are what your father is.
Well, that's why I say it depends on who you're asking, because not everyone, most so-called quote-unquote African Americans who aren't Hebrew Israelites don't go by the "you are who your father is" concept, right? Most of them have no issue with considering him so-called black, because he most likely has descendancy from slave on his mother's side, right? Although I don't think they told him his lineage on his mother's side.
No, it was paternal.
We can't go with Gary. What Gary is saying in that case is pure nonsense. Colored and non-colored. That's not good enough for what we're talking about.
Because now we're going back to
Even Ivory Wayans would be considered colored back in the days.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't gonna work, Gary.
100%, exactly.
And I know more with a lot of non-Hebrew Israelites with black, it's a lot more open. But with a lot of Hebrew Israelites with the bloodline doctrine, you are what your father is. But we're seeing more and more that black folks are a mixed group, a mixed multitude. They have folks who are so-called black, but they end up going to other regions of the world.
But listen, so Russell Higgins, read Babu said black is a morphological description. Any paternal line can have black, quote unquote, black members. Russell Higgins talking about but we go by the Bible. It's the Father. In that case, Farrakhan, not us.
No, there's not like us. How that song go? Not like us.
Yeah, he not. Let me get Kendrick lined up. Farrakhan, not us.
No.
And a lot of y'all, Farrakhan told us we was Israel. Farrakhan told. That's how I say, boy, we gonna understand that lore today. Farrakhan been giving y'all lore, and y'all been eating it up.
And that's the cool part. We find typically in a lot of these Afrocentric movements and whatnot, they're not like a lot of people don't paternally descend from Africans.
It's a lot. Thank you. Come on, we got to talk about that too. What's the purpose of the movement then? If they like to hear that girl Rachel Dolezal. Oh, culturally there. Oh man, I don't know. That's a whole different thing. What do y'all do with them? Because y'all accept her. What about the little white girl that went viral? She said, "I'm a black." What she said? Let me get the little white girl. Go ahead, y'all. I'll call right back. Let me look for my phone.
Shout out to Abu. He said, ironically, Farrakhan might go back paternally to a Sephardic Jew. But there's a whole nother elephant in the room, though, right? Like, so do y'all notice the issue about using the curses or whatnot as an identifier?
Yeah,
you could be a BHI or a WHI. Like it becomes if the funniest thing you're ever gonna hear in your life is a WHI and a BHI arguing over the curses on Clubhouse. I'm trying to tell you, fam.
I might have to see some of that because we said that's no way to identify at all on both sides. They both crazy in that sense.
Yeah, and then that's the whole thing is now, folks, this culturally black and all that kind of stuff. Like Obama. Is Obama black?
It depends who you ask. Once again, that's why Matt is saying without definitions, and Abu saying without definitions, it's pure confusion.
And then is he Israelite because the lower people that he comes from have an
old tradition of being, and they'll tell you he's not us.
But they have an old tradition.
They'll tell you a few people they not us.
But they have an old tradition. Obama's tribe of being Israel.
That's where lore and oral.
So he's an Israelite because folks say y'all just want to discredit people's oral traditions. Well, they have an oral tradition of being Israel.
And oral traditions were just as important as DNA. Like how we have DNA today, and we have certain birth certificates and stuff today. Oral traditions were very, very popular. I think people forget how strong and powerful oral traditions were. Tribes didn't play games with their traditions. That was their history. That was serious business. Hold on a minute. Who's this Asiatic lion? Would you want to share something here, brother?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace to you, brother Bahrain.
Well, you too. Same here.
So, assalamu alaikum, Orthodox Moor. Peace, bro.
Wa alaikum salam, brother man.
Yeah. Yeah, I had wanted to respectfully, to put up a little light argument.
Pushback.
Yeah, against the woman here, the lady here, as far as her saying that because Panahas, I think we could utilize the Torah to give us guidance because the Torah hints at the ethnicity of the line of Aaron when we see his grandson described as Panahas. Panahas is a very important term in Nubiology and Egyptology. Panahas, what it reduces to, or what it or the concept.
You in the house of Dunamis?
House of Dunamis? No.
I'm asking my brother. I'm asking the brother in here. Is he in the house or he's in the car? If he's in his office, go ahead. Keep going though.
Oh yeah, yes sir. Excuse me. Yeah, Panahas, the Nubian, and that being Aaron's grandson. That's a ethnonym or term, Nehesi, that is connected to Nubians. What we would describe, according to Salim Faraji, as well as a few other scholars, but Salim Faraji gave us an interesting definition of Panahas, the Nubian, or one to employ a god and who was very skilled in martial arts, a bowman, that are connected to Magi, Maga, and other ethnonyms in the Eastern Desert. But Panahas would be you know, it would basically blow what she's saying out of the water when
So
we
none of
realize.
you ain't going with none of the tribes. Forget Levi. You ain't none of the tribes are European in your understanding.
No, sir. They would be more connected to Nubians. It's all new. It's all Nubian. We have a paper out of late that demonstrates that Syria was
Uh-huh.
also Nubian. That's a 2024 paper. You know, I'm not on my laptop, you know, but I would love to share that with our people. That's a
Okay.
2024 paper, and it demonstrates that Syria was holding Nubian. It talks about the arrowheads as Nubian developments, as well as the rest of Arabia. You know, we have older papers, but that's a 2024 on
No,
Syria.
that's good. Yeah, that's pretty new there.
So,
Hold on. I want you to hear some more then, being that you have some you got a few minutes, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you too, brother Bahrain, for
No
letting me
problem, no problem.
speak
Hold on. I
into
want
the
you to hear. I
dialogue.
want to get your feedback on some of this good stuff she finna say.
Have done nothing that the Father asked you to do, and you are an abomination, which he divorced because he was very upset with what you were doing as his firstborn, which was not loving him, and which was, and still is, I believe, whoring after idols. Now, you can look around at the white people of the world and you can see that they do the same things now that I believe they did then. Look at a football game. Look at all those people. What are they doing? I like to call it idolatry. That's what they're doing.
Where's
So,
Daddy producer?
whoever wants to claim being the 12 tribes, have at it. I believe the migration patterns, the monarchies, the lineages, and the kind of the general patterns point to the Caucasian peoples, but I don't care. I don't. I really could give two craps. What I want people to understand is that those who are God's chosen people have failed utterly. They have utterly failed to the point where everybody is going to be deceived when the Antichrist comes. And most of the Christian people think there's a rapture. And you know where that's getting slung about? Primarily in the white places. Primarily in like the American South, honestly. I think that's like the big place. It's an American concept for the most part. I think it originated in Europe. And it's crap. You know, it's crap. And so we're out here really letting our Father down left and right. And I know everybody thinks the church is an abomination. Okay. And guess what? Christ was happy with 2 out of 7 of them in the book of Revelation. Now, people always be misquoting Revelation 2 and 3, completely misquoting and taking things out of context. But if you read that with eyes that can see and ears that can hear, you know he's addressing 7 very specific churches. He's happy with 2, the Church of Smyrna and the Church of Philadelphia. And nobody knows who those churches are, apparently. So I will say there is a Philadelphia in the United States, and it's not it. Okay, it ain't it, because Philly is not the best. So I'm just going to say it. The 12 tribes of Israel have screwed the mission up so bad from the beginning of time, the beginning of our recorded history, right? They have screwed it up so bad. They have failed so often at what God has sent them to do that God himself had to come here and fix it. 1. And 2, that he divorced the tribes. Okay. So everybody out here who's like, I want to be the chosen people. We are the chosen people. We've been so oppressed. Yeah, you failed. Okay. You failed. You flopped. And God told the people, he said in Deuteronomy, if you want the blessings, then you need to be obedient to me. And if you want the cursings, then you need to be disobedient. And guess what? Guess what? I can only speak for what I see and the nation where I live. We are very, very cursed, right?
All right, do me a favor. After the video, in 2.5 minutes after the video stop, my microphone's gonna stay muted because it's gonna be a little noisy. I'm doing something over here, but y'all just talk as soon as the video ends.
We are trillions of dollars in debt to our enemy.
Hey,
Right?
Breen, you want to pull up
We
the
are
Luminary video?
an abomination here in this country. It's an embarrassment. America.
I don't know. I just asked you if you were in the house, you in the office?
Yeah, I'm on the computer. I'm in the house.
All right. After that, and then I'm gonna get to the well, I don't know. Just go ahead and talk after this. Let me see. I'll come right back. But y'all go ahead as soon as the video stops.
As an embarrassment. America has only been around for 280 something years, and we have come so far left that now, well, let me not get political. So all I want to say is the reality of the fact that the 12 tribes of Israel have completely failed their mission. And the only thing that saves them is the grace of God. And that was true back in the Old Testament, and that is also true here in the New Testament, right? That's true in this testament that we're living now under the covenant of grace. And so it has always been true. The 12 tribes have utterly failed their Father. And the only people who are going to do an acceptable job are a sealed 12,000 from each tribe, right? A sealed 144,000. 144,000. If you don't think that's a failure, you don't know your Bible, guys, okay? That's a flop. That's an absolute flop. And I'll go even one step further. Anybody who is out there parading proudly, look at me, I'm the chosen people, what you should be doing is saying, look at me, I'm the biggest failure out here, okay? I am the least of these. And so you'll never hear me say, I'm a prophet, I'm a chosen, I'm an elect. I have no idea if I am or am not. And the audacity to try to say that I am is ridiculous, right? So you ain't going to hear me saying it. What you will hear me saying is, this is what I've studied. This is what I feel called to tell you. And this is honestly a message that isn't fun. Okay. My messages are not fun. I get accused all the time of being, sent from Satan, right? All the time of being divisive. When all I'm doing is just laying out what I think is so clear to see, which some of you see too, and some of you never will. And hey, that's fine, because it's not my business. It's between you and God. So there by the grace of God go I. I will just say, while all these people on my comments are so busy fighting about race, this, that, and the other, what they're failing to realize is that the 12 tribes of Israel have absolutely and utterly failed their mission for 6,000 years. So go ahead and let that sink in while you keep trying to boast and pound on your chest that you're the chosen ones.
A broadcast. And he said, yes. He said that. Yeah. Flowing from Africa to always. He said the ark went, and he traced.
All right, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Y'all heard that, right?
Yep. So Ryan Harris, no, she's not counteracting Hebrew Israelites. This stuff actually came first, fam. Like Abu was saying in the chat, the camps were literally taking
some of the limber of the color of Aaron. Yes. So I believe the same thing, but somebody was trying to say, well, carrying them. What is this?
Hey, doing what you there?
I didn't play.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know. Brian saw what? What?
No. Go ahead. I forgot I had this other thing lined up. Go ahead, doing it.
So yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah. Orthodox more.
Yes, sir.
With Israelites, did people with Ezra and Nehemiah, right? So if the foreign mothers caused issues for people to kicked out of the assembly, was that for all Israelites or just dealing with the Levites?
Go ahead.
I believe that was dealing with all the Israelites, right?
Because the Limbo would say they're Levites, they're the Cohen, and they're kicked out because of what happened to Ezra and Nehemiah.
The Limbas say that they descend from Ezra from that. They don't say that they're Levites just because they were singled out from that.
Okay, I'm with you. Now I'm just asking this because we're talking about the mother can kick people out, right? Are there those in Israel who have foreign mothers that should just be discredited because they're foreign mothers?
Well, I got to return fire. Like, so did God tell Ezra to separate people based upon that?
But hold on now. Ezra was a prophet. That's what the Talmud says, right?
Hey, prophets can get stuff wrong sometimes, man. Like literally, Moses and Aaron were told to go up on a mountain and die. Like, what you talking about?
Prophet or they use the word prophet, dunamis?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the folks will appeal to second Ezra and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And say that's prophecy. So both the foreign wives and children were sent away. So for all those Israelites who are mixed, how should they be treated then?
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful right here, because a lot of these people talking about God kept a pure people, and I don't know how they think they pure. A lot of people in here think they pure.
And
so be careful.
So there's two answers to your question, right? Yeah. Well, actually, there's three answers to your question. So when it comes to lineage or whatnot, and you're talking about just like pure ethnicity of an Israelite based upon like I'm assuming you mean like by the Old Testament, right?
By the Old Testament, you know, even though David's grandmother was a Moabite, and his grandmother for that was a Canaanite, still. Okay, so
Christina Nick.
You have this concept of doing the lineage based upon your, like this. I'm gonna give you three answers real quick. You have the concept of doing lineage based upon your father. There is an exception clause for when the father has no sons and he has daughters or whatnot. He can continue his lineage through another male, etc., whatnot. And then there's also this concept of somebody who's sojourning and becoming part of the nation or whatnot, right? And so, you can have an adventure between all of that or whatnot. Yeah. And so all you can be all kind of mixed up and be part of the nation of Israel or whatnot, right? If you're talking about like, are you a paternal descendant? That's another question or whatnot. But in terms of being mixed, you can be mixed as you want to be part of the nation, be part of the nation.
No more. You can only, after the third generation, you have to marry back an Israelite woman so that when you come back pure.
Can you show me that verse?
Lord, when you start that pure stuff, Lord.
And that's, well, hold on, but Jordan, I thought you didn't believe in DNA.
I don't know why I sometimes think he putting words in. No, I ain't gonna be saving nobody.
Yeah.
I think he be putting words in people's mouth sometimes.
No, and that we have to, because the whole standpoint of why I'm to agree to disagree and see the brother, but we have to clear this up because folks about we get prophecy wrong because we don't know who the right people are.
Just wondering how important is this topic to the church? Even if it's not important to people in the church, a lot of people talking about it all over the country. I can't even say all over the country, all over the world.
Yeah. Who's Israel
talking about this? Yeah,
I'm Israel, DNA. But then we talk more. We talked about practices, right? With circumcision, right?
And the American church been pushing dispensationalism and the land of Israel and the blood moons and what's his name? John Hagee. There's a branch in Christian America that's been pushing Israel, but now black folk talking about they Israel, and that's a whole nother animal.
Yeah. And then now they switch it up. First they say the curses. Now when you show non-blacks with the curses, then they say, well, it's this, then it's that. Then no, bro, you're talking about nations or individuals and all kinds of stuff.
And we can say that we've heard a few stories. Ajak Line, you want to say something on the end of that lady video before I kind of segue into this Rudolph Windsor? We got to get to the rest of this history and the stuff that's been coming out, especially in light of Leo. I'm telling you, it is what it is. Go ahead, brother. Do if you.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, that term Panahas in the description of Aaron's grandson would throw that out of the way.
That's Leviticus. What Dunamis? Pull that up on your computer, please. What verse? What chapter was that? The Hebrew in Leviticus. Somebody had a passage up there somewhere.
But modern genetics would do that as well, because modern genetics tells us that at 15,000 Ka, 15,000 years ago, Yoruba Mindi occupied the Levant and the Arabian Peninsula.
That whole area we would know of Israel today.
Yes.
You think
So
those people that we call Palestinians are original to that land?
I believe that they have some of the genetic material, but they have other material from the north that would be described in the scriptures as Japhetic, or what we call Gomer, Ashkenaz. They have some of that
I
material.
definitely ain't gonna even ask about the Jewish people that came in there. What do you think about that?
Oh no, brother. They
That's a whole different that's a whole different story.
yeah, yes sir, they wholly, they even more of
Further away.
Khazar Khazar stock, closer to the stock that National Geographic says was developed at 6,000 years ago.
Okay, well,
according to
I'm
National
gonna let
Geographic.
some of this play, but I'm at to bring y'all back on. I want to show you something with hold on, let me see if I see it with some statements that Gorilla Hebrew been making, and Dr. Brown, I think they've been saying, have been attempting to correct some of those statements, like this one right here. Matter of fact, let me play that right now. Just listen to, I want more, being I have two of y'all on here. Just listen to this and give me your thoughts. Let me see if it'll come up. Here it is. It should play.
Then he cites an article from 2004 in Human Genetics, back to Gorilla Hebrew.
There was a test done in 2004 on over 400 Jews. This is the largest test study that I can find. And take a look. So if we just chose one, let's say we said E1B1B was Jacob's haplogroup, right? That means that 84% of Ashkenazi Jews would be disqualified.
Listen
right?
more.
If I chose G2C, 92% of Ashkenazi Jews disqualified. J1 or J2, 81% of Ashkenazi Jews would be disqualified. Q1, 94% of Ashkenazi Jews would be disqualified, right? So on and so forth. So this alleged evidence that he has so much faith in actually totally works against him.
Well, actually, as you just saw there, he's not a genetic scientist, but neither am I, which is why I rely on the genetic scientists to speak for themselves, not to let someone utterly uneducated in genetics, like Gorilla Hebrew, or me for that matter. I'm not going to put my interpretation on it. I'll let them speak for themselves. This is 2004. We have stuff much more recent. But here's what he didn't tell you. I'm going to quote from the article. Here's what the scholars say themselves. We have examined a set of 32 binary markers, single nucleotide polymorphisms, SNPs, and 10 microsatellites on the non-recombining portion of the Y chromosome, NRY, to investigate the ways in which patterns of variation differ between Ashkenazi Jewish and their non-Jewish host populations in Europe. This set of SNPs defines a total of 20 NRY haplogroups in these populations, at least 4 of which are likely to have been part of the ancestral Ashkenazi gene pool in the Near East. So he's telling you that you can trace things back, the Ashkenazi gene pool, when you go all the way back. Where does it come from? The Near East. What's he talking about? Ancient Israel. And then you have these other things brought in through intermarriage. Just again, as you have Black Jews, white Jews, Hispanic Jews, Chinese Jews, Indian Jews, because of intermarriage in the different places where the tribes of Israel have been scattered. They're telling you Ashkenazi Jews have origins in the Near East. Gorilla Hebrew also totally ignored this major study from late 2022, and I cited it. One of the first things that I cited about DNA in the debate. Genome-wide data from medieval Germany show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. It's Cell, volume 185, December 8th, 2022. Here's a picture of the study as posted online. All right. This is a list of the authors in this peer-reviewed study. Why didn't Gorilla Hebrew tell you about this? Devastating arguments against his position from some of the top genetic scholars in the world. There's a list of them. I'm not going to read through this, all right? Linguists and others, top scholars. Their conclusion, quote, analysis of Ashkenazi Jews together with a large sample from the region of the Khazar Khaganate corroborates the earliest results that Ashkenazi Jews derive.
All right, hold on. I'm messing up. I thought I had a microphone. There you go. All right, my bad.
So Middle East and then intermarriage in Europe. that they possess considerable shared ancestry with other Jewish populations. Why? Because we're all from the same people. And that there is no indication of a significant genetic contribution either from within or from north of the Caucasus region. So in other words, no Khazar connection. Another question. Why didn't Gorilla Hebrew tell you about this study, which I also cited in the debate? Human biology. No evidence of genome-wide data of a Khazar origin for the Ashkenazi Jews. Our origins are ancient Israel. There is no evidence of a Khazar gene. I've just got a list here, and I'm just going to go through the slides of all the scholars, all the professors involved in the study, okay? It's page after page. I actually held that list up to show you. This is what we're talking about. So in the debate, I quoted from this, but didn't list the source. I simply quoted from it. Jewish and Middle Eastern non-Jewish populations share a common proof of Y chromosome biallelic haplotypes, going back to 2000. Top scholars involved there. The results support the hypothesis that the paternal gene pools of Jewish communities from Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East descended from a common Middle Eastern ancestral population, and suggest that most Jewish communities have remained relatively isolated from neighboring non-Jewish communities during and after the diaspora. Note also the Genetic Literacy Project, which boasts about science, not ideology. The article, Are Modern Jews Converted Khazarian Pagans? No is the answer. More evidence of Middle Eastern roots. Why didn't Gorilla Hebrew tell you that the evidence is overwhelmingly against what he was saying genetically? Why couldn't he give you all the information to evaluate for yourself? Team of researchers based at 11 labs in New York City and Israel has for the first time set up a database of genomes drawn exclusively from Ashkenazi Jews. The work is expected to be medically valuable not only for diseases common in this population, but with respect to cancer, for instance, for everybody, according to the paper's senior author, Itzik Pe'er, an associate professor of computer science and systems biology at Columbia University. But the research has also provided additional evidence for a current genetic theory about the origins of the Ashkenazim, that the founding population numbered no more than a few hundred people, Jewish men from the Middle East and the local women they married after they arrived in Egypt. So a small number, hundreds of Jewish men, that's the bottleneck event that was mentioned earlier, make their way into Europe. Women then marry in, so descent through the father here. Women then marry in, convert into Judaism, and we trace our roots back to Israel and the Middle East, not to the Khazars, not to someone else. Why didn't Gorilla Hebrew tell you about these studies? It's an honest question. When you have the truth, you bring everything into the light. Why didn't Gorilla Hebrew tell you that his sources are either outdated, rejected, or misinterpreted? What's he hiding from you? Aren't you able to decide for yourself based on facts? Why not give people facts to deal with? But it gets worse. He now cites totally bogus internet articles. Remember, he's saying peer-reviewed, 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 right? Okay, let's listen to this claim.
All right, y'all. Maybe y'all can hear me now. Let me stop that right there. What are y'all thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Dr. Brown in the sense that it's unfortunate that Gorilla Hebrew didn't bring up those sources, because he's correct in how he's talking about it to where in the debate, Gorilla Hebrew talked a lot about the fact that there was the Ashkenazi Jews descended from a group of. He talked about like the women they descended from and whatnot, right? And how that should disqualify them from being Jews, etc. And he talked about like the disparity in their haplogroups, and the fact that there's no majority haplogroup. There's just large like minority haplogroups and whatnot, and small minority haplogroups amongst them and whatnot. And therefore, that should disprove that they didn't even go back to Jacob, etc. whatnot. But then Dr. Brown rightly pointed to DNA tests that talk about like, even though there's a large amount of European mitochondrial DNA that he talked about at least 4 different Y DNA lineages amongst them that go back to the Middle East and whatnot, to the Levant and whatnot. And so that gets excluded quite a bit. And he was definitely right to bring that up.
Okay. What does this look like? Go ahead. Lion, you want to say something on that, what you just heard? And then I'll ask more about this head that Bruce was talking about. He called it the almanac.
Yeah, I'll pass on that.
All right. All right, let me stop this. All right, y'all, appreciate it. I'm gonna try to slide over to this other. Where is this thing at right now? This other subject right here, and play a little bit of vocab, and then we'll see where we can go from there. We appreciate y'all jumping on. Fair use. Now listen to this here. Thank you, Dunamis, because I forgot the brother name altogether. I think this brother in the bottom under vocab is the one that translated the Bible. And I think we had him on here last year, right after this video played. But listen to this, pick it up from where Leo was. Hope Elder Green listening. Can y'all hear me good? Is this thing on? That's how the old folk be doing it. I ain't pulled out this other microphone in a minute. Trying to see if this. I'm trying to get these glasses and do everything all at one time whilst I'm up here in the city and get all these doctors lined up. Let me call Elder Harris so I can talk about y'all behind y'all back.
When it came to Windsor as a source, we saw that he didn't give his sources, and he literally inserted words into the text of an Ashkenazi Jew to make it say something it didn't say.
This is talking about the same author from yesterday, from Babylon to Timbuktu. He is one of the, in Israel, he's the most popular author. From Babylon to Timbuktu is the main book that's helping in the awakening. Let's see how vocab handles this discussion with G's gentleman and this thing. You know, Elder Greens, I think he shared, best thing to do, get the author on here, but we reading the words of the author and people are a little bit offended with that, but we're going to keep it going. What's good, Mom? Why you look at me like I'm crazy? Hey, you.
So that to prove, that's why I'm asking. Because
what evidence? What's whenever I see evidence, as of now, I haven't seen a lot of valid evidence. What's the evidence that you think is valid evidence that I should look into?
Well, we have different video evidence showing the people tracing their DNA. And them, giving us that information. You have multiple books that's proven.
What's a good one?
You have from Babylon to Timbuktu.
Okay, can I grab my copy of that real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I have this book, right? There's some problems with it. I don't think it does show what you're saying at all. I mean, I imagine you've read this entire thing?
Yeah, I've read it.
All right. Absolutely. So, for example, page 84. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
A few things about this. One is he cites no source for this number. Just nothing. There's no source at all. It just says 1 million. Well, he wasn't alive back then. How does he know? Shouldn't he tell us how he knows that there was 1 million? He said it's been estimated. Well, who estimated that? This is not academic writing. You can't trust this because you don't know why that number is there.
We heard that from Garfield. We heard that from Leo.
I see him writing it. But I want to know where he got that number from. Don't you? Do you know where he got that number from? 1 million Jews fled into Africa?
Well, I would take it that he got
and we've heard many Israelites say that.
From, resources dealing with the people, because in that same book, it talks about, how he interviewed certain African tribes and things like that. I would imagine that's where he got that from. And notice he said it was estimated. So it could have been less, it could have been more.
Right, but we need to know who did the estimating, right? We need to know, like, who estimated? Because if it's you said he interviewed modern day Africans, well, how would they know? You know, they're alive in, you know, the 1990s or whenever, you know, whenever he interviewed them, perhaps in the 60s or 70s, you know, they're alive then. How would they know what happened back in 70 AD? How would they know that 1 million, you know? And here's the other thing. This says fled into Africa. It doesn't even tell you where. Africa is a massive continent. Is he saying that they went all the way down to South Africa by and large? Or were they mainly in North Africa? Now, if he's saying North Africa, which actually has some merit to it, Rome controlled that area. But he says they fled Roman persecution. Well, if they're fleeing Rome, why are they going into North Africa, which is controlled by Rome? Look, in fact, I got a book about it. Let me show you this. This is called Christianity in Roman Africa.
Right.
And the reason it's called Roman Africa is because when Christianity was spreading at this time, this was still basically considered part of Rome. Well, Christianity is spreading after 70 AD, by and large, as far as when the book is concerned. Well, so how are they fleeing the Roman government if they're going into a Roman area? That does not make sense. How can they? And then he says the slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. Slave markets where? What's the source? How does he know they're Jewish? How does he know? He doesn't give you any of that information. This book is a book where you just have to take his word for it. I was taught that that's not how you read academic. That's not the way that you read academically. You don't read where you just accept everything. Unless the person is an established expert in the field or it's direct eyewitness testimony, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's accurate. It just means you can't get behind it. We got to say, okay, how do we know that that's accurate? Please give us your source. Why didn't he give us his sources? You can't check him on this because there's no source to check. So well, I don't hold that it's valid at all. Neither should you.
I would go along with it, because if you want to deal, and I don't have that book right in front of me, but when you deal with historical sources, when they say approximately, right? Approximately this amount of people, that amount of people, that happens in mostly all historical documents. Nobody who's writing it was there to actually know how many people. Like, for instance, we can deal with the Jewish Holocaust. Whenever we hear about the Holocaust, we hear that millions of Jews were killed in the Holocaust, right? And I don't have these sources in front of me right now, but I have a brother who brings out a source dealing with the Holocaust, and he shows how that number is not accurate. It wasn't millions of Jews. As a matter of fact, it was a mixture of not only some of the Jews in that Holocaust, but they tell you it was millions, approximately millions of Jews. So when you're dealing with certain sources like that, they're giving you the overall view of what's happening. Now, you mentioned them going into Africa, right? If you look at where Jerusalem is, because during the time of Mashiach, he told them, when you see Jerusalem compassed with armies, to flee, right? Now, they were fleeing Roman persecution in Jerusalem, because if you know about Jerusalem and them being under the Romans and the Greeks, there was a large diaspora from Jerusalem down into Egypt, Alexandria, Egypt, and even into Rome. So you had Jews also in Rome during the time of this persecution. When the Romans invaded Jerusalem, it was because of a rebellion. It was a large rebellion of the Jews leading up to the Roman invasion of Jerusalem during that particular time. That was one of the main reasons Jerusalem was invaded by the Romans. It was due to rebellion. And so you had a large diaspora during that time, and even prior to that, going into different regions, going into Africa, going into Rome, going into other Greek areas. And so the Jews who were not killed during that time, they were all taken up to Rome and sold as slaves. The ones who weren't sold, they were put in the Colosseums. and used as sport, because this was during a time when Christianity wasn't at its height. It was pretty much establishing during this particular time.
Well, if I could share something, this is from Tacitus. Tacitus is a well-known and trusted Roman historian. He wrote in Histories, I believe it's
Tacitus is established. That's a problem. Mega Jam 2 said that's a problem.
Yeah.
Rudolph number wasn't based. Where's Leo? Leo, you up right now? Wasn't based on anything that was actually documented that large, I guess, of a populace. That's a big number just thrown out there. That seems to be a problem. What you say, Dumas? All right, serious. We looking for Leo right now.
5:13 that during the siege of Jerusalem there were 600,000 inhabitants. 600,000 inhabitants in Jerusalem. And this is somebody who knew the aristocracy, and he knew he had access to Roman records and things like that because of his position. Well, if Tacitus is giving us a number that's anywhere close, 600,000 people in Jerusalem during the war under question, well, how is it that 1 million fled into Africa if Jerusalem itself only has 600,000? And because we have to also remember one other thing. Jews, when they scattered, didn't only go into Africa, they went into a lot of other places as well. So how do you get 1 million out of, I guess, all of Israel fleeing, perhaps? But see, this is centered on Jerusalem. So where's the number coming from? When Tacitus says there's only 600,000 Jews in Jerusalem at the time, how does Windsor tell us there's 1 million fleeing into Africa? And he doesn't tell us a time frame. He doesn't tell us a source. He doesn't tell us anything. But we have Tacitus, who is much closer to the events than Windsor, and he says 600,000. Do you see why there's some real problems? And this is what we get. This is one of the most trusted sources for Hebrew Israelites as far as their history. And you open it and you just find problem after problem.
All right, Leo, from right there, Vocab's light skin, and they're going to say he's just lying, approaching it like a historian or somebody that's researching. Heard Garfield. Well, all of y'all are hating that's not Israel. Elder Green came on here, but he is Israel. And he was just like, he can't say he agreed with everything in the book. You just pick up from right there, Leo, from where we were yesterday, and why you had problems, because opening up with the book, you were real troubled about Eden. What page? What are we seeing right here? Is this from there or something else?
So this is actually going to the source Vocab is bringing up right now. So
okay,
he's actually going. So this is from Babylon and Timbuktu. He's mentioning this paragraph right here that's talking about in the year of 65 BC, the Roman armies, talking about Pompey's conquest of Jerusalem. And if you notice in this whole entire paragraph, the only thing that's sourced is Deuteronomy 28:64. There's no direct quotes, no footnotes anywhere on this page. I can zoom in even more, but it's going to get blurry. But if you look, there's no footnotes, no quotation or anything for this whole mention. Only thing is a quote from Deuteronomy 28:64. So that's kind of what Vocab is focusing on. Is like, where is he getting this information from? Where is he getting this number from? He doesn't even reference anybody, like even a passing reference, like, hey, I've read in Josephus that the estimated over 1 million Jews fled to Africa. Nothing. He just
now he did bring up Tacitus. Vocab said Tacitus spoke on 600,000, but we're going to run into problems like this. Gary is saying the Romans ran them out of Jerusalem. How are they more trusted?
Who is they when he's saying that?
I guess he's saying the Romans, the mere fact that he quoted Tacitus to say the number was even lower than that of all of the people, for him to say, how can 1 million even make it over there?
Correct.
How do we work with stuff like this and people and biases? And how is this going to work?
We have to look at other sources. Like you said, Tacitus is a primary source, but also you can look at other accounts within the same time frame. So you just have to conclude based on first what the primary eyewitnesses are saying in their account, and then other sources connected to that, and then showcase it and just see how the arguments line up. Like that's literally all you have to do.
Or
And then, like,
you'll do like the author and you'll say what you think.
correct.
What's
That
good,
is true.
Garfield? You up if you want to get up on this right here. Then we're gonna get you out of here. But I know this your thing here. So what would you? So it seems to be a beef. Good to see you, Mr. Phil Fox. It seems to be beef.
Correct.
Now your beef. Well, lay all of your stuff out. We're watching the vocab, and it's some of the same thing. What else you have a problem with here? That Lumeria really troubled you, didn't it?
Yes, it's bad. Because the reason it was upsetting is because like you see I brought the chapter back up here. The chapter is about the Bible, and he's showcasing that the Bible is an African book. On the first page in the first paragraph, the first source, he mentions Genesis 22 and 13 for talking about Ethiopia. But the first footnote, as Elder Green showcasing, and let me know there are footnotes here, and I agree there. Max Hindle is a Rosicrucian metaphysics, pretty much occultist to a degree. It's his first source that's talking about Lumeria and the lost lands. And then if you go to that source, like we did the other day, and it's right here, the Rosicrucian cosmoconception, we're talking about Atlanteans, we're talking about Lumerians, and then on top of that, they're mentioning the Negroes, but they're connecting them to the savage races. So this is racist understanding of the root races and how Negroes were beast, the lower forms, but yet there's also
what is this printer doing? This is the glasses. What y'all got this printer doing? Oh, my bad. Let me do my stuff. What these people got going on here bothering me? Next time you got to be in your own. You got to be in your own office, mess around with these folks. But I'm down here. They helping me, so let me shut my mouth. Leo, you're worried, and then somebody brought up. Hold on, let me go tell you. Let me tell you, when I plug it out, then they're gonna be mad. But that might be something for me. Keep talking. Let me try to get this stuff together here. Good, Leo. Did I put him out? Oh no, Leo muted himself. All right, maybe he got his kids. Maybe he's doing something with the kids. I don't know if you don't know you're talking. I can't hear if you are talking. There you go. I'm telling you right now. All right, there you go. Now I hear you. I didn't hear you before. Cool. Now I do. Now I do. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is, if you notice, like going to the source itself, like going and checking through them, there were some issues. So we go back to the primary one that we were looking at, the Valley of Dry Bones, and then we went through this map as well. And then this, like I said, this is just going through the map, and like, of course, there's no sources connected to this map. These are his claims, but it says from Israel to Niger and from Portugal to Africa. So based off the arrows, if you can, let me see, can I zoom in even more? No, I can't. But based off the arrows here, like he's making a connection from Spain and Portugal. These are Black Jews. And this is where they migrated all the way around to the west coast of Africa, to Angola. But then also he has arrows coming from pretty much Asia Minor, moving down into the Horn of Africa. But then he also has Jews all listed in the central part of Africa, in Chad, and then even Sudan, and then even down further to the southern part of Africa. So pretty much Jews are everywhere. They're Levite cities all throughout Central Africa, Gabon. So this is like the claims that I would say a lot of Israelites do make. But this is from this map alone, these are all his views on the migration patterns based on his research. And this is kind of where it's like when we bring up Jews in Africa, like if this is the idea that Jews were everywhere, this already is contrary to what Hannah Adams was saying. That only a portion of the Jews migrated. Not necessarily every single part of Africa had Jews. She actually says Judaism itself grew as opposed to not just the Jewish people and their geography. So like if we're going to use certain sources that we've heard mentioned, and y'all know what source I'm talking about, it's this one right here, The History of the Jews from the Destruction of Jerusalem to the Present Time by Hannah Adams. So this is the source I'm talking about in terms of challenging, and this source, like I said, is presented by Hebrew Israelites, challenging this. So it's just interesting. And like I said, I know people say we need to bring bring Rudolph Windsor up to talk about this, but at least
You
what
don't
I
even
was
feel
taught,
we need Windsor from what you looking at. You don't even want to talk to Windsor.
We got 3 of his books. We got 3 of his books here. I got all 3 of his books that
And Elder Green pulled them all up too. Elder Green got all 3 of the books. I don't have that one.
We got them right here.
Well, I got rid of
this
them other
one.
ones. I'm like, man, that was back when I was up
with Leo, but Rudolph Windsor came from a time when it was racism and a lot of pressure against black writers, publishing all that kind of stuff.
Correct.
Why can't you just let him have it?
I mean,
what year he dropped that book, and somebody else brought up Graham yesterday. What year Windsor dropped that book? I want to show Leo something, and then I want him to pick it back up. I'm going to share my screen for a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me and then because what year did he write that?
It says Babylon Timbuktu. Oh wow, 1969.
1969.
First edition. The first edition.
And one was dropped in 67. One was opened up in 1967.
I'm not sure.
While
on the exact
Leo
date,
was talking yesterday, somebody brought up this guy right here. Brought up Graham Hancock. I'm going to read something about Graham Hancock. I want y'all to know I was dealing with him back when in 91, Dr. Ben, we the Black Jews, Black Men of the Nile, and his family, and all of this other stuff. I was, into I told y'all the Ethiopian girl was like, y'all not us, and that's when I met them Ethiopian girls. I'm building with the Prince Hall guy and the Rastafarians talking about Israel and who Israel is and where the Ark of the Covenant is, and that's early in 91. I'm getting into this. This guy came on the scene, and somebody brought him up yesterday when you started bringing up Lumeria and all of that other stuff. This is Graham Bruce Hancock. Listen to y'all. He's a British writer who promotes pseudo-scientific theories involved ancient civilizations and hypothetical lost lands. Hancock speculates that an advanced Ice Age civilization was destroyed in a cataclysm, but that its survivors passed on their knowledge to hunter-gatherers. This is what elevated them to the next level, the weak hunter-gatherers, giving rise to the earliest known civilizations in ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Mesoamerica. Those are the places you see pyramids. Born in Edinburgh, Hancock studied sociology at Durham University before becoming a journalist writing for a number of British newspapers and magazines. His first 3 books dealt with international development, including Lords of Poverty, listen to this, well-received critique of corruption in the aid system in London, his land, beginning with the Sign and the Seal. In 1992, I wonder if Abu know about that. He shifts. Well, let me click on this so y'all can see. That's the book right there. Sign and Seal, pseudo-archaeological 1992 book. What that word means? Pseudo-archaeological. Bruce. I'm not Bruce. I'm thinking about Bruce. Leo.
It's not as necessarily refined or confirmed. It's pseudo.
Pseudo-scientific. That word pseudo Greek, that means false.
False, correct.
Pseudo-archaeological book 1992, but Graham Hancock, in which he describes his search for the Ark of the Covenant and the process and the theory of the Ark's historical, wherever the Ark traveled to. Sign and Seal, he dropped that in 1992, but everybody was looking for, conspiracies and you chasing stuff. But remember, one of the things he's dealing with is lost civilizations. And the guy that Leo's reading, Babylon to Timbuktu, he's speaking on lost civilizations. People that's involved in the esoteric, Madame Blavatsky, lost civilization. The Greeks, Plato and them, lost civilizations. Now we're going to keep going. He shifts focus to speculative accounts. You see this? To speculative accounts of human prehistory and ancient civilization, in which he has written a dozen books most notably Fingerprints of the Gods. Now, that's another book. I'm going to click on that. Fingerprints of the Gods on Evidence of Earth's Lost Civilization, 1995. Pseudo-archaeology, but Barnes & Noble was selling it because it was jumping. Book by British writer Graham Hancock, which he contends that an advanced civilization existed in prehistory, one which served as a common progenitor to all civilizations. Now, Leo, we got people that believe in a conspiracy, Israelites out here. What's the guy named that died and he taught on the Book of Giants? That's like I said, Leo, you might have to come up here. And knowledge that was handed down, the Book of Enoch in different books. Many people believe this stuff. Matter of fact, the guy Rob Skiba, that's his name. Type of one if y'all know who Rob Skiba is.
Yeah, Rob. That's my guy.
I know Leo. I think he went home to be with the Lord. But Rob Skiba, he starts saying a lot of the stories of the Greeks and the gods coming down here sleeping with women is the same thing as Genesis 6. And they came and they brought knowledge. They brought a knowledge maybe God didn't want. We'll look at the Watchers later on, but they brought knowledge to the planet that God didn't want. How women could wear makeup, how you can have an abortion. They gave women the mirror, eyeliner, beauty supplies, and all that beating your face. Some people want to say that Enoch says that came from the Watchers, and they actually married some women and met women, and they had giants, they had babies. So some people are connecting all of this stuff together. That's what the book is, The Fingerprints of the God. And look at the other book he got. What'd that say right there? Magicians of the Gods.
Wow, Jesus.
Forgotten wisdom of the earth, Lord. So he specialized, but people think he's a great scholar. He done been on coast to coast a number of times. He's nothing to play with. He's popular. But mainstream archaeologists, mainstream anthropologists say it's pure nonsense. So it's not like he got peer-reviewed works, but he got popular works that are out there. And they say the government, the Vatican, different people are hiding information that he's bringing out. So he's reputable in certain circles, some, conspiracy theorist circles.
Now, Breen, it's the first book, right? Well, the book beginning with a sign and a seal, 1992.
1992, correct.
Also happened.
And then you see the pyramid. So do you think, let me see what he say, because the mere fact that Lemuria and all of that stuff was brought up with this guy from Babylon to Timbuktu, Rudolph Windsor, somebody automatically said, oh, so y'all not paying Graham Hancock any mind either in the comment section. I said, well, Leo was talking and presenting. I'll bring up Graham tomorrow or later on in the evening when we pick this up. Now, what would y'all say? I don't know. What would y'all say? Reviews of Hancock's, hold on, let me just finish this. Interpretation of archaeological evidence and historical documented evidence has been identified. Y'all know what I'm trying to say here. As a form of pseudo-archaeology, pseudo-history containing confirmation bias.
Wow.
So supporting preconceived conclusion by ignoring context, cherry picking, or misinterpreting evidence, withholding critical counter other information that'll shoot down what he's saying. He's holding that back. His writings has neither undergone scholarly peer review nor has been published in academic journals. I'll stop right there. Y'all tell me what that means to y'all. The Illuminati trying to hide something?
Well, irony, we see people do that in our circles already.
You can't lie.
Something similar, cherry picking, hiding back those that stop at certain points, that kind of thing.
We can't lie. So now, Leo, reading that, in light of how Babylon and Timbuktu, he's introducing Lemuria. They're introducing lore to y'all. Lore is just a story. I remember Biff is a story in the Masonic Lodge that's not in the Bible dealing with the building of Solomon's Temple. So they're weaving in and out of real history. Yeah, they killed the president. Then they weaving into some Illuminati, some other stuff. And then the aliens are down here, Area 51, how y'all working this. Because y'all could be looking for some real history and attempting to do real scholarly research, and this ain't that. Like, who running around here really looking to Yaku and want to know about a big head scientist? Go ahead.
Not
what do y'all
me.
think? I just wanted to read.
we
And they
have
use
to
the
bear
word
in mind.
bias. What do y'all think? I'm muting my microphone.
We have to bear in mind that his book in 1992. What happened in 1992? The Mars rover was shot, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh, Father.
to cover up the conspiracy, to cover up the NASA, and we know NASA in Hebrew means lies. They're trying to discredit him as he's trying to bring forth the truth of humanity and mankind, right? So they're trying to bring forth lies, while Graham Hancock bring forth truth. So they got to discredit, say he's pseudoscience, pseudo history. That's all.
Look at this right now. Look at this. This brother saying I actually read his books, and he's saying it ain't pseudo.
Based on
Must
what?
every book go through peer review? How important is peer review dealing with archaeology, anthropology, DNA? How important is peer review? Where's Kobe? Where's seminary Kobe?
Reviewing that methodology. How you got to the conclusions, checking your sources by other scholars in the field, by your peers that are in scholarship or in college, university level professors, reviewing the material you presented and checking if your conclusions make rational sense, understanding how you got to your conclusion. That's all this is, was verifying where you got your information. And then
But
also
he's
just
saying his book is full of math, geometry, and astronomy. So it got to be truth in the book because he's talking about math and geometry.
But that's the point. They're saying this, he has confirmation bias. So of course he's going to utilize different problems, equations to fit his narrative. But if someone else comes, hey, why didn't you consider this? Why didn't you consider this?
Lord, he think Yaku is a real big head scientist.
He does.
God, in the name of the Lord Jesus.
This is horrible. Like, and that's what the issue is for me. Is the very first source, because of Rudolph Windsor being respected within IUIC and other Hebrew Israelites. If the first source in terms of the chapter in the about the Bible is a Rosicrucian, occultic racist to affirm the Garden of Eden is in Lemuria, if that's the first source, what else are we about to read? Mind you, there's only 4 sources in this whole entire chapter. And like I said, we didn't even get to J.A. Rogers, and we didn't even get, and I showed you the John Bigelow one, but J.A. Rogers is quoting Gerald Massey in the Nature No Color line.
So it's like, he's saying these names that there's something wrong with them. I know. I can think of 10 people in the conscious community that use Gerald Massey.
Yeah, I mean the big dogs.
Now listen to the Gerald Massey was an amateur Egyptologist, but they're saying look at, and Terry said he ain't even Israel, Berean TV. He also shows how the archaeological community routinely shuts down information that's against. Maybe they don't want people in the cipher, so they won't accept this stuff. It won't be no peer review because they don't want people to look into aliens, lost civilizations, to know it's an ancient science that's out here. What would you say to that? Is that a conspiracy?
No.
Why else would it be peer reviewed except they don't want the information out, so they'll tell us what we can put in different universities to teach the society?
So that's
Could that
interesting.
be possible? And peer review is just really a control system. So you really want to learn from those that are not, they don't have things written in scientific journals or being peer reviewed. And those scientists, they're all under one umbrella with different governments and the Illuminati that control the information coming out. So you got to read stuff that's not peer reviewed. That's why people don't want seminary. Y'all just going to go with Eurocentric Christianity and what the white man telling y'all, and you want to go with proper research and all of that. But they've been lying about the truth, so why listen to them?
Because we're following the paper trail. If you want to prove your case, then showcase your work and let others find the conclusions you got to. Can we prove it? Or is it literally just you making these conclusions in your head rather than showcasing and documenting where you got this information from? If you're saying it's all a conspiracy and it's all hidden, then I can make up anything and say it's a conspiracy they just brought. That's where a lot of cults come from, in terms of just understanding, hey, they have a special revelation and knowledge information that no one else has. Can't be proven.
Once you get writers out here, like you see how Bruce coming here and throw around names. Once you get writers out here, they get to a place, they're like Santa Claus, you can't touch them. They're beyond critique. So my brother automatically bring up, so what about John Henry Clark? You ain't gonna start bringing up the masters in our community that's taught so many people. You're not going to try to look at if Dr. Ben peer reviewed, Dr. Ben was going against the European. And we got to stand and think alike. You want to chip like Alton, or you want to think and know them people again? It's us against them. Then we play the race game, it's black against white. Two different races.
Yep. You see what KL said?
I don't know how y'all going. I'm old, and it's time for me to go sit down in the nursing home. Y'all got to deal with this type of stuff right here. I don't know how y'all gonna deal with this. Go ahead, Leo. You got the slides up, but
I got it.
For this.
Yeah, that's the issue though. Is like we have to go through the information, which I think it's needed, and that's why I think this is what we're gonna have to do. Even folks younger than me, that's kind of what I'm trying to work with, trying to find some even younger folks that got more time too, to go through the information. And then showcase, okay, well, how did he get here? KL's right on this though, because they're like the peer reviews does challenge the system, because we can even talk about the jab. And when we look at how the jab was kind of talked about, there was contrary doctors out there challenging the norm and other instances in which you can get treatment, all this other stuff. But we don't want to get into that right now.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
but that's an excellent example, because peer review works not always just to control people's mind, just critiquing, brother, where you got that information. This person's been in the field, that team of people over there been in the field, and that's just to build knowledge upon knowledge upon knowledge upon knowledge. And it's a system that's been set up. Bruce, fighting sources just came around, and all of the, and a lot of people. Some people would say, if you're conspiracy led, if you're fueled by a conspiracy, but the Tuskegee and the syphilis was a conspiracy theory, and
let's think about it. If this is a scholar and he's using conspiracy already in his work, how do we equate that as those have critical analysis of the work, look into the sources? And you're mentioning Lemuria, who's already conspiratorial in terms of the name, and then also connected to the Lost Lands theory, Atlantis, and then on top of all of that, connected to the racist root race doctrine. And you're trying to connect black folks to that. Like, think about that.
That boy, if you think about it the way you think about it, boy, that's madness to another level. Thinking y'all black folks so slow, race is going to push a doctrine that you'll start believing that make them supreme.
Thank you. So why are you using that little source to justify the Garden of Eden? It seems he's desperate, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's how far-reaching you have to be to give validity to the Garden of Eden in the Bible. We don't have to do that.
And tell them that's not from Babylon and Timbuktu. That's from what's that other book? Valiant. Yeah, make sure you put that. All right, you did put it. That's the book up now.
Yeah, let me scroll. Let me show it at the top.
Okay, so I don't want no nonsense.
Valley of the Dry Bones.
Green got this book.
Correct.
And a few people got this book. Make sure you're showing pages so it won't be no Christian, because booing them, they could go in people's houses and change the words of books. They got the power to do this stuff.
We got the whole book right here. It's all free online. This is Valley of Dry Bones, the conditions that face black people in America today.
Matter of fact, that's his email right there. Whoever wanted, look at Leo's email so y'all can go through the book yourself.
Yep, that's why I did it that way.
Don't see a problem with Lemuria, but go ahead, Asiatic Line. You wanted to say something on that?
Oh yeah, I wanted to add on to the conversation about Rudolph Windsor. I thought that the brother was saying that that was in Rudolph Windsor's book. Yeah, that's what I was about to say myself, because I know I read it many years ago, but I was like, I don't remember, that right there. I got big respect for Rudolph Windsor. And
it's in his book. It's in his book. It's right here. It's right here in the Valley of the Dry Bones. Yes, right here. Yeah. We're reading it right here.
Oh,
it's right at the very bottom. Right here where it says, go to page, if you have it, go to page 51. It's at the bottom of the very first paragraph about the chapter 2, the Bible.
Not Babylon to Timbuktu, not that one. That's his most popular one. Not that one.
Yes.
But
not this book.
Well, yes.
Yeah, not this book. Not this book. We're going to this one. This is Valley of the Dry Bones.
Yeah.
It's the second book.
Yeah, I find a lot of value in from Babylon to Timbuktu though, because Derek Lang supports his work basically with the migration pattern, and Derek Lang's work, as well as modern genetics supports his work. And Drusilla Dungy Houston, I give a lot of credit and respect to her because she talked about a Kushite empire out of the Arabian Peninsula, and
Yes.
she deserves a lot of respect for that. And because we find massive migration back into Africa out of the Arabian Peninsula that is closely associated with Afro-Asiatic language, pastoralism, as well as some agriculture and metallurgy, elements of civilization. But I give that sister a lot of credit, and I think that
He said you believe Yaku is real. Listen to what my man said. You could see the screen, or you on your cell phone?
yeah, I can see the screen.
Go ahead, read
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Well, I can't see it clearly because
He
it's a
said
little.
you believe Yaku is real. We ain't thinking about you.
Okay. Well, I understand. Well, I mean, we would have to address certain facts in modern genetics. We would have to address the narrative of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. I know that many, believe that it's pretty radical for many, but not a person like myself, because I was raised in the Nation of Islam. But modern genetics actually is consistent with the narrative of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad in regards to the dating of the appearance,
Of the
let's say
Europeans?
appearance of modern Europeans on the planet. That's according to National Geographic, as well as the Australian Center for Genetic Studies. So modern genetics, in fact, agrees with the dating of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
When Europeans popped up on the scene, or how Europeans came on the scene?
When the dating?
Oh no,
When?
the when is I ain't got no problem with that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
ain't got no problem with that part right there. But the how?
Well, indeed, I understand, Brother Bahrain, but the reasonable question would be, how is the most honorable Elijah Muhammad so accurate with his dating even before modern genetics? He
No,
was in
people were discussing that years ago.
Way back,
When
yeah,
we
it was in
when we dealing with
in the
DNA,
50s.
the
Crete in
In the 50s,
appearance,
they was talking about
54, Crete
the
came out with
appearance,
DNA.
hold on, wait. The appearance of modern Europeans on the planet at 6,000 years, people were saying that many years ago.
in the
No, sir.
in the
Where?
1940s and 50s. They were. If
In
we
the
want to go
19,
into some
in
40s
the
and 50s,
19,
yes, they were.
yeah, that's when
Yes.
that's when Master Farad Muhammad came into America in 1910, but he didn't introduce himself to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad until 1930. But in any case, we would have to address that point scientifically, cross-reference the genetics with the narrative, as well as the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's tribe of Shabazz that is consistent in modern genetics.
Where's the tribe of Shabazz? That where DNA
What,
said the tribe of Shabazz was from?
modern genetics tells us that a massive migration is called a punctuated burst. That a massive migration.
No, we understand that, but how do we identify?
Well, 1 second though. I'm just saying that his numbers are incredibly accurate. Modern
I'm not worried
genetics,
about them numbers. I'm worried about proving the tribe of Shabazz. Or what's the brother? I'm Wesley Muhammad. I'm worried about the
I'm
tribe of
not.
Shabazz. I'm worried about the tribe of Shabazz being proved. I ain't worried about no number of migrations of people moving around. I'm
No.
talking about putting a name on the tribe of Shabazz and where we got that from. We're
Yeah, we talking
modern
about.
scientists, modern anthropologists, modern historians. Who go with that? Dr. Ben? Dr. Ben liked Elijah Muhammad. He left all his books in the Nation of Islam.
Yes,
He
sir.
bear witness with the tribe of Shabazz. Where we get that from? John Henry Clark?
Yeah. Well,
John G. Jackson, J.A. Rouse. Where that come from? That's what I want to know. Where that come from? Who gave us on this planet that there was a tribe of Shabazz and y'all came over here? I want to hear some of that story.
Yeah, well, all I can say is that modern genetics, the numbers in modern genetics, is that 50,000 years ago, massive migration began out of the Arabian Peninsula and the Levant and areas of Iran back into Africa. That's before modern Europeans were on the planet Earth. because they don't come until 6,000 years, according to modern genetics. That I would say the numbers, his 50,000 years, is consistent with what we find in modern genetics. That's what I'm saying. There's other factors to the arguments, but his numbers, the question would be, how are his numbers so accurate? He didn't get it from the geneticist. He was teaching this before modern genetics bore witness to what he was teaching, as far as the numbers are concerned. The 6,000 year production, the 6,000 year appearance of modern Europeans, and the 50,000-year-old back migration into Africa from the Arabian Peninsula. We can find connected to L3 as well as macro haplogroup E and its dispersal and diversification in the African interior. That starts 50,000, between 50,000 and 70,000, Kyle.
Go ahead,
That's
Leo. He's
interesting.
not answering my question.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're mentioning that. So I've heard some recent understanding in terms of the migration into Africa. They found some bones in Morocco. Do you know what I'm talking about? The specifics around the dating that happened there that kind of changes the migration patterns that push it back even further?
You talking about northern Morocco, Jebel Al Hood, the 300,000 year
Morocco,
old?
correct.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So how do you equate the finding that happened in Morocco, that in terms of the migration into Africa that came a lot earlier? A lot later, actually. A lot later.
Yeah, I don't, what's postulated or what's taught in the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to be precise, if I make any error, it's on me, but what's taught in the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad is that our people came out of Africa and founded a civilization in the Arabian Peninsula, and then later back migrated. So I'm not saying that human beings began. I know that our people came out of Africa. That's taught in the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But a significant burst came back into Africa. We find the evidence in Ibn Marusians. We find that evidence amongst Natufians that we know to be a Yoruba Mindi carry out of Africa DNA. If we notice, if we are familiar with genetic papers, we know that the Yoruba is basically the composite for an out of Africa population. Certain populations amongst the Yoruba, they are a mosaic and a composite for out of Africa population. That's according to a paper called North African Genomes Linked Near Eastern and Sub-Saharan African Populations, as well as a multitude of other papers. The genetic ancestry of the Hazan and Sandawi peoples also demonstrates an Afro-Arabian origin of what we call Kush. So, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's narrative was indeed consistent with what we are finding in the genetic records, that a massive migration of Afro-Arabians or Kushites, for the lack of a better term, did in fact come back into Africa over a great, vast time span. Respectfully.
I got you, and that's why I
I
asked you.
thought I had a shorter video. I thought it was a shorter video.
Alton.
Alton, but go ahead. All right. Thanks, brother. You want to say something else to him?
I just wanted to bring up, because the mention in terms of like Homo sapiens, and you're talking about the migrations there, that there's a connection that they're saying they didn't solely evolve in East Africa. They're connecting it actually 100 years even later to 315,000 years ago. So add an extra 100,000 years to that. So I'm curious, have you looked at the new research that's 2017 published by Nature, that's speaking to the oldest Homo sapien fossils, claim rewrites our species history? Because I've actually remembered this off the dome of like the Homo sapien narrative of how we talk about Morocco. Now there's an already prevailing theory, but the time frame continues to get pushed back further. So I know you're bringing up the time frames and gaps, but this is adding an extra 100,000 years to that whole narrative. And have you considered this?
Oh yeah, brother. I'm familiar with the Moroccan samples. Like I said, I agree that humanity it develops initially in Africa and migrated out And actually, when we look at the Torah, you know, just I like to cross reference the Torah with modern genetics. I think that that's something that brothers should well, I do myself. When we look at the linguistics of the Torah, when we look at Genesis verse 1 and 2, there's a word there where the Most High talks about Tiamah. Now, when we look at the word Tiamah, we may just assume it's just we assume that it's a Hebrew word, but it's an Arabic word, and it's talking about the Tihamah geographically is the Red Sea coast of the Arabian Peninsula. So it's talking about an out of Africa population that settled in the Red Sea coast, because the book is telling us about the beginnings. The first thing it mentions, when it mentions these deep, dark, black primordial waters, is talking about the Red Sea coast of Arabia. That's the actual geography.
I want you, bro, real quick. So with all this evidence that you have and whatnot, why do you think it's so hard for many so-called blacks to accept this truth that you're presenting? Why, you know, if I'm not mistaken, the Nation of Islam is in decline.
Let me hold on a second. Let me play for those, because some people are totally lost. This is what Farrakhan teaches, Elijah Muhammad. This is what Malcolm X and them believed, and this is the official doctrine of the Nation of Islam and the Nation of Gods on Earth. Plan 13X5 says, listen to this.
Black history be like 66 trillion years ago. The tribe of Shabazz was the only surviving tribe.
I think you muted it.
Yeah, respectfully, that's commentary, but you know.
So you believe in 66 trillion years ago? Harvard, MIT, Yale, Duke, Oxford. Who you believe teaching this doctrine right here?
Black history be like 66 trillion years ago. The tribe of Shabazz was the only surviving tribe of 13 that resided on Earth after a rogue scientist blew up the planet, splitting off the moon. Migrating to Egypt briefly, they would then settle in the...
Yeah, brother, he's making that up, brother. That's not.
So the
that's
planet
not
was here 66 trillion. The lessons don't talk about 66 trillion years.
Brother, he's making that up, brother. You watching the video.
Does Elijah Muhammad ever mention 66 trillion years, brother?
Yes, he does. That's not the teachings
Okay,
of the
hold
Most
on a minute.
Honorable
Let's
Elijah
go.
The
Muhammad.
city of Mecca,
You have on
developing
the
a
screen.
technologically advanced
What you got on
society,
the
but a
screen
group of
is some white
citizens led
man
by
talking.
Shabazz himself traveled to empty Central Africa to harden their group and develop features. The tribe is said to have reached its peak in the year
WD-40 was a white
4084
man.
BC, but Shabazz would not be the most famous member of the tribe.
You got a
That
white
honor
man
goes
talking.
to Yaqub, the creator of the white race. Born in Mecca, Yaqub was born with an extremely large head, which gave him unmatched
Farrakhan
intelligence,
descendant of a-
discovering
Never
the
mind.
law of attraction from playing with magnets. He theorized he could create new people who could attract others with lies and deceit to rule over the original black man. Exhausting the knowledge of Meccan universities at age 18, Yaqub discovered that a black man had a separate black and brown germ. With 59,999 followers, he went to the Isle of Pelan, modern-day Patmos, establishing a dictatorial regime in which black traits were bred out through a eugenics program, in which blacker-skinned babies were killed, but lighter-skinned babies were allowed to live. After 200 years, he would create the brown race. Yaqub would die at the age of 150 years old, but his followers continued his work, eventually creating the red and yellow races, until after 600 years, the white race was born. The brutal conditions made this race evil by nature. Born with an innate desire to lie and murder black people, the white race would travel to Mecca, where they would wreak havoc and mayhem on the population. They were exiled to Europe, where Meccan soldiers would patrol the border to prevent the devils from crossing. The whites would further degenerate into barbarism, living naked and eating raw meat. A man named Moses would teach them to wear clothes and try to civilize them. When he gave up, he blew up 300 of the worst white people with dynamite. The whites, however, had by this point learned technology. Using trickery and lack of empathy to usurp power and enslave the black race, bringing the first slaves to America. Some whites realized they were evil and tried to go back to being black, but with nothing to go by, they instead became guerrillas. Yaqub's progeny would usher in a period of violence and misery. The white race, starting in 1914, would rule for 6,000 years until the original black people regained world dominance, while white people would commit many atrocities. None would be more famous than the Finno-Korean Hyperwar, an event well documented on the Master of Frofulness channel. You can watch by clicking the link in the pinned comment and description below.
Thanks for the money, dummy.
Nation of Islam don't teach that. They ain't nation. Let me pull up 2 more websites, official websites. Nation of Islam don't teach that doctrine right there.
You pulling up websites, not the text from the Nation of Islam, brother. Respectfully, I understand, but that video. Just let me get a quick word in. That video is totally propagandized over a white man's voice. Thank you.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Go ahead. We done. The black community is done. That's the official doctrine of the Nation of Islam. That's what the Nation of Islam teaches.
According to you?
According to your own doctrine.
That is not the doctrine of the
Nation.
Tell me
what you teach. Tell me what y'all teach. Tell me what y'all teach.
See, it's interesting how you deflected from the dates.
Brother, tell me what y'all teach.
Hold on, brother.
Bro. You don't rule me over here. You don't rule me. I'm from the streets of Brooklyn. I grew up Spofford, not Spofford, Rikers Island, 4 Building, 6 Building, Lafayette Gardens, Fort Greene, Tilden, Parola, 295 in Tilden. But where you from? What you finna tell me about Fard Muhammad, Clans 13X? And I'm in Brookline, home of the gods. What you finna tell me about the doctrine? I'm gonna bring you on what you finna tell me about the doctrine. This is not official. No, this is when they get embarrassed of their nonsense. He coming here talking about the doctrine of the doctrine. Nowhere in the doctrine talk about 66,000 years, 66,000 years, 66 trillion years. Nowhere in the doctrine of the Nation of Islam. I bring up Farrakhan saying this out of his own mouth. Bro, I'm almost 60 years old. I've been on the block for a minute. I ain't been in no university. Go ahead. What you finna tell me?
Respectfully, brother.
Do you teach Yaku? Do you teach a big head scientist? Do you teach the Grafton period was 600 years? And y'all was putting a needle in the back of the lights? Yes or no, brother?
The bravado is totally unnecessary, number one.
Bro. I done been up north, bro. I done been up Brooklyn. I done been up Rikers Island talking that talk with y'all. I'm just amped up. I don't mean no disrespect, but you talking about this propagandized. This is where the embarrassment. I talk to the gods all the time. Bro. If you've been following the channel, I talk that talk with them. But this is your doctrine. You got to accept this. You can't give me nothing different. This ain't Sinetta. This ain't what they kicking on 125th Street. What's the address of the home of the gods in Harlem? This ain't what y'all teaching? I wish I could get my old phone out so I can show you me and I true and unique in the old gods, infinite in them. I'm with the old gods from Rikers Island, from the 4 Building, from 95, from Brooklyn House. I'm in and out of there, revolving door. You coming back on House Gang? Yeah, I'm coming back. Put me back on the 6th floor. I'm burning the jack in the receiving room. All the gods from the projects coming through. I'm through with come on, bruh. Don't do this to me. You can't even, I don't even want to talk to him. Whatever propaganda we're going to get back to it. This is what black people doing. That's why Farrakhan ain't online. That's that pseudo garbage Wesley and Muhammad and them trying to give us. I don't want none of that. There's some science and all that in the 120 and all that, yeah, but that there, I don't want that. Father Muhammad, a white man. Elijah Muhammad, a white man. Not Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, a white man. I don't want none of that. You can't give me that person, and it's no disrespect. I don't want that, and a lot of people in America don't want that. They come in here trying to graze it with some science and an eloquent point jailhouse yard talk. I've been walking that yard. I've been talking that talk. I've been talking this garbage for so long. I'm ashamed. Still talking this garbage. And he coming with say he reinventing something when we was on the block. Doing this in 1990, building with the guards. I'm out there when the guards is robbing. We got to tie up the amps and everything because the guards is sticking up the dice game. Look, this is the stuff Garfield, I don't know, now the times Garfield don't need to jump on, he jump on. And the times he need to jump on, he don't jump on. He don't know this is Brooklyn. He don't know this that New York thing. He don't know that we've been doing this. That stuff he talking about pure nonsense. Farrakhan and them, I hate to say it, they believe pure nonsense, but can't be mad. This is what we call law. Freemasonry got law. Some people believe some stories in the Bible. There's some law in the Bible. These are law. These are stories. Make-believe stories to push a doctrine. Jesus went to Egypt and he studied. He traveled all over the world. He went to India and then he came back as a master. He was initiated as a Christ and then he went and John the Baptist baptized him. He said, run from science. They want to, this is the problem, Leo. They'll start off with some good science. Where in science, Garfield tell us this planet is 66 trillion years old. I'll wait. Put the link back out there. Show me where science said this planet is 66 trillion years old.
That's interesting, the number 66. It's almost like it's trying to teach something.
What about the 23? What about the big head scientists? Come and just tell us the Engrafting story. That story. Let us hear that story. That's law. Elijah Muhammad influenced from Freemasonry? Or should I bring up Wesley Muhammad? Or Wesley Muhammad don't know what the hell he's talking about either. Only you got the truth. Because you know a lot of these people are trained to give y'all the deception. They'll come and tell y'all the lie to get y'all in. Where else we heard that before? Then when you get deeper up in degrees, you'll learn the truth. Blue Lodge deliberately got them thinking they understand what the signs and the symbols in the lodge mean. I tell you where all this garbage coming from. Oh, we could go to the Moore Science Temple. I got Moors, I got bays and all that in the family. And where you want to go? Where you want to go? He said, let him cook. Cook for what? I'm gonna let him cook. Oh no, that's Garfield. Oh Lord, that's Garfield. That's Garfield.
Peace and love, my master teacher. How are you?
Listen, Garfield, talk to me about this 66 trillion years old. Is the planet 5 trillion or 66 trillion years old?
Oh man. Hey, listen. I did a series recently on my channel with some Muslim scholars, and they show where the teachings come from and everything. So,
what Muslim nation? What kind of Muslim? Oh, Sunni, like real Muslims?
Well, basically, where Fard got some of the stuff from, they had like different books and stuff that was out in the world as far as America. So they had like different statistics, like, like when you join, to join the Nation of Islam, you got to write a letter. When you write a letter, you got to write the same letter that Elijah wrote to Master Farad Muhammad in the same handwriting. So that's
I didn't know that.
So when I wrote my letter, right? So now to get my X, you have to recite what's called what do you call it? The lessons or some you gotta recite.
You left the nation. What year you left the nation?
I left like 98. I never got my X though. I never
90. Oh, you left long time.
Yeah, this is the
I thought it was until 20 something. Okay. I thought like 20,
in the 90s. 20. Slave theater dragged me out there,
Slave theater, Bedford Avenue, Fulton Street,
Dr. Clark, and all of them.
Come on, man. We all talking that talk up there.
Yo, when they said that who is the original man, the original man's the Asiatic black man and make it the owner of the cream of the planet, Earth, God, the universe.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. Come on. I'm sorry. I got to bring him back up here. He said, I've been schooling Garfield. He done with you. He said he been trying to school Garfield.
Yeah, that's
he
fine.
said,
that's Afro-Asiatic 19. Okay, that's
yes, yes.
Yeah, but as far as when they talk about mathematics, like they use Habakkuk 3, verse 3, when God came from Teman and the Holy One from
yes,
Master Farad Muhammad, that he comes from Mecca, and that's where that comes from, and God is really a man. So that's what they teach.
You think arm, leg, arm, head. You think
that's 5%. That's 5%.
Yeah, but they broke off from they ended up breaking off from when Clarence left the nation. But you think it's Leo got slides for everything. Do you think Fard Muhammad, there were two Fard Muhammads and the one the FBI was lying about?
It's the same guy, man. I got
Garfield. I
got the stuff right here on my screen, man. It's the same guy, man. This is what Elijah Muhammad did, right? And with all due respect, this is what he did. He told the people, right? Elijah Muhammad put out a bet, say he'll give 100,000. Did you know that Master Farad Muhammad had children and he was alleged to have raped a woman and all that stuff? All this stuff is out there, bro. All this stuff is out there.
They said they tried to put it on him. That wasn't him. It was another guy. They said he didn't have multiple aliases.
Let me pull up some pictures for you real quick.
No, I'm hostile. He said I'm hostile.
You gonna stop me up? You gonna stop me up, man? You gonna stop me up?
He said I'm hostile. Oh, allegations. I'm putting out allegations. No, maybe it was another dude running around with the same name, and it wasn't Fard.
It's the same dude, man. Let me show you the
Garfield saying it's the same dude.
Man, why we keep playing this game?
Garfield, but black people are known to be kind.
They worship. I ain't think about that white man, pale faced man. He had to come light skinned because of the Monroe documents. A black man couldn't have come in the country, so God, the Savior, had to come looking like a white man. Boy, I'm good with that religion.
Let me share my screen.
I'm good with that nonsense. He ain't finna give me that.
Let me share.
And then he's trying to act like the science is 66 trillion years. Nobody in science on this planet bear witness. Doing with somebody, even Garfield pulling up the screen. That is not the real mugshot.
No, that's his son. He had a son. The son looked just like him.
Wow.
What are you talking about? Garfield. That's him. See, that's him. The mugshot. This is the son. This is Master Farad Muhammad. This is Elijah Muhammad. And what happened is the lady came forward. This is why y'all got to get this book.
Hey, yo.
I interviewed this guy Friday. I just interviewed him Sunday, talking about Islam and slavery. Go to my channel and watch him talk about Master Farad Muhammad. It's the same person. Stop. Why are we playing this game? All right, look at this. I'm gonna show y'all.
He saying that's a sketch. They say that. Oh Lord, these Fard Muhammad. Yo, we black community done. We done.
Talking. And by the way, this is the book that he's holding in his hand. It's not the Holy Quran as they teach it. I'm gonna show you the book that they was holding. Watch this. This is gonna shock you. This is the book he was holding. When they showed his famous picture of him, he was using the teachings. This is what he's holding right here. This is the book that he's holding. He's not holding the Quran. He's holding this book. And his teachings is connected to the Jehovah Witness. I could point it out right now and show you word for word. Don't play with
me. He ain't lying. York right. Charles Pass Russell, York right. Yo,
don't
Garfield
play with me.
Garfield.
What about Master Farad Muhammad's secretary, who was married to Elijah Muhammad's brother? She was the one that wrote the lessons down in the 30s and whatever. Come on, man. I know a lot about this, bro. Elijah Muhammad put out a proof, 100,000 to prove charge that this is not the same person. You know who came forward and why Elijah Muhammad didn't pay the money out? The woman he was married to. Said that's him. What more proof do you want? He had to pull this down. And then he act like nobody could prove that it's the same person. You ain't see this guy from 1934, but the woman who was married to him is telling you that's him.
Hey, yo, Alton, I hate Alton. Y'all got a Garfield, yo, Garfield. I hate Garfield. Garfield ain't just hitting on the awakening. Who sent you, Garfield? Who sent Garfield? He just ain't hating on the awakening?
Yeah, but Berean, this is tearing down black people's identity. What, can't we just let the lie go? Let it live.
Lore is not a lie. And see that? I ain't gonna lie. I gotta bring the brother back on. We can't let this go. In the name of blackness. In the name of blackness, nobody talk. Let him talk. Go ahead, brother. In the name of blackness, I don't care what Most Excellent say. Black power. Black power. Black power. Go ahead. I mute myself. You muted yourself.
Oh, yeah. Peace, Brother Berean. Yeah, I don't want to come in all, No,
go ahead, brother. You got the floor. Don't let Garfield get away with this. I got a little black power in me. Don't let Garfield get away with this.
Yeah, black power, no doubt. But actually, that's what the Quran calls Adam. He's described as Hama and Masnoon, as a black Adam. Just to be on black power.
Oh, okay. I thought you was changing the subject. Yeah, but black power. That's right. Go ahead. Black original man. Come on, go ahead. But what about what Garfield's saying with this?
Yeah, they did. I mean, brother. Anybody after the fact, a number of years after the fact, anybody can come up with anything, you know, and that's what people are doing. You know, you have people who, but we have our U.S. Congress has held hearings on Master Farad Muhammad.
When?
And hold
When?
on one
What
second,
year?
brother. Listen, can I talk? You talk, right? Now, thank you. The U.S. Congress has held hearings on Master Farad Muhammad. They concluded that they could not find him and that he was indeed from the Arabian Peninsula, according to their research, but that they could not locate him. That's the U.S. Congress. I mean, if I can get in my laptop and we can go and look at the documents, we can look at the U.S. congressional testimony. So all of this other shenanigans and propagandized videos and the propaganda that the brother Garfield is putting on the screen, you know,
What's
when you
propaganda
are
exactly? What, say it specifically. What's propaganda? Go ahead.
the video was not the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It was propagandized with pictures, as well as he corrupted some of the doctrine. He corrupted some of the narrative. He added on things.
What
I
did y'all
understand.
teach about 66 trillion years ago?
See, the subject matter we was on the preciseness of the
but
Most
it's
Honorable
okay.
Elijah
We can
Muhammad's
talk about
date.
that because we're
You
interested.
totally deflected from that and went into this. You totally deflected from that.
Brother,
That's what you deflected from.
Okay, brother, do y'all teach, because you talking science, do y'all teach?
I am talking science.
What science say about 66 trillion years ago happened with the earth?
They have that's a theory. Just like modern science has a theory on the age of the earth and the age of the universe. It's a theory. It's a scientific theory.
So who believes in that theory besides the Nation of Islam?
Deportation of
that's
the moon and all
fine.
that.
But you deflected from the accuracy of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's dates on the production or the appearance of the white man on this planet.
Yeah, you got to be careful because that's what cults do. Jesus, they like to stay into the Bible before they take you into the lore of Aaron Mabiff the 357, 35.
I'm talking about genetics. I'm not talking about the Bible.
Brother, I'm talking about 66 trillion years ago and what happened with the moon and the earth and Yakub.
I'm talking about 6,000 years ago in the European and Yakub.
So he want to talk about
you deflecting from the consistency of modern genetics dates with the dates of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, as well as the massive back migration from the Arabian
Peninsula. I want to talk about Savior's Day and why Fard looked white. Tell me about the Monroe documents and how he had to come into the country as a white man because he couldn't come in as a black man. Tell me how Allah in the flesh. What happened? Tell me that story. I want to hear that story. How he got to meet Elijah Pooley and how that. Let me hear that story.
What, that he met him in 1930?
Yeah. I want to hear how he got to the country and how he got to the country.
I mean, he came from the Arabian Peninsula. He came from Mecca, and he came into the country in 1910. But he didn't reveal himself until 1930, according to what's taught in the Nation of Islam. That he met the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in Detroit.
And was there anything going on with him with the feds where he was selling silks, going door to door? Was he hustling in New York? Was he involved in esoteric orders prior to that? Is there any, once he touched down in the early 1900s till he met Elijah, is there any official information on what he did or taught or learned or his movements?
Well, I would say there's probably some official speculation, but according to the congressional hearing that they had on Master Farad Muhammad, it was speculation because they said they could not locate him. According to the U.S. Congress.
Congress, what was that? Pull that up, Leo. We might as well pull that up. Because if Congress ain't gonna say, we ain't gonna say Congress. So Congress said that what they had on Capitol Hill about Fard Muhammad?
They had a meeting about his identity and were they able to effectively locate him? And I forget what senator it was, but I can get in my laptop and get that out.
Yeah, get it. Go on your laptop and get it out for us. Please do. Please do. What happened is, though, to be honest, and just to show I'm being honest, they couldn't find who Master Farad Muhammad is. He is correct. And the ultimate at the end of the day, they still don't know who Master Farad Muhammad is. And that's the honest truth. This is what
so that's how come the whole argument come up. They're not sure about that picture, if that's the real was Master Farad Muhammad ever in jail? Oh, he left? Oh, y'all didn't put him out. You put him out?
Hold on one
He's
second.
probably going to get his laptop. He's probably getting his laptop, probably.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Let's take a look at this right here. I need to point this out to everybody on the screen. Let's stop playing a game now. On the screen, right? On the screen is Max Ford, which is this guy's son. Same guy. Right?
You sure that's the same guy? Because they're saying that that's not that guy right there. They're saying that that's not the one holding the book.
It's the same guy. Same guy. Right? Now watch this. You see this picture here? This is when Elijah Muhammad put out the thing, right? 100,000. But guess what? Now let me take this off the screen. Hold on. Let me take this off the screen for 1 second. I'm going to show you something right now. Right here. Elijah Muhammad, they have records of Elijah Muhammad. Did W.D. Farad have a son with Pearl Allen, a century-old mystery solved, right? Farad and Pearl Allen got divorced, but he was briefly married to Pearl Allen just over 5 months later on September 23rd, 1914. Farad and Pearl Allen divorced. The divorce petition suggests that Farad objected to Pearl's lifestyle, namely her drinking, partying, and her frequenting of other men. Obviously, Pearl must have conceived this child many months before she married Tony Campana. Some researchers involved in Carl Evans suggest that this son belonged to Farad, and so forth. So now we know the guy that this lady here, he had a son with her, Pearl Allen. Pearl Allen, for those who are watching, son, she's the one that came forward when Elijah Muhammad put out that $100,000 challenge. Once he puts out that challenge and she came forward, she never got the money. He withdrew.
And he pulled the whole thing down.
Yeah, he pulled that down. So now we know he had a son. So how they didn't want the believers to know that he had a son running around. So a matter of fact, I'm sorry.
How can God have a son?
I made an error. I'm sorry, I made an error. It has already been established by researchers that Farad had a son with his common law wife, Hazel Barton, not Pearl Allen, I'm sorry, in 1920, named Wallace Max Ford, who tragically drowned in an accident while serving in the U.S. Coast Guard in 1942. So when he was 22, he passed. That's the picture that I'm showing. So this is the lady, his common law wife, Hazel Barton. And common law wife mean, of course, you know what that means. He was living with her the whole time, not married. So they call it common law wife. So anyway, they don't know where this guy come from. For the NOI adherents, W.D. Farad was from Mecca, Arabia. His father was said to have been a black-skinned man, and his mother was said to have been a white-skinned woman. Farad was perhaps light-skinned, and researchers have theorized that he may have been white, New Zealander, Arabian, Persian, Turkish, Syrian. In fact, they even said he was Jamaican, Bosnian, Algerian, Albanian, African-American. What complicates these things is that Farad covered his tracks well, giving different origin stories to different people, and he would eventually disappear without a trace in 1934. The extant photographs of Farad also make him appear racially ambiguous. So what we know about him since 1934, we don't know anything. We don't know anything about this man at all. But what we do know is that he did have a son named Max Ford, and we know that he was this is the ID you get when you join the Nation of Islam or whatever back in the days. They haven't been able to find him at all. The only thing they have is the son and his I don't know who are the they have somebody who's alive who I think is connected to him where they're staying right now. Somebody biologically connected to him. They're trying to see if they could get DNA and all this craziness. But at the end of the day, though, I'm telling everybody that this guy here, this picture, Wallace Max Ford, the son of Hazel Barton and Wallace Farad Muhammad, is the resemblance between Wallace Max Ford and his father is much more obvious to me. Right here, see? Boom, 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 boom.
Hold on, what's worse, Brian? Abba Bibbin's grandson becoming the Orthodox Jew, or Farad Muhammad? I don't know.
I want to hear that. And then he said that was the plan with his father after he left, that he pulled him over into pure Islam.
I mean, the most important thing is that they say that they theorize, and it says that researchers theorize. You know, people will. It's disputable whether that picture is a picture of Master Wallace Farad Muhammad. And many people. That's not my first time seeing that picture. That's not my first time hearing this type of propaganda. But what we do know is that the United States Congress said that they could not locate him. That's what the United States Congress.
Do you have that information, my brother?
One second. You just said it. You know what I mean? So I figured it wasn't no reason for me to go ahead and
Oh, I thought you went to get the laptop. That's what I thought.
I never said anything about Congress. I know what I know, and it has nothing to do with Congress.
Well, what I'm saying is from the congressional hearings. They said that they could not locate.
Congressional hearing. Can you point us to the congressional hearing, please?
It's in the FBI.
That what you said. Let me see. What sister? Well, hold on. Let me see something. Let me see. She was just making another. My sister was making a comment saying there's a difference between the congressional hearing. Tracy Lewis, I know you Israel. You don't want to say it, but I know you Israel. Type of one if you want to confess today. Whoever's Israel on the low, y'all can confess today. It's okay. We one big family. Congressional hearing or federal investigation, not the same thing. Not the same thing. Look at this word right here, Leo. I want, whilst he's looking for that on his laptop, look at that word right there, lore. Lore is a body of knowledge or tradition that is passed down among members of a culture, usually orally. It's the lore in folklore and responsible for spreading the word on mythical figures like Santa Claus, Paul Bunyan, and even Uncle Sam. We have what's known as the story of Hiram Abiff in Masonic lore. It's a story. You can't find those words in the Bible, but the Bible do speak about building of Solomon's temple. A lot of people have lore. Garfield, do you believe Yaku, the big head scientist, was lore or a real scientist that grafted the white man from the genes of the black man in a 600-year process on the Isles of Patmos?
Years ago, yes, but now I know better.
Oh, so it's something you used to believe, and you like, okay, like a kid believing in Santa Claus, and you grew out of it.
Yep.
So research made you. What made you believe it in the beginning? It was just a story you took on, or you didn't look at their paperwork. What made you believe it first, and then how your mind changed? What was that process?
When I read "Message to the Black Man," I was like, "Aha! This is where it come from." I never heard that before, and I was in college at the time. I was actually at LaGuardia Community College at the time.
So that kind of resonated with you. Kind of made sense. That explained the wickedness of the white man police killings and stuff.
Yep. It made sense. It made a lot of sense. I wasn't really a hateful guy though. I wasn't really into the world
like other guys bitter because of jail and police contact and all of that stuff.
But the Nation of Islam, I thought it was real. I thought it was true. I thought it was 100% correct. I mean, I would argue with guys. I would use John 8:44. You are of your father the devil.
The lust of your father you will do. Come on, I don't see Leo's screen anymore. Go ahead.
I would use Genesis 15. Talk about the 400 years, refer to us, and 15.
Yeah.
55.
You was on that too.
Remember I told you that 2 years ago. That's where it came from. Everybody saying the 400-year stuff that's where it came from. The NOI teachings. They're the ones that brought that to the community.
Yeah, we read that book too. That showed the reference early on in 19.
Yeah. Doreen, can you share my screen real quick? Let me just show this something.
This is beef right here, but we're dealing with conspiracies and lore.
This is the origin of W.D. Farad's actual facts. So when I said, what's the circumference?
I want to see that.
What's the circumference of the planet Earth? We would say it's 196,940,000 square miles.
Come on. How far is the sun from the Earth? 93 million. Come on.
We got it from this man here. This is when he said, W.D. Farr, the man venerated as God in person by the African American nation of Islam. One of the documents, the Supreme Wisdom, Actual Facts, which provides numerical figures for the square mileage, circumference, and diameter of the earth, as well as the square mileage. Just to let y'all know, I know this by heart for over 25 years. So I still remember this. So when you say the circumference of the earth, I said 196,940,000 square miles. How much is land? 57,255,000 square miles.
You had to memorize that. You had to know all that.
139,255,000 square miles. So I had to know all 685,000 square miles. So I had to know all of that. So it's in my head. It can't get out. It's already there.
Wait a minute. Somebody want to know about these 400 years. Somebody want to go back to that just 400 years.
Hold on. Let me just show this. Let me just show something real carefully here. As it turns out, the World Almanac and Book of Facts, a popular reference work published every year since 1886, is probably the source of Farr's actual facts. The almanac was used by U.S. Presidents Calvin Coolidge, John F. Kennedy, and Bill Clinton. Over the years, the almanac became a household name and has been featured in several Hollywood films and television. So all that stuff you heard me speaking a while ago, see, look at this right here. Actual facts say that the total area of the land and water of the planet Earth is 196,940,000 square miles. The area of the water is 139,685,000 square miles. The area of land is 57,255,000. So all this stuff you had to remember. The circumference of the planet.
But the crazy thing is, that's how come I think my brother Asiatic Lion's coming on. He said he want to go with certain facts. They'll speak facts on certain things. 5% knew some facts on certain things.
And this is
but now when they start going to the law, he don't want to go to that 66 trillion years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the almanac was available from the 1920s. In the Library of Congress, and even the 1928 edition. You see all the stuff that is in the lesson is right here. Is right here.
Yeah. Well, that folk, yeah. Go ahead, Derek. Hey, Jack Line, you ready? Go ahead. I mute myself.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't want to go to no 66 trillion years, but my focus was more on the accuracy of.
Yeah, we're not worried about that focus right now. We worry about the nation. We ain't worried about that focus right now.
I'm talking about the Nation of Islam. I'm talking about the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the modern European didn't come onto the planet, or he wasn't produced until he wasn't grafted until 6,000 years ago. National Geographic bears witness that modern Europeans, far as the date is concerned, they don't appear until roughly in between 6,000 and 6,500 years ago. Those are National Geographic's numbers, as well as the Australian Center for Genetic Studies. Those are their numbers. We also have the well-known biblical scholar Usher, who gave us a chronology of the Bible that goes back to 4004 BC, which would bring us to that number, that rough number again of 6,000 years. We know, according to extra biblical sources, that people were already here prior to 6,000 years ago. So whose beginning is Usher fixated on? Is he fixated on the beginning of Black people on the planet? Certainly not, because we know, according to extra biblical sources, Black people were already here. But the modern European, his numbers for his existence or appearance on this planet are right there at that number of 6,000 Ka, which would match the narrative in the Nation of Islam that the European only been on the planet 6,000 years. I know brothers are very uncomfortable with selective breeding, but I'm gonna let y'all know, in the nomenclature, not my nomenclature, not Afro-Asiatic, not my nomenclature, in the nomenclature of modern genetics, there is a term called selective breeding. Europeans understand this. They know this. The people who are writing the genetic papers, they are aware of the possibility of selective breeding as a means of production for the product we see in the modern European, the full package: blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin. That's a full package. Did Black people develop light skin alleles prior to the time of the full package of the modern European? Yes, Khoisan have light skin alleles. Khoisan are somewhat light skinned. Other Africans have lighter skin tones. The Khoisan being some of the oldest ones. they have lighter skin tones naturally before the European even comes on the planet. But the full
No,
package
he's
of
not talking about
blonde
Usher.
hair, blue eyes, that
Hold
don't
on a
come
minute.
until 6,000.
Hold on a minute. He said blonde hair, blue eyes. Bishop Usher, when they were having beef back in the days, Bishop Usher said that God created the world. I think it was on Sunday morning, 4004 BCE. And when they asked him that, he said he added up the days, the years in Genesis, and that's when he came to that. And he was an Irish bishop in Europe, not Usher, not that Usher you talking about. He talking about another. He talking about a popular bishop back in the days, and that's where Elijah Muhammad said the birth of Adam and Eve was the Garden of Eden story, and that the white man had 6,000 years to reign, and the end of his years was, that's something they were saying. The reign of the white man is coming to an end. The reign of the white man is coming to an end. It's always future prophecy and black people getting ready to take over and reign, and where the devil come from. It attempted to answer a lot of questions about why black people were going through what they were going through, because white people are genetically more wicked. They're from a different substance than us, and their time is up. And so you would hear them make statements like, that's how come they can't make it in sunlight. They get skin cancer. And I like that Orthodox Moore jumped on and cleared some of that stuff up earlier. But that's where that stuff comes from. Yes, black power is a hell of a drug. And white people were using the same thing too. That, blacks been here, they haven't done anything until the white man appeared on the scene, and the civilization started to move forward. But it's a lot of pseudo archaeology, a lot of pseudo history, a lot of pseudo science all mixed together. It's lore, it's stories. Some people believe all of it, some people believe part of it. Some people I know believe the Yaku story. They grew out of it, now they just involved in Freemasonry. They believe in God, they're like deists. Some of them are deacons in the church, or just different places, but they believe that the 5% teachings was just a foundational teaching for the people in the black community to know that you're God and to know certain things. But I think it's all part of New Age movement. I think it was all a part of the occult tradition, but it was just tailored for us in the hood. Go ahead, Leo. Leo, you can't let this go.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Garfield, before you go to, I want you to touch on Rudolph Windsor.
And I want to pull your screen up. I'm mute myself.
Some of the stuff we talked about last night.
Pull my screen up for a little bit, and I'll get to that. I want to also mention that although in the 20s there were different organizations that was infiltrating African American communities. You had people from Japan. You had the Dragon Society, where they were people who were actually Double D. Let me just read this by the way too. Double D Farad and Elijah Muhammad were friends with Major Takashaki, and Takashi's wife, Pearl Sherrod, was a member of the NOI. Japan funded the black Muslims through Takashi, and the FBI was watching these subversive activities. Takashi and his Filipino companion, Ashima Takis, would lecture at Elijah Muhammad's temples. In the 1930s, the FBI raided Takashi's organization in Detroit and seized a poster of 4 guns with the word Asia written on them, aimed at the United States, with a picture of Takashi in the middle, titled Calling the Four Winds. The same poster was found in the house of Raymond Sharif, the son-in-law of Elijah Muhammad, in 1942, and except it had a picture of Fard in the middle. According to FBI transcriptions of Elijah Muhammad's sermons, he frequently taught that the Japanese will slaughter the white man. Japan was a part of this Asiatic nation, and the Japanese army and navy were only waiting on the word of Fard to destroy the devil. Fard taught that our Asiatic brother designed and built the mother plane. A UFO
we got to touch that mothership doctrine.
Would release smaller ships to drop poison bombs on the United States. Elijah Muhammad said that the mother plane's bombs were the same type that gave the earth its mountains, and that they would dig 1 mile deep into the earth. Let me tell y'all something, man.
Oh no, we can't let that go. We can't do that, Asiatic lion. We can't do that, brother. You talking about where the white man come from? We gotta see what's being taught here.
I gotta say respectfully, your own government has come out and started talking about planes flying around the sky. Yeah, your own government just did that, family. So
that mean
hold on 1 second, brother. Just let me get a little word in. Your own government has just came out publicly and said it. But we'll clown the black man for saying something like that. And I understand why, because we really don't respect black people. A lot of us, not everybody. But a lot of us really don't respect black people. We don't respect black scholarship. And it shows that we don't respect black scholarship because we
Just the
continue.
scholarship?
Hold on one second. We continuously put European scholarship above black scholarship. We give Europeans we give Europeans far more respect in scholarly circles on our little platforms where we do our thing. A lot of us give Europeans far more respect than we do black scholars. I don't do that. I respect our black scholars. I respect Dr. John Henry Clark. I know he ain't have a degree. I respect a few others that I know were not degreed, but they made great contributions to the forward movement of our consciousness and understanding and developing the knowledge of self. You know, but some of us we can see clearly that they put European white scholars above black scholars. That's why a lot of people is getting beat up right now on the Egyptian argument, because they want Egypt to be white, but Egypt was black. God damn it! And I'm sick of that argument too, brothers out here.
Hold on. Now you
Let him finish. Please let him finish. Please let him finish.
Yeah, you know I'm aiming at you. You know what I mean? Of course, let me finish. You know, but that's certain people amongst us, that is just their disposition. You can see it overall. Because I believe their interest is more in getting money and blowing up and becoming famous and getting money than standing on any truth or anything of that nature. It's more about trying to get money. And it's not nothing wrong with getting money, but you don't need to compromise so goddamn much and disrespect our own people just to get money.
All right, brother, do me a favor. You got to refrain with the language, brother.
Respond to him, please.
Yeah, you can.
All right. First of all, myself and Ankh has never taught that the Egyptians were white. What we say is that it's anachronistic to call them black. The same thing I say for Israelites to call the ancient Israelites black. You can't use that type of terminology because they didn't consider themselves black in the sense that we do. What we do is, let me read something for you carefully. Mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. They maintain that applying modern notions of black or white races to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of a black or white Egypt hypothesis that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between the peoples of Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, and Nubia, who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt. Within Egyptian history, despite multiple foreign invasions, the demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations. And you know, your comment a while ago showed me why you should not even be in the conversation, because you don't even know my position or Ankh's position. We said that the ancient Egyptians were not black based on it being anachronistic. Racialization of the term black started by white.
Modern, just came on the scene. It's brand new.
It's brand new. So you can't apply it to Egypt. Plus, Egyptians were different skin tones. They were light skin, dark skin. And let me just show this on the screen real quick if my brother allows me to share this.
What's on the screen?
No. Let me take this down for 1 second. There's something I gotta show you guys.
Type something in the comment section.
Let me share this real quickly with everybody. This is the
screen up here. I can pull the screen up and down if you want.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Put the screen up. You know who this is, Barine?
Who's this?
These are the reserve heads of the 4th dynasty of Egypt. Do they look like me and you?
Some people say, I don't think so, but some people say they do. Not to me, though. But,
right. But I got these are the reserve heads that the Egyptians themselves made of their leadership and all that stuff. This is the 4th dynasty. I don't look like anybody if I'm dealing with lookership. These are Egyptians. So for me to say that they are white or black would be ludicrous. These are Egyptians. They were mixed from pre-dynastic time way before, and they mixed with indigenous folks, mixed with Africans from the south, mixed with people from the Sahara, mixed with people from the West Asian era, Southern Europe, the Neolithic time period. If you look at even the genetics, it tells you this. These are Egyptians. Would you run around and say they're black today? No, you would. But They could be as they could be as dark as Berean, but they don't have the same phenotype like Berean. You see, this is why it says they don't look at it as a black-white thing. They look at it as what? That these people are indigenous to the region. They are homegrown Egyptians. They could be anything, but they're all Africans. That's what we say. That's why I don't call them black, and I definitely don't call them white. All right. Now let me get to one thing, and I'm out of here. Let me get to one last thing, and I'm out of here.
No, Garfield, don't forget about.
I know. I got you. I got one last thing, and I'm out of here. Now, with Rudolph Windsor, what were you trying to say with Rudolph Windsor? You were saying
no. Do you want him to
Yeah, can I?
Is he pseudo? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Can I rebut that real quick?
Yeah, brother. You gotta watch that language, though. We don't talk like that over here.
I didn't use no foul language. What I say?
Oh, Father God. Oh man, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
And then Brent, I put a comment in the comment section.
Oh, sorry, pardon me. Yeah, I wanted to rebut that real quick. If can one of y'all brothers, I'm in the vehicle right now. Can one of y'all brothers pull up a Queen T, the mother of Pharaoh Akhenaten? Is anyone familiar with the sister Queen T, the mother of Pharaoh Akhenaten? Anyone?
Bro, let me see if I can find them.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah. Queen T, mother of Pharaoh Akhenaten.
Pharaoh Akhenaten with an A, A-K Akhenaten. Pharaoh Akhenaten, his mother Queen T, she has a haplogroup that is, she has a maternal line that is a K, that is distinctly what we will call Eurasian within the nomenclature, as far as the position, meaning that it's an out of Africa haplogroup. But can you pull up the picture of the sister Queen T? Please, if you can. You know, I just want to give us a context of how difficult it is to distinguish. You can't distinguish those Eurasians that came in and that were part of the 18th dynasty, the mother of Pharaoh Akhenaten. She was indeed a Eurasian, but phenotypically, she is indistinguishable from a sub-Saharan African.
Wait, bro,
and I
are you
think
saying,
that one second,
brother.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Okay,
No,
go
you
ahead.
saying
Yes, Pharaoh
Akhenaten or Pharaoh Akhenaten?
Pharaoh Akhenaten, 18th dynasty. His mother, Queen T. She has a very famous bust that is very what we would call sub-Saharan African. But when we look at her genetics, she has a K haplogroup. That is a Eurasian haplogroup. I say that and I stress that point to demonstrate to us that her phenotype was sub-Saharan African, but her genetics was Eurasian. So the original Eurasians were indistinguishable from sub-Saharan Africans. You know, that's my point on stressing that. You know, with the mother of Akhenaten in the 18th dynasty, she has a K haplogroup, as well as Akhenaten and Amenhotep III. They are R1b haplogroups. Those R1bs are associated with Europeans, but the original is in Africa. You know, we got to understand how complicated the conversation is. The original is in Africa, in areas like Lake Chad, amongst populations like the Hausa, amongst populations like the Fang in Cameroon. They have an older form of R1b, V88, P24, that is the original or the elder or the daddy of the R1b haplogroups. You know, but we only look at we commonly associate it with R1b269, which is European and associated with Europeans, but that's far younger than RV88. You know, so Eurasians did come and were involved in the founding of Kemet, but those Eurasians were Afro-Eurasians. You know, and I think that that's the mistake that brothers like Garfield are making when they utilize genetics. They don't understand the difference between a Eurasian and an Afro-Eurasian. The real nomenclature, or the early nomenclature within the studies, is Afro-Eurasian. but now they have dropped the term Afro. So it confuses our people because we only see Eurasian. We don't see the term Afro. But the original term is Afro-Eurasian. And Queen T is a clear-cut example of an Afro-Eurasian person. If we
Hey,
would have pulled that.
can I just claimly say that this is the problem? We are trying to. The only reason folks are fighting for a black Egypt is because they want to be associated with the Egyptians. That's the only reason. The same reason why people are fighting to be Israelites. They want to be attached to the ancient Israelites. They're both the same, Egyptomaniacs and the identity crisis folks who want to claim that they're bloodline Israelites. The issue is this. By me showing that image earlier, I'm trying to say that Egyptians could look any way. They could be anybody. Their genetics could be anywhere. And you know what it is? If R comes from Europe, you're talking about this Afro-Asiatic and Afro all of this. Genetics is genetics. I am saying that in pre-dynastic time period, all these people were mixed already in the Levant, in the pre-dynastic time period. And if R1B is carried on in the 18th dynasty, that's because they slept with their own mothers and their own sisters, and they wanted to keep a pure bloodline. So the 18th dynasty, this is why King Tut had disease; he could hardly walk. So now, if we're gonna look at this and look at this carefully, what I do suggest to everybody who is listening, stop looking at people and trying to use modern day terminology to describe them, because you're gonna lose. Because you're gonna find people that look like the reserve heads. You're gonna have Queen T look in different ways. She's look this way or that way. I don't know what a sub-Saharan looks like, in the sense of who's saying that sub-Saharans weren't in Egypt? Who's saying that? They have the sickle cell trait. They have the Benin haplotype in Egypt. So of course, people were migrating to the region. Not a bunch of people were migrating to from Western Central Africa or from the Green Sahara region into that region. All I'm gonna say is this. If and when we do have this conversation about blackness, we gotta always take this into consideration. We are not black. We are only black in the sense of a colonizer, from a colonizer's point of view. They're the ones that dictated for us to call us black, because they look at us as being down. Going back to my whole thing about reversing the curse of Ham. Because if you are black, then who is it? Who is the other people? They are white, and white symbolizes power. White symbolizes they have won. So this is why you calling yourself even black today is a problem, but that's a whole other conversation. I'll leave it.
No, Garfield, but don't go yet, because Woodrow Windsor and
why was he brought up?
Last night, dealing with Adam skin color, the Luminarians, and that kind of stuff. We're reading Leo. If you can explain it.
Yeah, so a lot of Hebrew Israelites.
Real quick, Leo. After 88 line, this is the picture you wanted, right? I don't know Queen T and that kind of stuff.
Queen T. Yeah, that's one of one of them. That's one.
All right. Well, hold on. We can get back to that later.
Complexion and everything. But it's clearly what we call sub-Saharan African features. Coarse, kinky hair, broad nose, somewhat thick lips. But she has a K haplogroup. That's my only thing I wanted to demonstrate. She has a K haplogroup, as well as Amenhotep III, Akhenaten. They have R1B haplogroup, but their R1B is from the original R1B, the V88 that we find in Cameroon, that we find amongst populations in Lake Chad, that migrated from Europe into Africa far long ago than modern Europeans even existed. So when we see populations and brothers keep saying, oh, it was already mixed, yes, it was mixed, but it was mixed before modern Europeans came on the planet. So it wasn't no Brad Pitts, it was no Gwyneth Paltrow's running around on the planet Earth, according to modern genetics. I think that's a point that we really don't understand when we go and say, oh, it was mixed. Yeah, it was mixed. It was mixed with Afro-Asians, Afro-Eurasians, and Africans, not this European stock that brothers keep trying to bring into the equation. The people that we see near now, the European admixture from the modern European, they were not there at pre-dynastic Egypt. They were not there. The Ptolemies don't come until later, after Bronze Age collapse, until 1200 BC. They don't really begin to get strong and take over the Afro-Asiatic city-states until Bronze Age collapse. We see that in the historical record. I'll cut.
All right. Hold on real quick. Matt Riggs, bro, this isn't my argument. This clearly is an argument that folks have developed with Queen T. You talking about pulling a bust of Queen T. I don't know that's what y'all looking for. Garfield has a mummy up, so I'm thinking y'all might want the mummy or something. So,
no,
bro,
I wanted Queen T, though.
Yeah. I'm saying I never heard this argument.
Thank you, brother.
So that's the whole thing. I don't know why Garfield had a mummy, so bruh, it ain't folks trying to hide nothing in the suspect. It's a standpoint of what are y'all looking for? Boom. Oh, so that's why he pulled the mummy Garfield.
That's the mummy of Queen T, showing her facial structure, how she looked, how her nose looked, how her bones looked, her facial bone size, and everything. I mean, how she looks is actually irrelevant. Is actually irrelevant because most of the women, a lot of the women in ancient Egyptian culture are normally shown with a yellowish color skin or a light skin. That's what they show the woman as. I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's the ancient Egyptians doing their thing. I think we're too caught up into color, and that's why we can't move as a people. We're caught up. And Abu just asked me a question in the back chat. He said the argument of ancient Egyptians being black and white is like asking, are New Yorkers black or white? It's a stupid question. Stupid. But if you want to say they're black and that makes you feel good, go ahead and make you feel good. Make you feel great.
Leo, hold on. We come back to this. Leo, go ahead, bro. Break down the situation with Rudolph Windsor.
Yeah, so the reason I brought up Rudolph Windsor's most of his book, Babylon Timbuktu, but specifically Valley of the Dry Bones, a lot of Hebrew Israelites reference his work, but then also a lot of the talking points I've seen come from his book in terms of locating and saying, oh, blacks are the true Israelites and things like that. But going actually to read his book, there are a lot of pseudo information in his book. And one specifically is he's equating and he used a Rosicrucian source saying the Garden of Eden was in Lemuria. And I'm like, hold on, how are we bringing up Lost Lands, conspiracy theory type mentions, specifically the Rosicrucians, to justify the Garden of Eden? So we're looking into the sources that he's bringing up, as well as J.A. Rogers. J.A. Rogers actually mentions Gerald Massey in a lot of his book as well, Nature Knows No Color Line. And then we're just looking through the sources, and they're not really coherent in trying to give justification to the claims he's making. And he doesn't really even list many claims. In the whole chapter of the book about the Bible and being an African book, there's only 4 sources in the whole entire chapter. So it's like, it's just very interesting.
Who had 4 sources? Rudolph Windsor?
So in Rudolph Windsor's chapter 2, there's only 4 sources, and I can share my screen. It's on page 64.
No, you don't have to share. It's all good.
Okay, but the 4 sources are literally just Max Hindle, the Rosicrucian Cosmo Conception, Herbert Windet, It Began in Babylon, J. Rogers, Nature Knows No Color Line, and then John Bigelow, Jamaica in 1850, The Effects of 16 Years of Freedom on a Slave Colony. That's the only sources used in the whole entire chapter about Africa. I mean, the Bible being an African book. And that was it.
You know, it's I don't think people understand what it means when somebody uses Lemuria or Mu or all these different things. Because what happened is, as a conscious community or as folks who are here, we're trying to figure out who we are. In the 1800s, we had African Americans who could read the Mejanetta. We had African Americans who said they came from Ethiopia and Egypt. So they've been saying that from the 1800s. They never used it to free themselves, though. They always turned to the Bible and used the Moses Exodus story to free themselves and to run away from the slave master. But my issue is, when you use sources, these sources are considered legit in the 1900s for the African American community. When you talk about Schomburg, you talk about the gentleman from Harvard, who people like to quote from, Barry Fells. These are people who our great minds use Ivan van Sertima, John Henry Clark. They use all these people, and what happened is we now know today that those sources that the elders use, majority of them would be considered pseudo-scientific or pseudo, period. So I'm not going to knock Rudolph Windsor, although I want to. I'm not going to knock him for using that, but just for the people who are reading his book, at his time when he was writing in our community, which is the African American or the Black community, they were considered legitimate sources. So he used it in the sense or an idea because he thought it was legitimate. But now today we know that people talking about Lemuria or Mu or the lost Atlantis and all that stuff, we know it's pseudo. But I'm not going to knock him for that. I'm just saying that just to X that out of the whole theory of what he's talking about. Now, does that reflect on Rudolph Windsor as a researcher back then? Or is his work valid today? I don't think anything he says you can really verify because there's just so much pseudo information surrounding it. It kind of damages the information that's actually legitimate. So it's all mixed together. So when it's mixed together, it's a bag of tricks, man. You can't use it.
And that's kind of the issue, is like a lot of people are still referencing his work as we should be using this. This is like a definitive work that Hebrew Israelites will go to. Babylon and Timbuktu, Valley of Dry Bones, they'll go to these sources from Rudolph Windsor as like their foundation to kind of prove the claims. But then when we start going through the sources, they don't check out, and there's a lot of issues with them. They're saying we're being just dismissive. We need to actually go to Rudolph Windsor and bring him up and actually let him answer to the sources he has. We can't just go through the sources. We can't just go through the book itself, check his footnotes. We can't do that. We have to reference him himself. We have to get his commentary on this whole entire book because there are a lot of issues we're finding. And kind of what you're saying is like, hey, in hindsight, yeah, like it's a lot of pseudo information is there. But during his time, like this may be like great information. But that's kind of the issue, is why are we still referencing it today? The Hebrew Israelites, why are y'all going to his work today if it's known it's pseudo information? Or they say it's a conspiracy and all the information we're saying is pseudo is actually true. And that's kind of where we're going down the rabbit hole of, all right, let's look at the sources and see why they're pseudo. And that's kind of where we got to Lemuria, the Rosicrucians, and all this other stuff. Like, hold on, why is he quoting these things? And that's kind of where the beef started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. It's bad. It's bad though.
I think Rudolph Windsor is put on the shelf. We shouldn't take Rudolph Windsor serious at all. We shouldn't. Yeah, we gotta move on from it.
People still use, and that's what's crazy. People are still referencing it. I don't know why.
So Breen, you don't want to play this Lemuria, the land of Eden, Lemuria, Mu, Meru, the history and the great names?
I don't need to play it. But if you want to, I mean, but it's pseudo.
Yeah, but and what's noticed is a trend that a lot of people who back it tend to be occultists. Helen Blavatsky, Dixon, folks. Garfield, why is there such an overtrend with a lot of these movements and groups with the hidden schools and trying to redefine the human race and that kind of stuff, the origins, things like that?
Well, what we do is family. As a matter of fact, give me a second. Let me take this phone call and I'll jump right back on. Give me a second.
All right. Let's see. Leah, should I start from the beginning? You want me to start back where we stopped last night?
No, that's good.
From the beginning? Yeah.
Discovering the whereabouts of the land of Eden came by total accident. But then you're totally aware how it goes by now. One thing leads to another, and bada bing, research. It was in adding new padding to the introduction of The Hidden Wilderness. There was a book that I published several months ago, and really, it was only a mere passage of scripture or two that I haphazardly made the discovery. The lost continent of Lemuria, though it is also referred to as Mu, is Eden. Or rather, it was at one time. You know what I mean. And of course, all you boys out there claiming that the Philippines is it may still be pleased with my conclusions, because the island hoppers were, in the very least, looking about in the right neighborhood of the cosmos. That is to say, you guys were so hot as to be burning up, but in the end, simply didn't have the proper map at your disposal. The moon tells. Well, there it is. Mu on the moon map, preserved as I imagine it looked on the fourth day of creation. I see India. I see China. I see the Philippines, New Zealand, and Australia. Also unmistakable is North and South America. And of course, smack dab in the middle, Lemuria was staring us in the face all along. Once again, the moon map never fails to disappoint. All the people out there claiming the moon is a rock gravitating towards a spinning globe in the vacuum of space must be smoking something. Come to think of it, the Apollo moon landing was quite the trip, if you get my drift. A counterculture drug movie really shouldn't surprise anyone, as it was the 60s, but I digress. Come to think about it, Lemuria is a rather gimpy title for the mystical lost continent, especially since it was named after lemurs. Yes, lemurs. The old I like to move it song and dance routine. We are told that zoologist Philip Sclater proposed the idea of a lost continent in 1864, and that he gave it the name so as to explain how lemur fossils could be found in both Madagascar and India, but not in Africa or the Middle East. The problem with Sclater's proposition is that there is no missing continent to be found between East Africa and Asia on the moon map. The only lump of land I'm seeing is east of Asia. The lemurs must have arrived on Madagascar by some other method. The exotic pet trade may have been a lucrative business for all I know, but come on, Sclater's proposal was never really about the lemurs. Remember that time when Australia was announced as a hypothetical continent long before Captain Cook conveniently discovered it? Yeah, inventing a ghost continent using a single fossil
dealing with the people, because in that same book it talks about, you know, how he interviewed certain African tribes and things like that. I would imagine that's where he got that from. And you notice he said it was estimated, so it could have been less, it could have been more.
Right, but we need to know who did the estimating, right? We need to know, like, who estimated, because if it's you said he interviewed modern day Africans, well, how would they know? You know, they're alive in, you know, the 1990s or whenever, you know, whenever he interviewed them, perhaps in the 60s or 70s, you know, they're alive then. How would they know it happened back in 70 AD? How would they know that 1 million, you know? And here's the other thing. This says fled into Africa. It doesn't even tell you where. Africa is a massive continent. Is he saying that they went all the way down to South Africa by and large? Or were they mainly in North Africa? Now, if he's saying North Africa, which actually has some merit to it, Rome controlled that area, but he says they fled Roman persecution. Well, if they're fleeing Rome, why are they going into North Africa, which is controlled by Rome? Look, in fact, I got a book about it. Let me show you this. This is called Christianity in Roman Africa.
Right.
And the reason it's called Roman Africa is because when Christianity was spreading at this time, this was still basically considered part of Rome. Well, Christianity is spreading after 70 AD, by and large, as far as when the book is concerned. Well, so how are they fleeing the Roman government if they're going into a Roman area? That does not make sense. How can they? And then he says the slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. Slave markets where? What's the source? How does he know they're Jewish? How does he know? He doesn't give you any of that information. This book is a book where you just have to take his word for it. I was taught that that's not how you read academic. That's not the way that you read academically. You don't read where you just accept everything. Unless the person is an established expert in the field or it's direct eyewitness testimony, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's accurate. It just means you can't get behind it. We got to say, okay, how do we know that that's accurate? Please give us your source. Why didn't he give us his sources? You can't check him on this because there's no source to check. So I don't hold that it's valid at all. Neither should you.
I would go along with it, because if you want to deal, and I don't have that book right in front of me, but when you deal with historical sources, when they say approximately, right? Approximately this amount of people, that amount of people, that happens in mostly all historical documents. Nobody who's writing it was there to actually know how many people. Like, for instance, we can deal with the Jewish Holocaust. Whenever we hear about the Holocaust, we hear that millions of Jews were killed in the Holocaust, right? and I don't have these sources in front of me right now, but I have a brother who brings out a source dealing with the Holocaust, and he shows how that number is not accurate. It wasn't millions of Jews. As a matter of fact, it was a mixture of not only some of the Jews in that Holocaust, but they tell you it was millions, approximately millions of Jews. So when you're dealing with certain sources like that, they're giving you the overall view of what's happening. Now, you mentioned them going into Africa, right? If you look at where Jerusalem is, because during the time of Mashiach, he told them, when you see Jerusalem compassed with armies, to flee, right? Now, they were fleeing Roman persecution in Jerusalem, because if you know about Jerusalem and them being under the Romans and the Greeks, there was a large diaspora from Jerusalem down into Egypt, Alexandria, Egypt, and even into Rome. So you had Jews also in Rome during the time of this persecution. When the Romans invaded Jerusalem, it was because of a rebellion. It was a large rebellion of the Jews leading up to the Roman invasion of Jerusalem during that particular time. That was one of the main reasons Jerusalem was invaded by the Romans. It was due to rebellion. And so you had a large diaspora during that time, and even prior to that, going into different regions, going into Africa, going into Rome, going into other Greek areas. And so the Jews who were not killed during that time, they were all taken up to Rome and sold as slaves. The ones who weren't sold, they were put in the Colosseums and used as sport, because this was during a time when Christianity wasn't at its height. It was pretty much establishing during this particular time.
Well, if I could share something, this is from Tacitus. Tacitus is a well-known and trusted Roman historian. He wrote in Histories, I believe it's 513.
Garf, I'm not sure you're back. He might not be.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. So you were saying?
What was that? What were you talking about again? Remind me.
Leo.
Oh yeah, just in terms of utilizing Rudolph Windsor, like you were speaking to, we shouldn't be using, pretty much referencing him today, just because his information is pretty much dated, and looking into it today, it's not really applicable. And why are Hebrew Israelites still referencing his work today as
we got to
their
be
foundation?
Careful. We got to be careful. Rudolph Windsor was an African American. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. Did he practice rabbinical Judaism?
I don't believe so.
I think he did.
He did. Okay.
From Philly. And I can't be wrong. You have it corrected. Listen, we have to be sensitive to folks who are trying to find an identity. All right. I don't want to sound like I'm bending my knees, but we have to be sensitive. You have a black man who is claiming to be a Hebrew traditionalist and Orthodox Hebrew or Jew or Israelite. And he wrote a book talking about us as a people and who we are. So now we have to be sensitive to somebody who writes it and believe in that, and just break it down to them if they want to have that conversation. Why Rudolph Windsor is it? Why we find him incorrect? Because now they're going to say, hey, like the brother that was just on, oh, I respect all my black sources. Even if they're pseudo, he'll accept them. And that's what happened with a lot of us, because we don't have time to research. Not everybody has time like Garfield or Abu. And you know what I'm saying? Or other people that have time. All I'm saying is sometimes we got to be sensitive to what people are holding on to. They are listening to Brother Bereen because they want proof. They want to hear about Dante. They want to see the other guy come on. What's his name? Not Alton, the other one that comes on all the time that supports Dante and others. Because they want to get like some sort of confirmation bias towards their belief system and what they hold on to. So when you're going at them, you have to say, listen, I have a problem with what he said about this issue, and I don't know if this is a worthwhile source that we should look at, because as an African American or as a quote unquote black person, I mean, we need to do better with our scholarship and just go forward. There's a lot of things that we hold on to just because of this whole paradigm of Israel, that we just won't let go of certain things just because of what we believe. And we got to do better. We definitely got to do better. But Rudolph Windsor, my suggestion is, I don't think he's the best source if we want to claim Israel to use. That's what I would say. I don't think he's the best source to use. His information needs to be updated. That's all. I ain't got to go through it and say, oh, he's wrong here, he's wrong there, and throw him in the garbage. All I'm saying, his sources need to be updated. Hebrews of West Africa, Hebrewism in West Africa needs to be updated. Certain things that we believe in, we got to be updated. We got to be updated.
So that's a good point. So
I don't know if Berrien is around, but me and Orthodox Moore, for example, Orthodox Moore brought up a source, right?
Okay.
And I'm gonna give a quick example, and this is not to bash Orthodox Moore.
And if you want to bring up your screen, Garfield, you can. I got you.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, let me see what this is right here. Yeah, he brought up a source, and we recently found out that the source was kind of like incorrect. In our dialogue, he brought up a source, and I have researched the source thoroughly, and I've come to the conclusion that the author of the book that he read from kind of misled us in a way. And it's not a knock on Moore because he wants to prove something, but the truth is, we don't have time. People don't have time to vet sources. So even when he was on here during that time period, yeah, this source right here, this one, I'll bring up the rest of the stuff another time period. But this source right here is brought up about Omar ibn Said, that he could read. He was a scholar in Hebrew and Arabic and whatever. Come to find out, it's from a book that's particularly saying this is rumors and hearsays about him doing these things, and that he was at Congo. Because look at what the source says. Let me show you exactly what the source says. The source says right here, it's in the area that's fabricated. Now, I can't blame Moore wholeheartedly, but this is what the source says. Note also these imaginative fabrications. Now, when you hear imaginative fabrications, that's a red flag. Omar is called a slaver in the Congo River who was familiar with Hebrew. Perhaps he was confused with Charleston's Billy the Jew mentioned in our introduction. I have not identified Granville. So these things are being said about this guy, which there's no confirmation, and it's from a hearsay report. So it's not evidence. It's somebody that's saying. So what we have to do is whatever source we're using, because of course everybody's against Garfield because I'm saying that nobody came off the slave ship and spoke Hebrew. Now, Billy Simons is also claimed to be an Arabic and Hebrew scholar. Imagine a slave coming over and he's an Arabic and Hebrew scholar. How did that happen? Because to be an Arabic scholar is a lot, and plus to be a Hebrew scholar, how do you define a Hebrew scholar? So when we hear these things about these guys when they come over here and they're living here, you gotta be very skeptical. So Billy Simons is another one that said he's a Hebrew and Arabic scholar, which we gotta be very careful also, because come to find out, there's an issue also with that. You know, we have people saying folks come from Senegambia. Senegambia gave a pass to the Hebrews who was in their culture. We have that well documented. So when we say slaves came from Senegambia and they came over and they were Hebrews or whatever, we gotta be careful. We gotta be very careful. You know, so I would say that let's look. Nobody really has the time, Dunamis, to really research. I have the time because I work from home. So I have the time to actually come on your show and hang out and laugh all day long. But not everybody has that opportunity. They depend on us people like Abu, people like Dante, people like myself for the information. Dante is not wrong about sources saying that they say about Dante. Dante talks about wider people in wider saying that they're Jews and all this stuff. He's not lying on the sources. He just needs to vet the sources more. I have sources that says that the people in wider was converts. That just kills Dante's argument. But what does that prove? Maybe my source is not the right source. You know what I'm saying? I think we need to deal with the source instead of looking for something to agree with us, which is easy. We could find anything on the internet that would agree with us. With AI and all this stuff nowadays, we could find anything. But let's look at it and say, hey, why am I looking for this source? Am I vetting it with a bias? Why am I finding? Why Dante need to ask himself why I'm finding all this information, 1700 to 1800 Jews in Wida or Jews in Benin. You're gonna find some stuff pop up, and you're gonna find some references that might make you feel comfortable within your belief structure. You're gonna get that confirmation bias. But when you vet the sources, you notice that all of them are French sources. Why? Because Judah is Juida or Oida in France. So the word does look like Judah when you translate it or transliterate it. So then you ask yourself, so why did only the French are saying this? What about the English scholars? What about the Dutch scholars? What about the Portuguese scholars? What about the Spanish scholars? What are they saying? They pronounce Wida as Lura or Jura. Don't sound like Judah, right? Don't spell like Judah either. But again, you have to figure out the source that you're looking for, your automatic bias, and go from there. All right? But be very, very careful. Be very, very careful with every source. So when Bruce comes on here and says, well, Dante pointed this out, Dante's looking for sources to agree with him. He's not looking for sources that disagree with him, while I'm here looking for all the sources. Whether they agree with me or not, I'm looking for all of them. Yeah.
That's good. That makes sense. And that's something I think we all can definitely get better at learning too. And I think that's interesting. It's weird that, not really say weird, but when you bring up contrary information, that gets shot down. And then they pretty much say so what do? We have one source that says this, and then you have one that challenges the narrative. But then now it's like they just seem to go with their own confirmation bias on that. So that seems like an issue we keep going into, because we can show challenging sources that don't agree with a certain narrative, and it's not definitive. But yeah, since we do that, oh no, you guys are wrong. You guys are just trying to disprove us. No, it's not necessarily that. It's just there's more information out here, and I don't think that gets considered. And kind of to what you're saying, but that's why I think the Rudolph Windsor stuff was coming up, because people are still referencing it today as definitive and continue to use it.
No one has put out something to contradict Rudolph Windsor thoroughly. So that's the problem. The problem is not that the information is there. The problem is we don't have anyone to actually say, hey, let's take a look at this. Let's look at this and see what we could come up with. No one is doing that. Everybody just wants to be right with what they present. And the best we can do right now, and I say it, is we look at the information and try to come up with a solution that makes the most sense. And this is what we have to do. We have to do it, because if we don't, then we're putting ourselves in a position there. We just want to listen to people who we agree with. So people in the chat will not agree with Garfield because I don't share the same belief. That's fine. But let's look at it from this perspective. Is the information that Garfield is putting out something that you can verify and research on your own? Does he give you a source? Why would you give your source to that? Why would you say that? Why did I come to this conclusion? Let me give a quick example right here, real quickly here. Let me share this on the screen. 1 second, Brother Dunamis. I want you guys to take a look at this. All right, can you see my screen? Dunamis, where you at?
Dunamis, you there?
Probably on the
phone. Might have walked off. He may switch over in a second. Hold on, let me reach out to him.
Yeah. But the point, what I'm about to bring up is an image of King James. And the reason why I want to bring it up to anybody, and it's not a secret that I went to the secret holdings of the King James and all that stuff. I got all these images of what he looked like in this time period. Jose Santiago. And the reason why I want to bring up something, just to make a point about what we're talking about sources.
My bad, y'all.
Yeah, if you can bring it up on the screen at one second.
Yes, sir.
All right, this picture. Let me ask everybody in the audience, what year do they think this picture is? This picture is way after King James died. So why do people use it like this is a King James image? Like it's, by the way, the image looks just like this. There's no doctoring. It might be a little lighter on the website, but this is King James. You see the mustache he has. This is something, of course, we see people from Africa have, right? They have a lot of this type of mustache. Not saying people from Africa can't have that, but you see the straight here. His hair was actually brown, naturally brown. Now, this image is not a drawing of King James. So why do we use it as a source? And have we looked at the guy who drew this, who actually did something called cross-hatching? Have we looked at his other pictures? Because if you look at his other pictures, you wouldn't say King James is black. The same guy that painted this or redid this through cross-hatching technique. So when we bring out this, King James is black, look at this picture. This doesn't prove he's black. But we jump out because of the tone that they're using. Tone. So it goes back to what I'm saying is, why do we bring stuff out? Are we trying to make a point? Are we trying to teach the people? So I'm trying to gear my way to more of a teacher than a debunker, because there's no Hebrew Israelite can really debate me about this stuff. You know, y'all brought more up. I'm about to do a presentation on my brother Orthodox Moore. I got to do it because he's doing all these videos about Garfield. I ain't pressure nobody. If you win a debate, you ain't got to pressure me. So I got to do a response to Orthodox Moore. And I'm going to notify him. I'm not going to do like him, make a video and don't even notify me. I say, hey, I'm going live. Do you want to respond live or whatever? Hey, and by the way, Abu found one of the greatest witnesses to what King James looked like in his lifetime. Shout out to Abu, man. A hell of a researcher. My favorite Catholic guy. But when we research it, it's not to throw out Rudolph Windsor, not to throw out Dante, not to throw them out. We have to make Dante be better at what he's doing. We got to make him better. Dante, I know you have your own perspective. I know you want to do your thing, but we got to make this right, brother. We got to do what we got to do. And that's how you got to do it. You got to make it where everybody is receptive to what you're bringing to the table. It's like the whole information about the what do you call it? The whole information on WIDA, or the whole information on what do you call it? I forget what it's called. Yeah, let me I'm gonna read a source for you guys regarding WIDA, right? And if you notice, you're gonna see WIDA in a light that you possibly never seen it, where people are calling them converts and all these different things. And people got to be wise when you're looking at sources, because sometimes the sources will trick you. All right, so let me do this right here. Where is this? This is the Timbuktu Jews. Yeah, the Timbuktu Jews were mostly called convert. Well, anyway, you know what? Let me go back to you guys and see what you guys are asking. All right, go ahead.
Let me continue this Widow Windsor, because we Garfield, with him being still alive today,
Mm-hmm.
would it behoove, because there's tons of scholars who have revised versions of their works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a work that should be revised? Sorry.
Is this? I
A
mean,
work that should be revised.
I mean, I was gonna do a 1-for-1 response to his claims, but I source his book in my book just to point out that the 70 AD source are in West Africa or whatever, it wasn't sourced at all, and that we need to move away from that perspective. So for those who are listening, one of the main contentions is that we left in 70 AD and we ended up in West and Central Africa, and that's how we ended up on the slave ships, because we believe we are the ancient Israelites, right? Now watch this. The 70 AD argument has never been proven. It hasn't been proven by Orthodox Jews. It hasn't been proven by ultra-Orthodox Jews. It hasn't been proven by anybody who believes they are part of the tradition. 70 AD, right? 70 AD is actually 66 to 73 AD, and most of the Jews were killed off. And as a matter of fact, the ones that left out of Jerusalem went to hell. Yashub of the Yap gang, Yappity Yap gang, was the one that also pointed that out. He has a video that talks about it and the lies that people talk about. So we need to figure out, how do we respond to the people that say, well, 70 AD and Luke 21:24 and da 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 da. And well, if Luke 24:21 is correct, it doesn't apply to you, because the people at 70 AD, they never did that. We have documentation of where they went. We know they went into the Roman Empire. Some went to Rome. We know some went to Cyrene. We know the ones in Cyrene were pretty much killed off and removed from Cyrene because there was another insurrection that happened in that region. So when did they go into West and Central Africa, or went into Africa to go into West and Central Africa? There's no evidence of this. So when we ask now, they're like, oh, I got to get my sources. I got to do this. There's no source for it. Because 80% of Jews or Israel lived outside of Judah during the war. Come on, Higgins. If I'm lying, come on the panel and I won't talk over you. So those people who are saying X, Y, and Z, they have no evidence. Bring out the evidence. 100 AD, where are the Israelites? The ones that went into Africa. 200 AD, 300 AD, 400 AD. You cannot find them. 800 AD, around the 8th century, is when you find the Radhanite Jews, who are originally from where? Persia. You find them in the Mali Kingdom. Why are they in the Mali Kingdom? Because of the trans-Saharan slave trade. Over 6 to 16 million people were transported out of West and Central Africa by the Mali Kingdom. The same Mali Kingdom, by the way, who supposedly half the population died because of famine, because of droughts and locusts. And other things happened during that time period. Supposedly, again, the Mali people have roots from them, come all the way over to the transatlantic slave trade. I don't know how we got that, but that's what people are pushing. You know, but Russell Higgins, if I'm lying, jump on, brother. Jump on. So with Rudolph Windsor, Dante, all of you guys with fake sources, I don't think Dante wants to be corrected, in my opinion. Nobody wants to be corrected. But if I'm wrong, I'm telling everybody, if I'm wrong, I have no problem coming forward and saying I'm wrong. No problem doing that.
All right, let me let this play. Fair use.
So hold on 1 second. Let me respond to this one guy. So is your argument that the ones that were possibly on the boat only converts, if there were any? I don't hold a position that anyone came off the boat following this tradition, because I have not seen, let me say this way real backward, I have seen a plethora, let me use Gorilla Hebrew favorite word, a plethora of evidence regarding people coming off the boats and practicing a tradition, a culture. 99%, 99.9% of them are either practicing or have an affiliation to Islam, or they have an affiliation to African system or African, so-called African spirituality. So how is it they can remember their religion or culture 3 months, but if you are an Israelite, you don't remember? I have not seen anything at all. I've not seen any evidence. All right. But yeah, continue, brother, if you want to play the video.
That during the siege of Jerusalem, there were 600,000 inhabitants. 600,000 inhabitants in Jerusalem. And this is somebody who knew the aristocracy, and he knew he had access to Roman records and things like that because of his position. Well,
so Garfield, you see, according to Wikipedia, the Battle Revolt 132-136 AD killed 508,000 men in raids and battles, more died of famine, disease, and fire.
I don't agree with the numbers. I don't even agree with the 1.1 million Josephus said died during the so-called 70 AD war. I don't think so many people died. They just be embellished numbers. But let's say those numbers are correct. I will say that again, if the Jews had left and were exiled, why would there be so many Jews there at that time? You understand? So this is the Kittos War, where the Bar Kokhba revolt, where they thought Simon Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. During the Kittos War in 115, that's another war. A lot of them were killed off. So I don't know about that part. Let me respond to JT Max. So we're supposed to respect the work of pseudo scholars? No. What happened is we have to be sensitive to what people hold on to as their belief. So if you're really about changing someone's life, about changing them for the better, you can't approach them. That's like, you're approaching somebody. That's like a mother approaching a daughter and telling the daughter bad things about the father. That's how you got to look at it and how you approach them, because they're holding on to this source like it's their life. So you as a mother, you can't really go to your daughter and talk bad about the father, because then the daughter, you gonna have a problem. My father, I love my father. This is what the daughter is saying. And you saying, oh, he ain't no good. Da, 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 da. You got to do it better. You got to approach the situation better. So when we tell Dante, this is why Dante don't want to come on here or do any debates, because he feels if he does a debate, it's going to ruin everything that he's building. So he's arming with good information, but he also has some bad information. So we need to get it right.
Yeah. Please.
Well, if Tacitus is giving us a number that's anywhere close, 600,000 people in Jerusalem during the war under question, well, how is it that 1 million fled into Africa if Jerusalem itself only has 600,000? And because we have to also remember one other thing. Jews, when they scattered, didn't only go into Africa, they went into a lot of other places as well. So how do you get 1 million out of, I guess, all of Israel fleeing, perhaps? But see, this is centered on Jerusalem. So where's the number coming from? When Tacitus says there's only 600,000 Jews in Jerusalem at the time, how does Windsor tell us there's 1 million fleeing into Africa? And he doesn't tell us a time frame. He doesn't tell us a source. He doesn't tell us anything. But we have Tacitus, who is much closer to the events than Windsor, and he says 600,000. Do you see why there's some real problems? And this is what we get. This is one of the most trusted sources for Hebrew Israelites as far as their history. And you open it and you just find problem after problem.
Well, what does Tacitus say about the Israelites leaving Jerusalem? Because that number can vary. I'm aware of that source.
Can you show that on the screen real quick? The brother asked a question. If the Jews were in Africa, lone wolf, were in Africa and taken from Africa as slaves, how did they get kicked out of England in 1290 and France and from Spain? Now watch this. This is from the archives, National Archives, from 1216 to 1272. This is what the Jews look like. I don't think you want to claim those people, my brother. This is the images of the Jews that were kicked out in 1290. So these are Jews right here, my brother. Images of the Jews. So you see, now it comes to that color situation now, black and white, because we think every Jew and every Israelite is black. So look at these guys. These look like the ones that you call the small hats. How comes the Jews in England, they're now faking it? Are we fake? Are the people in England faking this? Oh boy, I tell you, y'all gonna get it one day, y'all. Y'all gonna get it one day. All right, back to what's his name? back to the video with my brother.
By the way, that number can vary from source to source. 600,000. Some sources might say over 1 million. You understand? But what does he say concerning that time frame and what happened to those Jews during that time?
Well, he says that there was a siege of 143 days. So regardless of that exact number, Windsor would still need to tell us where he got the idea that 100 million Jews fled in Africa. My guess is most people would probably say, oh, vocab doesn't know? That's somewhere in Josephus. That'd be my guess is what they would probably say. But let's just say that's correct. Windsor should say that in here. And when we have to, yeah, that's all I'm saying. And then we would want to find out, okay, do we have a reason to think that that's good? Because I don't just discount everything just because it, maybe there is something to it, but it needs to be way more careful. And the problem is with a book like this is it's not very careful. We're talking about the basis of the theory. And we got to remember, people also went into other places. They didn't only go into Africa. And he's not very specific about what he means by that. And then he says the slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. Well, you gotta break that down a little bit. I'm not even saying that's impossible. That's not really what I'm saying. I'm not denying that there couldn't be elements of truth to all this, but I'm saying this is not any way for us to trust what he's writing because we don't have any way to source it or check it. And he's not an eyewitness. He's not quoting an eyewitness, and not even an eyewitness, but maybe a historian who lived later. Because Tacitus, like Josephus, they lived a little bit later. They were closer to the events, obviously, than we were, but just something there. And we just don't really get it with Windsor. And this is a key thing. And there's other parts with this. For example, he'll say on page 85, this is probably one of the, let me show you this. I'm trying to debate which part I want to get to. Okay, here you go. He quotes here another guy, Grazel, and he says this is from page 86. Such is the explanation of how the Sahara Desert first acquired Jewish tribes. Okay, so he's talking about how there were Jewish tribes in northern Africa, or below even perhaps, toughened by a fighting tradition and possessed of physical characteristics, which it is said still make them approximately very closely the original Jewish population in Palestine. So there's the quote. But I want to show you something here from this Grazel quote, which he quotes Grazel, but he doesn't give us the source for Grazel that I can see. So it's like, okay, where's the source for Grazel, right? But watch what Windsor does. He literally, he inserts in brackets the phrase blacks in there. But let me show you what I mean. I'm going to try to get this close. Do you see the quote there on the screen?
Yeah.
He literally inserts that word in there.
Hold on, let me see. Hold up. Yeah, in the quotes, I see it. Yeah. It says Jewish tribes toughened by fighting tradition. And what's that word? I can't see it.
And hold on, sorry. And
possessed
of
physical characteristics.
And then he puts in brackets that.
Right, which it is said. What does the rest say? You can just read it off. You can read the rest of it off for me.
Which it is said will make them approximate very close to the original Jewish population of Palestine. So he's quoting somebody who's saying, hey, look, some of these folks that went into northern Africa are probably very close to the Jews who were in Palestine before they fled. Okay, that's fair enough. Don't necessarily deny that. But Windsor appears to be the one who inserts this phrase in brackets, not the author. So the author is saying they're probably close to the original population in Palestine. Windsor inserts the word blacks. That's
Well,
you.
once
That's
again,
you can't do that. You can't
Well-
make the guy make your argument for you. You know.
well, usually when something is in quotes, it's to emphasize something that's already understood.
No, the
And once
brackets. The brackets indicate an insertion. Brackets are.
Was that a bracket? Was that a
Yeah.
bracket or quote?
Yeah. It's quotes, and then it's a bracket inside the quote. You see, he put it in brackets, but it appears that that's Windsor doing that. So let's see. Does he ever cite Grazel, like what page or anything like that? Okay, Solomon Grazel, A History of the Jews, the Jewish Publication Society of America, 1956. And so he doesn't give a page number, but when you look at Grazel's, when you track down the original source, what you'll find is Grazel didn't put blacks in there. That's why it's in brackets. Windsor put blacks in there. That is not fair. That is not right, because that's not what Grazel is saying. Grazel is just saying they were similar to the population that left. But Windsor just inserts the word blacks in there to try to make his argument. Do you see? That's why it's in brackets. It's not in the original
point you're making. I get the point you're making. Another thing I noticed with modern day history, a lot of times that has to be done because whenever you're reading historical documents, let's say you're reading a document from the 1800s or the 1700s, a lot of times when they're describing certain things, they're describing it in an already understood manner. So it's already understood that the people who lived in ancient Palestine were indeed dark-skinned or black people. That was already established and understood. What Windsor is doing is he's putting emphasis on that point by putting that in there. I don't have the actual source from Grazel, right? But I know that that's how modern day history or historians oftentimes do things as opposed to ancient historians. You'll see that a lot. And it's like I said, it's already understood that the ancient people of Israel and Palestine were indeed black, dark-skinned people. They were compared to Egyptians.
Hey,
and Ethiopia.
The quote there from Windsor's book, right?
Sorry, Garfield, you were saying something?
No, the brother was saying something, but I wanted to jump in and say something myself. I hear all the time about Acts 21:38, when he talked about, are you that Egyptian or whatever. I wanted to, hold on one second, if I could find the actual. Don't they compare them to Egyptians? I'm like, oh, man. Let me make this big for the screen, and y'all could share this. Let me share this real quickly. Anytime you hear someone says, and if you notice, he said that the ancient people were black and all that stuff, right? You see, it has to do with skin tone, with everything. Everything is race-based. They can't look like Vince Bantu. They can't look like Albie Shore. They have to look dark like Barine. This is why the Israelites love Barine, by the way. Barine was a light-skinned guy. They wouldn't watch his channel. Just kidding. But look at this now. This is where it says, Paul, they're talking to Paul in Acts 21:38. And the Egyptomaniacs make the same argument. Where's the brother that's talking about smashing the chat? Borrow time. This is what I beat up Smash on Sunday channel about. And I beat him up on my channel about it and his channel. Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists out into the wilderness some time ago? He's asking because he's looking at Paul as a rebel, not because of how he looks. Let me say it again. Because of the actions or the reputation of the Egyptian. The Egyptian is a legitimate person in Josephus who was called like a Messiah type. He's called the Egyptian. In fact, there's a theory out there that the Egyptian is actually Jesus Christ. There's a theory out there that he fits the bill better than the biblical Jesus. He's an individual. He's a person who has a reputation of doing what? Who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists out into the wilderness some time ago. He's asking, are you that guy? That's like Berin saying, are you that Shaka Amos guy who talk about Kemet and all that stuff? Are you that brother Onkside? Are you that, aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000? Not that are you an Egyptian. If you look at the definite article, the is different than a. Are you, aren't you that, aren't you the Egyptian? Are you that Egyptian? Are you, it didn't say, are you an Egyptian? You see, but we gloss over it and act like we don't know how to speak and read English and don't know subject and predicate and know prefix and suffixes. We act like we ignorant, like we never went to school at 8, 9, 10, or 11 years old. Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt? He's asking him. It's not about how he looks. So we can't use this as saying that he's black or white. They're asking a question. No, my brother. No, my brother. There is somebody called Apostle Jack. There is a human being called the Egyptian. Let me bring him up. Let me bring him up and tell you who it is, so you could see that there's a primary source for this person in the world. The Egyptian in Josephus source. Hold on there. All right. So in Wikipedia, let me show you right now, so you guys don't think I'm making this up. There's a gentleman called the Egyptian. This is the Wikipedia article. This is the quickest thing I could find. The Egyptian was a first-century Jewish prophetic figure, sometimes described as a sign prophet or a messianic prophet. He's said to have assembled a sizable gathering of followers atop the Mount of Olives, either in preparation of an assault of Jerusalem in order to establish himself as the ruler of the people, or in expectation that he would miraculously cause the walls of the city to fall. Allowing his followers to enter the city, this group was crushed by the Roman procurator of Judea, Antonia Felix, and the Egyptian fled, while many of his followers were killed and captured, with the remainder managing to flee and hide. The campaign was initially supported by Helena of Adiabene, and but repressed by Herod Agrippa II. The source, Flavius Josephus, says in his Jewish War. So he's in the wars and he's in the antiquities of the Jews. In the Christian text, the Acts of the Apostles, the commander of the Roman garrison in Jerusalem, Claudius Lysias, mistakes Paul for this Egyptian. You see, God feels, no, aren't you the Egyptian? I'm on point, bro. Just listen to me instead of saying jump in the gun. Because Israelites and people over this side of the world thinks they're talking about him as in he's an Egyptian because Egyptians are quote unquote black. No, he thought Paul was the Egyptian. That's it. I don't need to prove nothing else. It's in 2 parts in Josephus. All right, go ahead, my brother.
Where he quoted Solomon Grazel and then said their characteristics are the same, and then literally inserted into it the word blacks. That's a book called A History of the Jews. Solomon Grazel had a follow-up book to that called A History of the Contemporary Jews. And look who he put, look at, this is the cover of the book. So clearly the author doesn't think what Windsor had him saying. This is the cover of Solomon Grazel's other book on the history of the Jews.
The history of the contemporary Jews.
Yeah, this is his other work that goes into the modern era. This is the same
from
same
1900 to present. So
yeah, same author, different book. But
these aren't those. That picture on the front of that wouldn't depict the ancient people. That's not a depiction of the ancient people.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying that this is. I'm not saying that this is a picture of an ancient Jew or anything. Right. All I'm saying is that the author is not saying what Windsor has him saying, and what Windsor has him saying is that the characteristics, let me read it again. This is a quote from Grazel by Windsor, except Windsor literally inserts the word blacks into the quote. It's totally, you would not be allowed to do this in academic writing. Watch what he says here. Such is the explanation. This is Grazel being quoted by Windsor. Such is the explanation of how the Sahara Desert first acquired Jewish tribes, toughened by a fighting tradition and possessed of physical characteristics, which, it is said, still make them approximate very closely the original Jewish population of Palestine. End quote. That's the original quote. Windsor puts in brackets the word blacks to try to make his argument. But that's not what Grazel said. And my point by showing this other book by Grazel is not that say I agree with it or anything like that. That my point is to say that that's the picture of a Jew that Grazel had on his book. So he's clearly not saying that the population matched and it was a black population. He's not saying that. Solomon Grazel himself was an Ashkenazi Jew. Do you see what I'm saying?
I get what you said. Go ahead.
Well, okay. We talking about Grazel and Tacitus, but you know who I'm going to quote? I'm going to quote the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Amos 9:7. Are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? Saith the Most High. Have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Captor, and the Syrians from Ker?
Right.
That's the Most High.
We're talking about that, and that will refer more so to an ancient reference. If you're dealing with contemporary, you're dealing with more of a present day reference. Mm-hmm. And so my challenge would be the cover that you showed me. That's not the same information. The cover that you showed me and then the actual source that you read is two different sources.
Yeah, no, I noticed it was two different books, but I'm saying it's by the same author. He doesn't, if you look up his earlier book, History of the Jews, most editions don't have people on the cover. They just have words.
Right.
All the editions I can see. But my point is, by saying that, if he's going to have this, it's unfair for Windsor to quote him and then insert a word that Grazel did not include in his original text. But if you're reading Windsor's book and you didn't know that, you wouldn't know that he inserted the word blacks inside the text. You would think it was part of the original text of what Grazel was saying.
Right.
That is dishonest. Well, the book has a lot of stuff like that. And then the reason why I went after this is because you said, well, from Babylon to Timbuktu, it's not a reliable source. I really feel like we've seen that it's not a reliable source. And even that quote, I had to go to the back of the book because it didn't have a footnote or an endnote. I didn't just find in his bibliography, does he have Grazel mentioned as all anywhere?
Can you highlight Apostle Jack real quick? Apostle Jack, do you have the chance to come on the panel? Because I don't know if my Jamaican accent is in the way, but you are being ludicrous right now. Do you know how many years that is between Paul's sentencing and Jesus' ministry? Question mark. There is no way a Roman centurion thought Paul was Jesus who caused a ruckus a couple of years ago. I never said that. What are you listening to? I basically said that the Egyptian, some people think that he was Jesus, meaning that the real Jesus is the Egyptian, not that he is literally Jesus. So maybe you misunderstood that statement right there. So I could definitely see where you got it wrong. Again, there's a theory out there that the Egyptian is Jesus. Let me bring it up so you could see that I'm not lying. What's her name? Hold on 1 second. The Egyptian. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. This is her website, Lena Einhorn, Jesus and the Egyptian Prophet. Matter of fact, let me Google her so you could see that I'm not lying. It's a theory that's out. I don't subscribe to it, but she makes a very good. She makes a case where she actually wrote a book about the whole thing. Lena Einhorn. Books. Let's go to books. Right here. This is the book. It's called. Can you share it, my brother? Oh, you sharing it? Okay. A Shift in Time. Right. How historical documents reveal the surprising truth about Jesus. And she talks about Jesus being the Egyptian. Yeah. She talks about different messiahs and all that stuff. Then her final goal is the New Testament, the Egyptian, and the Sicarii. And she tried to say that Jesus is the Egyptian. Although we know that's not true. Yeah. All right. So I see where you misunderstood what I said.
Where even though it didn't give a page number, he did have it. So
Right.
I was able to find it that way, but that's not even the way you're supposed to do it. But Grazel doesn't.
Oh, he's on. Yeah. What's up, Apostle Jack?
Let's go with you.
All right. What did you understand me saying? Because maybe that's what the issue is. You didn't hear me properly.
Hold on, give me one sec, because I'm hearing you from both the. Can you say something again? My bad.
I'm here.
No, I got you. Okay. I was hearing you from both the YouTube and StreamYard. So it was kind of like doubling. So what you read from the Wikipedia and from Acts 21, I believe it was Acts 21, right? Is I'm really trying to find you right now. Aren't you
It's right on the screen. I went to livius.org, which has the primaries. It's the same thing that's on the Wikipedia page.
No, the scripture in Acts 21, Acts 21:38. Okay, my bad. I'm trying to find it. So I can read the pretext to get the context. Or like, all right, so art thou the Egyptian, right? Paul was led into the castle, as he said unto the chief captain, may I speak to thee, right? Who said, canst thou speak Greek? So he's not saying Paul is the Egyptian based on a presupposition that he thinks Paul was in Egypt for in a previous time. He's saying that based on the presupposition that Paul can speak Greek fluently to him, which is not something that's commonly done for a Hebrew or Israelite during that time. The reason why that's important is because if you go back into history, Rome was ruled by, Egypt was ruled by Rome during that time, and the language of Rome, the state language, was Greek. Paul was a Roman, and he spoke Greek, wrote Greek. So it wouldn't be far off for him to assume that Paul would be an Egyptian, more so because Paul was in Egypt.
Okay.
He was taught by Jesus in Egypt.
Good. He was taught by Jesus in Egypt?
Yes, you can read that in Galatians.
Okay. All right. I'm not gonna argue that. But do you have the Bible in front of you?
Yeah, I got it. I'm online.
Acts 21, 37. Read 37 and then read 38.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was reading. So
as a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me read it myself. Don't worry. I got you. Acts 21, 38. Let me go to this version here. All right, read full chapter. Let's go to full chapter 21. All right, so Paul is arrested in verse 27. When the 7 days were nearly over, some Jews from the province of Asia saw Paul at the temple. So he's arrested in verse 27. Verse 37, Paul speaks to the crowd. So the crowd is in verse 36. Said the crowd that followed kept shouting, "Get rid of him." As the soldiers were about to take Paul into the barracks, he asked the commander, "May I say something to you?" And they said, "Do you speak Greek?" That's why that Greek thing came up. And they said, "Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt?" So when he says, "May I say something?" they're asking him if he speaks Greek. Then
That's
the
right.
next,
I just said that.
Can I finish saying what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
go ahead.
Without you interrupting?
No, you're good. You're good. Don't get butthurt. I'm just
Let me go back to
you're saying what I just said. I don't understand the purpose of that.
Let me go back and let everybody know what's going on. In verse 27 of Acts 21, Paul is arrested, right?
Yep.
When 7 days were nearly over, some Jews from the province of Asia saw Paul at the temple. They stirred up the whole crowd and seized him, shouting, "Fellow Israelites, help us. This is the man who teaches everyone everywhere against our people and our law and this place. And besides, he has brought Greeks into the temple and defied this holy place." They had, in brackets, they had previously seen Trophimus the Ephesian in the city with Paul and assumed that Paul had brought him into the temple. The whole city was aroused, and the people came running from all directions, seizing Paul. They dragged him from the temple, and immediately the gates were shut. While they were trying to kill him, news reached the commander of the Roman troops that the whole city of Jerusalem was in uproar. He at once took some officers and soldiers and ran down to the crowd. When the rioters saw the commander and the soldiers, they stopped beating Paul. The commander came up and arrested him and ordered him to be bound with 2 chains. Then he asked who he was and what he had done. Some in the crowd shouted one thing and some another. And since the commander could not get at the truth because of the uproar, he ordered that Paul be taken into the barracks. When Paul reached the steps, the violence of the mob was so great he had to be carried by the soldiers. The crowd that followed kept shouting, "Get rid of him." As the soldiers were about to take Paul into the barracks, he asked the commander, "This is Paul. May I say something to you?" The commander replied and said, "Do you speak Greek?" Then he also said, "Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists out into the wilderness some time ago?" Paul answered, "I am a Jew from Tarsus in Cilicia, a citizen of no ordinary city. Please let me speak to the people." After reading the commander's permission, Paul stood on the steps and motioned to the crowd. When they were all saying, he said to them in Aramaic. And then we go to Acts 21:40. But I think my point is made, though, that this is about them identifying him with somebody else, the guy who is the Egyptian. And this is the primary sources from Livius.org. Who is the Egyptian? The Egyptian went to where? He went to Mount Olives because Mount Olives is supposedly the place where the final place of Armageddon are, for lack of a better term, where there's going to be some final wars between the Israelites and their enemies. So this guy was running around preaching that. They call him the Egyptian. He slew 400 of them and took 200 alive. The Egyptian himself escaped out of the fight and all that stuff. So he's the guy who is being referred to in Acts 21:38 when the Roman people came and said, "Hey, aren't you that Egyptian?" Which is my original point.
I understand that I understand who they're referring him to. What I'm saying is the reason why you're saying why they're referring him to that is inaccurate. They're not referring to him based on the reason why you're saying they refer to him as that, because nothing in the pretext suggests that's why they thought he was the Egyptian. Based on the pretext, just based on the pretext, verse 37, they're saying that he's the Egyptian because he can speak Greek.
No,
and you know this because you know this. Wait, hold on. And you know this. You know this.
You said, "Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt?" That's identifying someone.
Yo, I understand that. I understand. You're not understanding me.
No, you just want to be right. You're not.
I am right. I don't want to be right. I am right.
If you're,
I don't want to be right. Well, you're right.
Do the mix. Do the mix. Hold on 1 second. Do the mix.
You don't get to eisegete your own content.
Do the mix. Where you at?
I'm right here.
All right. I want you to read verse 36 to 38 and tell me what it's talking about, please.
You said verse 36
to 38, Acts 21.
That's 21. Hold on a second. All right. I'm gonna bring back Apostle Jack. Let me pull it up. Acts 21. KJV. (36) For the multitude of people followed after, crying, "Away with him." And as Paul was being led into the castle, he said unto the chief captain, "May I speak unto thee?" Who said, "Canst thou speak Greek? Art not thou that Egyptian, which before these days made us an uproar and led us out into the wilderness, 4,000 men that were murderers?"
Okay, and then what was the language that he used to address the people? Was it Greek?
He spoke to people early on in Hebrew.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is the reason why he's calling or referring to Paul as the Egyptian is not based on the eisegetical approach of Garfield. It's based on the sole reason that Paul states that he's a Roman later on, but the pretext is saying because he can speak Greek to the Roman commander. That's not something that's commonly done. Paul is different. Paul is him. It's pretty much what I'm saying. So you can't eisegete your own context into the text to make it say something else. Deal with what the text says. Now, I don't care that everybody thinks that I'm wrong. This is your platform. Of course they're going to think you're right automatically.
No, brother. We have different voices up here, bro.
The voices I come here every time y'all come on live. The voices that you just put Tony Osborne is somebody that more than likely agrees with you. More than so I'm not new.
So when it says, "Art thou not Egyptian," right?
Yes, based
Are you
on
saying it's calling him an Egyptian in general, or a certain Egyptian?
No, I'm saying that the Roman centurion who is serving in the province of Jerusalem is based on the pretext is asking if Paul is the Egyptian because he can speak Greek.
Again, you said Egyptian in general. It says that Egyptian.
Yes, because that like I'm saying, I wasn't disagreeing with the fact that Garfield is saying that the Egyptian was Hebrew or Israelite in origin, because that's the reason why the Roman centurion is referring to Paul.
Why everybody in the chat is saying you're wrong. Look in the chat.
Hey, can I finish?
And this is a Christian chat.
Can I finish? I'm okay.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm in Christian seminary. What does that have to do with anything we're talking about right now? I don't disagree with Garfield's assertion as who the Egyptian was that the centurion was referring to. What I disagree with Garfield, and what I would suggest scripture is disagreeing with Garfield because it doesn't say it, is why the Roman centurion is referring to Paul as the Egyptian.
Hey,
that's where the contention is.
Brother, quick question. So if someone was to say,
Jay, 1 second.
Yeah. No, real quick, Garfield, real quick.
I'm asking you a question, Jay. What was the lingua franca in the era of the Roman Empire? Jay, I'm talking to you, Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
What was the lingua franca at that time period?
Greek.
Okay. So if he's asking him to speak Greek, it has nothing to do with his nationality as an Egyptian. He could be anywhere within the Roman Empire, and he would have asked him if he could speak Greek, because that's lingua franca.
Garfield, it does because you yourself said
Jay, your turn, Jay.
you yourself you know about talk over you yourself said that.
Well, brother,
Paul
you're talking out of turn, brother. You're talking out of turn.
He was talking to me. He was talking.
No,
to
he was
you.
talking to me.
He was
talking to me.
You to me. He
was
started
talking
addressing
about
me. Yo,
brother.
No, hold on.
Brother.
Garfield said that Paul addressed the people in Aramaic. He addressed the people in a different language than he addressed the Roman centurion. You can't overwrite that. You said it. That's why I asked Dunamis, what language did he speak to the people? They don't common people don't speak and write in Greek. Paul does. Because he's different.
Okay, is you done or is you finished?
I'm finished and done.
Okay, good. So looking at the plain text here, if I was to ask any lady, and I walked up to a woman, I said, "Hey, are you that girl?" Would I be calling her a girl in general or a specific girl?
Without any pretext, you'll be calling her a girl in general because I don't know why you're calling her that girl. That's
But the fact that I use the word "that" is personifying it to a specific girl, right?
Wait, hold on. I understand that, but you didn't define what that was. The Roman centurion
Okay,
did.
but so in this context, they're saying that Egyptian. Would Paul not know who they're referring to?
No, not if they don't say who did such and such. If
Okay,
you just stop at that Egyptian, he wouldn't know who you're talking about.
So using the word "that" is generalized.
Yes, if you don't follow it up with subtext saying, or context saying that, are you that? If I just walk onto the street, it's like, are you that guy? What guy?
Yeah, but you're not going to assume it means you just a guy in general, right?
Yes, if you don't follow it up with
Man,
context.
come on,
I don't
bro.
know
Now
what guy
you're being intellectually dishonest, bro.
I am not being intellectually dishonest. If you walk up to me on the street and say, "Are you that guy?" My next question is going to be, "What guy?"
Yeah, but you're not going to assume that you're not going to assume that they mean a guy in general.
If you do not follow it up with context, I'm going to assume that you just mean a guy in general, and I'm going to say no.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, anyway, that's not why I came up here anyway. I was just trying to get you to read the plain text as it is. But Dunamis, Amos 9:7 that they referenced when they were talking, that guy jumped in on vocab, and I guess he thought he was throwing a left hook. Amos 9:7. Can we look at that real quick? And the writing, I'm on my phone, so the writing is kind of small. When I can't really see that. Can you? I'm sorry to ask you this, Aunt Dunamis. Can you read that?
I got you. Are you not as the children? Are you not as children of Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? Said the Lord. Have I not brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines out of Ketor, and the Syrians from Ker?
Okay, great. So, in the context of this passage, if we read the scriptures before and after, we'll see why God is asking Israel about this question. My question to the chat, to the panel and the chat, is God asking the Israelites this because the Israelites look physically like the Ethiopians, or is it some kind of behavior issue? And by the way, my text says the Cushites, by the way, in the version I was reading. But let's just go with the Ethiopians for what it is. Is he asking this question because they look, you know, same skin tone, same, features, physical features, or is he asking this because of their behavior? And I contend that if we keep reading, we'll find out it's about their behavior, not their skin tone or what they look like. And I didn't want that point to be glossed over because some people heard that and they probably ran with it. You understand what I'm saying, Dunas?
All right.
And last thing, Garfield, I was asking, I know what you were saying, and I get what you're saying about, bashing people over. If you're trying to win people over, you're trying to help them see your argument or trying to help them wake up. You don't come in and just bash their sources. I get that point.
Mm-hmm.
But we're having these discussions amongst ourselves, or we're having this discussion on a panel like this. We have to call it out for what it is. If a guy is information that he's putting in his book. He's supposed to be a historian, or he's supposed to be some kind of scholar, and he's got very little sources, and the sources he do have or suspect, and his work is just looking more like pseudo scholarship. Uh, at what point do we not take this guy serious, or what point do we take what he says as a grain of salt? And then he writes another book that's got some really even more suspect sources. And I'm just saying, you got a whole group, a movement out there that built their movement on this book. Should we not attack this book? I'm not saying we got to attack the person, but should we not attack the book? And,
Yeah,
and what?
of course, I agree, but just the way how we go about it, because obviously people are still referring this book. I was done with this book 8 years ago. You know, people are still using it, but remember, you have new people coming up. You see, after this generation passes, the Hebrew Israelite movement is going to wither away. The church is still going to be there, just for the record, because they don't have a strong foundation based off of facts. It's based off of superimposed rhetoric. So once this generation and these people like Tazariak and all these guys who could explain it so well and make it sound believable gone, that's it. Because you're not going to find this generation. The next generation is not going to be as good as they were. And most facts are going to come out and expose them anyway, step by step. So I'm just saying, I'm not even worried about, I'm not worried about them. I think the church needs to be worried about the Trinitarian versus the oneness debate. That's what the Christians need to worry about, because that's what
we've been going at that for hundreds of years now. I don't think that's
and that's a bigger issue. That's a bigger
but,
divide.
But let me ask you this question. Now, Bishop Nathaniel, I'm calling him Bishop because that's what he calls himself. Okay. You're going to draw one or two conclusions. And I'm basing this on everything he says and does. So either Bishop Nathaniel is the dullest light bulb in the box, or he's a slick, sly fox leading people on the path of destruction. You got to come to one. It's one or two conclusions, because the information he's putting out there is not fact based in facts. So either, and if he's a smart guy like a lot of people say he is, then I have to conclude that he's slick. So I mean, I don't know if you understand the question I'm asking. It's got to be one or the other. I can't see any middle room to say, oh, this guy really believes this stuff and he's a smart guy at the same time. No way. So I guess my question is, what are your thoughts on what is Nathaniel doing here? I know it's speculation, but
Nathaniel thinks he has the truth, and he's going to do anything in his power to market that truth. They're in Africa, they're in the Caribbean, they're all over the world. They believe that they have the ultimate truth, just like a Christian believes they have the ultimate truth. Everybody thinks they have the ultimate truth, and they all can't be right. So at the end of the day, though, whoever has the right information, I don't know who does. But I'll tell you this, though. The black church has been the staple of the black community for the last 300 years. If there's a group of people I would lean on, it would be the black church. I'm not leaning on somebody making up. Listen, JT Mac. I know the Hebrew Israelite movement is made up. I know that. I know it to the point where I put a bet out for anyone that could provide proof of showing that a slave came off a slave ship that knew Hebrew, that knew the religion, that knew Israel, that knew Jewish traditions, whatever. And for the last 10 years, no one has been able to do it. Orthodox Moore brought out some stuff the other day. Come to find out that some of it might just be fake, or it can't be proven. It's fabricated. And I offered to pay for somebody's daughter. I think it was Tazariak. I offered to pay for his daughter college. He declined. So if what I'm saying is, I know it's fake. So when I see Bruce all with his chest out and all that, I know it's fake. I know that based off of my research. He's not on my level of my research, so he's not going to see it. But I see it for what it is. It's fake. The 70 AD is fake. The saying America is Arthurist is fake. Because remember, in Second Esdras, it says that you will go to an area where you have never been before, or where nobody has inhabited. America was inhabited from whenever, 20,000 years ago. So for somebody to say America is Arzareth and saying that these Native American people are a part of some tribes to unite with them instead of uniting with Africans is crazy. It's nuts. They are misusing the biblical text. One of the reasons I showed those light-skinned people in England is because I don't think people realize that they were banned because of usury and charging interest and banking purposes. They were banned from the country for that. The reason why they supported that the Native Americans were Israelites is because they found that because people believe that when the England was the fourth corner, you know, in the Bible it talks about the four corners of the earth. They believed in the medieval time period that England was the fourth corner. So once that you believe that, and you say that these are the Israelites, the lost tribes of Israel, it issues in the time of millenarianism. Like there's going to be the millennium time period, and this is going to happen, and so forth. So that's what the Christians believe. So that's why they wanted to get back into England. That was their way of getting back into England. So after Oliver Cromwell bring them in back at 1656, they went back into England for monetary purposes. So I'm saying to everybody, all these things and these little offshoots that we're supporting, they don't know what the safest thing to believe in is just saying, hey, what? You know what? I believe in the Bible. I believe in God. And I will wait for the inspiration from the Most High to give to me. But if you're depending on man to interpret it for you, you're already on the wrong path.
Well, Garfield, I understand your position, and you know I don't necessarily agree with everything you said, but that's your position, and you've done your study, and that's how you feel. I get that. I'm not trying to debate that or argue that. I get it was 2 points. Nathaniel, obviously, so in your opinion, Nathaniel really believes Babylon to Timbuktu.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay, that's the first question. Okay, second question. I thought for sure you were going to jump on the last 2 days when Bruce was up here trying to prove or claiming that the Negroes were here before the American Indians. So I'm surprised you didn't get in on that.
Actually, I did come on and I had to run. I had to jump off. Hold on. Let me bring up something from Matt Ricks. Matt Ricks is laughing at me because I said the four corners is England. You see, I hate to talk and don't have a source. This is why people hate Garfield. They hate me because I am not going to run from no challenge, and I'm going to give it to you like it is, period. All right. Now, I just made a claim. It's an off-the-shoot claim, but let's see what Garfield said is correct for 1 second. I hate to do this to people, but he's laughing. Oh, Garfield said X, Y, and Z. Listen, family. You won't find a better researcher than the brother right here. And I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I'm a damn good researcher. I get to the root of where people get stuff from and go deep into it, and more than anybody else. So if you want to know something, one of the best persons to ask is Garfield. You could ask me through email. You could ask me through text if you got my number, but I will find out where it comes from. All right, so let me get to this Columbus thing that I just said. Hold on, here we go.
Hey, I got to run. You guys have a good one.
All right, cool. No problem, my brother. All right, here we go. I got it right here. Let me make my screen. Dunamis, if you could share my screen, I would appreciate it. Okay. The idea of an exile that is to come. Hold on. Let me go before this slide so that we could be on the same page. All right. So I'll talk about James Adair and all that stuff. All right. All right. Montaigne's vivid figurative style summarizes best the intellectual revolution that the extraordinary exploration of an unknown continent provoked. It was rendered such an extraordinary event that Christopher Columbus himself was, as far as we know, convinced until the end of his life that the island of Cuba that he reached during his first journey was the eastern coast of the ancient continent. Hold on a second. I got to take this phone call. I'll be right back.
Garfield, you immediately been saying something. I don't know if you had a call. All right. If not, let me get back to the video. Let me finish this off.
Think clearly, and remember he himself as an Ashkenazi Jew, that what Windsor is trying to make him say, that's dishonest.
Let me say this to what you're saying. Once again, let me see that cover again that you put up.
Sure. Hold on, just let me grab it. That's great. One of Graysol's other books.
All right. So this is a different book, The History of Contemporary Jews.
Yes, I said it was a different book. I'm just saying it's the same author, so we know what he thinks. And either way, even if I didn't have this picture, Windsor is still inserting his own word into Graysol's quote, which is dishonest.
Let me say this. All right. Once again, we can have differences on that. My position on that is that he was inserting the obvious. But since you brought up that cover, that's dealing with the contemporary Jews from 1900 to present. And so I could easily take the position and say the source that Windsor quoted from was another source that has nothing to do with what you just showed, because that's contemporary from 1900 up moving forward. We're dealing with the history going back.
Yes, but you don't think that that it changed from 1900 forward. You would think that it's still, the people are the people, right?
Well, if you're dealing with 1900, then you're dealing with another group of people at that time identifying themselves as Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, during that particular time. From that point moving forward.
Okay. Well, I think either way, I hope that we're agreeing that you shouldn't be inserting your own words into other people's quotes.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But what I do support is elaboration. And so you get what I'm saying? So say, for instance, if you're using a source to write a book or to make a point, and let's say that source is hitting on the point that you're making, but let's say that something you can add to it could elevate or bring more understanding from that quote, as long as you produce the source. But I agree with you. You shouldn't add to or take away from anybody's position. I agree with that 100%.
An historic mosque in Timbuktu, on the edge of the Sahara Desert in the remote north of.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, my brother. Whenever you're ready. All right. So Columbus was, as far as we know, convinced until the end of his life that the island of Cuba that he reached during his first journey was the eastern coast of the Asian continent. It was only after his third and fourth voyage, during which he explored the Gulf of Paria and the coast of Ifni, that he suggested the existence of another world. Indeed, on the map attributed to his brother Bartholomew, dated to 1503 to 1505, a continuation between Asia and the mainland can be seen that expands far to the southeast, trespassing to the equinoctial line and named Mondo Novo. All right, so we know Columbus thought he was in India or an extension in somewhere in Asia. He never thought he was in a new world or anything until late in his what you call it. All right, this idea of an exile that is coming to an end becomes Israel's project to achieve the readmission of Jews to England, where they have been absent since expulsion in 1290. In medieval Hebrew literature, England had also been designated one of the four corners of the earth. England was thus the last corner, still devoid of Jews. The return of the Jews to this corner of the world is therefore one of the prerequisites for the beginning of the Messianic era. It should be noted that the English translator of Israel's work, the devout millenarian Moses Wall added to the 1651 and 1652 editions of Hope of Israel an appendix he wrote himself in which he called for the readmission of the Jews to England. In 1655, Messiah ben Israel decided to travel to England in order to suggest his project directly to Oliver Cromwell. The negotiations were long and difficult. Israel died in 1657, but the final decision to readmit the Jews to England, taken in 1664, was to great extent his success. So that's pretty much where I'm coming from as far as that is concerned, my brother. I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying they're wrong. But the four corners of the earth, they thought England was the fourth corner. All right. Go ahead, my brother.
Please.
Enslaved Africans in the New World spurred up the debate about a totally different perspective concerning the Black Hebrew Israelite origins of the Atlantic slave trade. If you haven't seen the first video, be sure to take a look, because this will be a part 2. Today we're going to discuss the history of this idea and continue the discussion. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And remember, if you want full access to courses, sources, and exclusive videos, or if you just want to support the Home Team, you can do so on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. With our continued discussion about the claims of the Black Hebrew Israelites, it's very important to note that their ideology is very diverse. But the position we're discussing is from the historical perspective of Rudolf Windsor in his book, From Babylon to Timbuktu. I chose his analysis of Black Hebrew Israelite history because his book is the most celebrated book within the Black Hebrew Israelite community. So let's keep that in mind. His primary position is that the Black Hebrew Israelite community left the Middle East and ended up in West Africa, maintaining their history, culture, laws, and written records, and also that they didn't absorb into the West African culture at all. This idea I showed in part 1 to be a very difficult thing to subscribe to given fundamental West African history. The history of the Black Hebrew Israelite community is very interesting, and they have communities all throughout the African diaspora and Africa itself. In the last video concerning the history of Judaism within West Africa, we looked at the confirmed existence of Jewish communities. Now let's look at 2 groups of Africans that have been confirmed and validated as being a part of the Hebrew Israelite community. 2 groups of Africans that have been embraced as legitimate members of Israel or just accepted as having legitimate claims are the Falasa Jews of Ethiopia and the Lemba of Zimbabwe. The mere existence of these communities really strengthens the argument of modern-day Black Hebrew Israelites concerning the exodus of Hebrews from Israel into Africa. There is no doubt that the Black Hebrew Israelite community can anchor their historical perspective with this reality. Some of the truths within the Black Hebrew Israelite camp can be very compelling, giving the biblical and tangible evidence. The only problem from the outside observer seems to be the conflation of this history. No ideology has to be perfect, but using this color of truth to paint all Black people as members of a new belief due to an overzealous discovery can garner some serious issues. And when we look at the history of the Hebrew Israelites, we'll understand how this all happened. Hebrew Israelite history started a very long time ago. Most people would begin Hebrew Israelite history in the late 19th century, but I'm taking a different approach. The truth is, the religious foundation for the Hebrew Israelite ideology began with slavery in the U.S. When African American slaves began to hear biblical stories, they immediately identified spiritually with the plight of the Israelites. For African Americans, identifying spiritually with the Israelites gave them a sustained hope that the God who delivered Israel would surely deliver them. In their slave songs, they made statements such as, "My Lord delivered Daniel, oh why not deliver me too?" They also sung, "Come along, Moses, don't get lost. We are the people of God." So we can see very early on that enslaved African Americans in the United States were laying down the psychological framework needed to identify with the Israelites. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, certain African Americans began not only to identify spiritually with the ancient Israelites, but also claimed that they were their direct physical descendants. In 1886, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, a man named Frank Cherry claimed to receive a vision through which God told him to present the message that African Americans are the true descendants of the biblical Hebrews. Then William S. Crowdy founded the Church of God and Saints of Christ in 1896 in Kansas with the claim that the 10 lost tribes of Israel were the ancestors of Black people. From the beginning of the 15th century up to the second half of the 20th century, the lost tribes idea has been an essential part of the European colonial narrative and discourse. In other words, the lost tribes obsession from the start originated amongst European religious imagination. This was adopted by Black people in America who had every reason to find parallels between the suffering of the Israelites and their own traumatic experiences of slavery and Jim Crow. Fortunately, this new idea for many Black Hebrews relieved the pressures of being descendants of Africans and having to deal with the Western world's view of that. Identifying with the romanticized plight of the Hebrew Israelites granted African Americans access to sympathy and a respect for their humanity. For a particular sect within the Black Hebrew Israelite camp, like Rudolph Windsor, this new identity afforded them the opportunity to separate themselves from the African and join in the denigration of African society and civilization in order to insist that their presence, the presence of the Black Hebrews in Africa, brought some sort of cultural or moral superiority. An idea that Rudolph clearly states himself. The argument from Rudolph Windsor has strong undercurrents of Black Hebrew Israelite superiority over Africans. The Jews had settled among the most civilized people throughout the ages. The Jews imported into the western part of Africa a superior material, educational, and moral culture soon after 300 AD. So essentially, Dr. Rudolph is saying that West Africans were less civilized and strife with moral and cultural bankruptcy until the Black Hebrews, in a sense, gave them the light. The problem with that statement is that it mirrors the racist views of Arabs and Europeans who justify the enslavement of African people because they had no civilization or respectable societal values.
So there's a little bit of the Hamitic apocalypse within Windsor work. Wow. All right. All right.
Values. On the contrary, here are some honest records from early times concerning the Empire of Ghana, which was an African empire that was neither Jewish, Christian, or Muslim. A certain king of Ghana in the 7th century called Canisia possessed 1,000 horses, and how each of the horses slept only on carpet with a silken rope for halter, and had 3 personal attendants, as if itself were a king. The king of Ghana is the richest king on the face of the earth. The king has a palace and a number of dome dwellings, all surrounded with an enclosure like a city wall. He sits in audience or to hear grievances against officials in a dome pavilion, around which stands 10 horses covered with gold embroidered materials. Behind the king stand 10 pages holding shields and swords decorated with gold. And on his right are the sons of the kings of his country, wearing splendid garments and their hair plaited with gold. The African kings of Wagadu, or Ghana, had an appreciation for structure, order, beauty, and administrative acumen. They didn't need the Abrahamic religions in order to attain a civilized moral compass. But anyway, Let's get back to a comparison between West African history and the proclaimed Black Hebrew Israelite history in West Africa. When confronted about historical inconsistencies in relation to the two, Hebrew Israelites tend to pull out what they view as a trump card. They point out that maps made prior to the mid-1700s have the Kingdom of Judah on it. And indeed, a kingdom called Judah are on these maps. They say that Europeans are trying to hide this history because after the 1700s, this kingdom disappears and it's called something else. For an individual who does not know African history, this would be the most compelling evidence for Black Hebrew Israelite civilization in West Africa. But upon further analysis of West African history, we begin to see a different picture. To begin with, the indigenous name for the kingdom was called Weda, which literally means house of the serpent, but the French called it Waida or Ouda. When the Portuguese arrived in that region, they called it Ajuda, which literally means help in Portuguese. And since then, the name of the kingdom has been called either Waida, Weda, or Judah. Judah simply being a British corruption of the word. And since Emmanuel Bowen, the creator of this map, was British himself, he simply called it the Kingdom of Judah, or Waida, as we see here. He clearly makes reference to its more original French name, so that people may understand. The conspiracy within some of the Hebrew Israelite community is this. Well, if they're not trying to hide our true Israelite identity, why did the Kingdom of Judah suddenly disappear from all the maps in the mid-1700s? Because indeed, maps after the mid-1700s don't have the Kingdom of Judah on it, and it's called something else. That's the conspiracy within the Hebrew Israelite community. But the answer to this question is pretty simple. The Kingdom of Waida, or Judah, disappeared from the map in the mid-1700s because it was conquered by the Kingdom of Dahomey. Ironically, the end of the Kingdom of Judah, or Waida, was at the skilled hands of the Dahomey female warriors. The first definite use of women as soldiers by the Kingdom of Dahomey was in 1729. The king of Dahomey, King Agaja, ordered a great number of women to be armed like soldiers and appointed officers to watch company with colors, drums, and umbrellas, according to Negro fashion. Then, ordering the army to march, the women soldiers were placed in the rear to prevent discovery. When they came in sight of the Waida army, the latter were much surprised to see such numbers of Dahomey soldiers, as they supposed them all to be, marching against them. If you're not convinced yet that the Kingdom of Waida was not a Hebrew Israelite kingdom at all and never claimed to be, let's look at the society itself.
Yeah, we're in there. Yeah, we gotta. This gotta be cleaned up. Hold on. Let me take it down here.
Yeah, add my source for me real quick. All right. Now, this is very important. The guy just said that it was a British guy that made the map, right? This map is actually anachronistic, and I'm gonna tell you why. If it's 1747, Negro land is fine, but the Kingdom of Waida never existed at 1747. It exists. It ended at 1727, and I'm gonna show and prove right now. All right. All right, so Waida, we know the name and all that stuff, right? That's Dante's source. So look at this map right here. These are two maps beside each other. This is the Dahomey Kingdom in the 1820s to the 19s, right? This is the Dahomey Kingdom from 1727 to 1820. So it included all the way down to the coast, all the way up to past Abomi. Look on the left-hand side, though. Look at the Dahomey Kingdom. It's that small area. This is before 1727. Then you had Alada. Alada was actually in control of Wida or Judah or Jura or whatever name you want to go by. So what happened is this whole kingdom right here, where Judah, where Wida is, Wida's big kingdom was called Hueda. So you see the name Hueda, but you see at the bottom part, you see Wida. Savi was the actual capital of the kingdom. What happened is when Dahomey took over, what they started calling this area here Glehu. So now they changed it to Wida. Wida is actually the widowed bird. So what happened is, ladies and gentlemen, this area that's called Wida, there are two Widas there. There's two Widas. One is the kingdom and one is a town. All right? Yeah, Matrix, it means, Exuela means widowed bird. It means widowed bird. That's what it means. So what happened is, this is where the confusion is. There's two Widas there. There's one that's a town and there's one that's a kingdom. The kingdom ended at 1727. So that's why I say that map is actually anachronistic. All right. Although Oida is the spelling of the town's name current nowadays, it occurs in European sources between the 17th and the 19th centuries. All right. I wanted to point out something right here. An illustrated example, the name of the kingdom from which that of the town of Oida. Remember, I said town and kingdom is two different things. So today you're going to see Oida, which is what the French call it, but the French also call it Judah. So they write it differently today, but is derived, maybe written Exueda or Exuela in the phonetic script. So Exuela has to do with home or house, or actually has to do with the bird, the widowed bird. So if you look at the writings of when the invaders came in, they call it Lura or Jura first. There's no Judah. So when the French came in now, they're pronouncing the same word, Hueda, Judah, Hueda, Faida, Hueda, Ajuda, Hueda, Wida, Hueda. This is what the fun people is. This is who they are. They are the fun people. So they have their own way of pronouncing it, the word. And what happened is outsiders, Europeans, are the ones who are mispronouncing the same word. And that's how you have a problem. All right. But even if you look at the principal cults that they have there, you talk about Dangbi, the python, Hewesi, the Vudan of smallpox, and Zo, the Vudan of fire. You're looking at different small gods that they believe in, Hu and Loco and Sogbajaji, Quarter. You know, you have all these different deities that they're worshiping and believing in. You could tell that these people are culturally attached to the Fon people. That's what it is. Let me see what here. Hold on 1 second here. So this is some images from the slave captors. So you have the different towns and you have the different cities. This is from Jean-Baptiste Labat. I saw Dante use him as a source the other day. Be very careful, Dante. This is the woman, of course, on the right, the men on the right, the left-hand side. And we do have sources that say that if there were Jews there, they were converts. Most of the African Jewry that we have in Africa and West Africa, they are converts. We do have sources saying that. So that's the picture that he showed earlier. So these are the rates by the what do you call it, that they brought the people and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm cool. I'm done. You can go back to the video. But just remember, there's two Widas there. A lot of people not thinking. It's two Widas. You have the kingdom Wida and you have the town called Wida. And that's where the confusion comes in. All right, I'm done.
Fair use.
And their beliefs. According to Rudolf Windsor, the Black Hebrew Israelites, upon their arrival in West Africa, maintained their culture and history. Yet this is not at all reflected in the history of Judah or Wida. Number one, because the inhabitants of the region never called their kingdom Judah. It was called Weda. And like mentioned before, Weda literally means house of serpents. Why would these people call their kingdom House of Serpents? Well, the reason is in their religion. In reference to the religion of Wida or Judah, the sources have this to say. The one element that attracted regular notice and commentary was the cult of the snake god Dangbe. This was generally recognized as deriving from pre-Daomean days. So before the conquering of the kingdom of Judah, which again was named by the Portuguese and the British, these Africans clearly venerated and worshipped a snake god they called Dangbe, similar to how the Soninka of the Ghana Empire venerated a snake deity. In fact, an illustration by European visitors to the kingdom of Judah during the coronation of the king, we clearly see a snake present right in the middle of the whole procession because their religion clearly demonstrates their worship of snakes. So we have to ask ourselves, if what the Hebrew Israelites are saying is correct about the kingdom of Wida or Judah being a black Hebrew kingdom, then why would the Hebrews be worshiping a snake, especially during a pivotal time of crowning a king, a moment in which your beliefs and history should be on full display, which they were? It becomes very difficult to conclude that the kingdom of Judah, Ghana, or Songhai were black Hebrew states when we understand West African history, culture, and religion. Now, the argument from some conservative Hebrew Israelites tend to excuse this historical narrative because they claim that black Hebrews simply began to worship other gods and forgot who they were. They point to the fact that they did this throughout history. The problem for an outside observer is that you can't simultaneously proclaim that the black Hebrews maintained their culture, laws, and written records and did not absorb into the African populace via Rudolf Windsor's claim, and also that they forgot their language, culture, and laws, but there existed a kingdom of Judah in West Africa, alluding that they were black Hebrews who knew who they were. These two liberal and conservative black Hebrew Israelite historical perspectives cannot coexist given their collective evidential claims. In my previous video, I promised that I would discuss the black Hebrew Israelites' most powerful biblical argument. One of the most convincing claims from the Hebrew Israelites comes straight from the Bible in Deuteronomy chapter 28. This chapter is one of the primary pieces of evidence for the Hebrew Israelite community. It's so convincing and compelling that it became one of the foundational talking points for people within the community and even in popular culture. Kendrick Lamar himself makes reference to it in his song, Fear.
Cursed people. Deuteronomy 28 and 28 says, the Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
The overwhelming majority of Hebrew Israelites believe that the transatlantic slave trade was predicted in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bound men and bound women, and no man shall buy you. This is a great verse that Hebrew Israelites use to confirm the transatlantic voyage of black Hebrews. There will always be disagreements as to what this verse is really saying on both ideological ends, but I'll just document both arguments here and explain how the black Hebrew Israelite community makes it work for their perspective. For most black Hebrews, concerning this verse, Egypt is just a spiritual reference for America or the Americas. And the part about, and I quote, no man shall buy you, simply means that no man will save you, according to many Hebrew Israelites. Now, according to Josephus, who was a first century Romano-Jewish scholar and historian, Jerusalem was taken by Titus, and many Jews were enslaved in Egypt once again. Thomas Newton, a biblical scholar and author, also points out the following theological thought concerning the Israelite reference in Deuteronomy chapter 28. They had come out of Egypt triumphant, but now they should return thither as slaves. They had walked through the sea as dry land at their coming out, but now they should be carried thither in ships. They might be carried thither in the ships of the Tyrian or Sidonian merchants, or by the Romans who had a fleet in the Mediterranean, and this was a much safer way of conveying so many prisoners than sending them by land. Josephus also gives commentary as to the last portion of the biblical prophecy from his perspective in reference to "no man shall buy you." Of the captives who were above 17 years, he sent many bound to the works in Egypt. Those under 17 were sold. But so little care was taken of these captives that 11,000 of them perished for want. Josephus, by the way, claimed to have witnessed himself the taking of Jerusalem by Titus and was under his protection. Whatever perspective we want to subscribe to, the fact remains that there are older interpretations of the scripture from a man of that time who claimed to see Jews being persecuted and sent to Egypt, which does align with the biblical prophecy. Given this history, some more conservative Hebrew Israelites don't deny what Josephus says and his first-hand account, because he was actually there. But they believe that event was just a part of the prophecy. They proclaim that the transatlantic slave trade was the second portion and completion of the biblical prophecy in Deuteronomy. The historical proclamations of the Black Hebrew Israelites are compelling on the surface level. The only issue seems to be the conflation of history and the romanticized filling of historical gaps. Whatever we want to subscribe to is ultimately up to us. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like this video and would like to see more, be sure to support the home team on Patreon. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself.
No, it's not second X. It's home team history. So thoughts? I'm gonna bring.
Hey, let me say this. When you look at the Hebrew Israelite movement, and the book that I was talking about, by the way, it wasn't the Bible. I was talking about Babylon and Timbuktu. Somebody quoted in the chat. He's talking about the Bible. No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to. Let's see. So now let's.
All right, let me get out of here. Peace and love, man. I'll be listening.
All right, peace.
Hold on. How can it be that Rabbi Demoda and Abed did proclamation Igbar Israel? So Deuteronomy did come true. How can we not look at these facts? Jay Guider, let me say this to you carefully. It's called, you have what's called, let me make up a term, confirmation biasism. Meaning that you believe something. By the way, what Rabbi Demoda is doing is based on the mother. You don't believe that somebody's Israelite by their mother. So why are you even involved with the Igbo conversation? They're practicing Orthodox Judaism. You don't believe in Orthodox Judaism. So why are you even thinking about the Igbos? Well, anyway, I'm out of here, man. Peace and love. I'll be listening.
All right, Garfield. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me pull this up right here. I want to show something because this is I want to show y'all. Y'all don't know we've been dealing with this stuff a long time. When was this video? When was this video right here?
Public, then you commit yourself. That's hard copy. You can't delete that. It's out there. People have it. They're going to read it. Now, the title of this book, and this book is basically one of the foundation stones of the...
Listen to this. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm going to go back a little bit. I'll make sure y'all hear this right here.
To the Black community and siphoning off many young Black men who have become disenchanted with Christianity. And
this is about the Nation of Islam. What year, Fred, was Muhammad white? Race, religion, and racism. Fred Price. This got to be early 2000. Church been dealing with stuff. He had one of the largest churches in the country. His name is Fred K.C. Price.
And all of its foibles and all of its hypocrisy and racism down through the years. And I can understand that. However, my concern is that anyone that's contemplating making a move, either leaving Christianity, going to Islam, or leaving Christianity, going nowhere, or that may be in Islam and thinking about coming to Christianity, or maybe right in the middle of the road, don't know which way to go, kind of want to decide or try to find a way to go, then I think that it's important that you have this information. Now, I'm only using this book because I do not know Mr. Elijah Muhammad, and I have nothing against Mr. Elijah Muhammad. He's never done anything to me. But anytime you put anything in print and put it out to the public, then you commit yourself.
Once you put something in print and put it out to the public, I don't know where you folk been and I don't know what you folk been doing, but this is how the rest of the planet do it. Nobody ain't got to call you. Nobody ain't got. Once you put something in print and put it out to the public, you can get critiqued. Oh, but y'all don't like that. Folks don't like that. The folk don't like that, but that's how it is in the world. That's how everybody can talk about the Bible, put their mouth on the Bible, have private interpretation on the Bible. It's out there in the open. Let's say what he got to say. Folk come want to change rules around. All brand new. Folk got brand new stuff out here. You should have called Pastor Kelly.
That's hard copy. You can't delete that. It's out there. People have it. They're going to read it. Now, the title of this book, and this book is basically one of the foundation stones of the Black Muslim movement or the Nation of Islam. What we have today in Minister Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, better known as the NOI, it started out and its foundation is Mr. Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to give honor where honor is due. And
now we would say some people would say he's a co-founder. What's the other guy named, Dunamis? What's that other pale-faced one name? Because he couldn't come over here because the Monroe documents and Savior's Day is based on worshiping that pale-faced man. W.D. Farad Muhammad, or whoever the Fed said he was. God came down here in the flesh. At least Clarence 13X of them started saying, wait a minute, that pale-faced man, he ain't God alone. We all God. Arm, leg, arm, head. That's Allah. They said those were acronyms. We all got arm, leg, arm, head, even white folk, Puerto Rican folk, Asian folk. But he said that means that the black man is God. We're going to let this play. We're dealing with conspiracies and lore.
And he wrote a book, and this book is sort of like the foundation, the basic principles of what Black Muslims believe. Now, the title of the book is, quote, Message to the Black Man in America. Well, I am in America, and if you have not noticed, I am a black man. Therefore,
it's funny you ain't want to. It's funny you ain't want to deal with that 66 trillion years. Funny you ain't want to deal with that. Just like the Mormons, all cults do that. The Mormons never want to get on their racist comments about Joseph Smith. Would you like to attend church this week? Do you want to know about the love? Do you know what's going to happen in the future? No, I want to know about that nonsense Charles Taze Russell prophesied that didn't come to pass. Then when you say that, they want to get to skip the Lewin. That's what we got going on here. That's what we got going on here. I could pull a Farrakhan and talk about them white folk in the Caucasus Mountains and what he teaches, plan to put the board in their back and get them Freemasonry built based off them other white folk. He said black folk ain't, and then turn around and Farrakhan done got recognized from some old clandestine lodge. Them brothers wasn't even Prince Hall. Boy, y'all been playing with the black community. What Farrakhan did for us? Million Man March, what Farrakhan did for us. Oh, crime was down in Washington, D.C. that day, bro. I'm good. How much that violin cost Farrakhan got? Answer some of them questions.
be a message to me. Well, if you have a message for me, I want to, first of all, know what the message is, and then I want to know, is the message true? If you had written,
I know one thing, y'all running around here, Jesus was probably darker than Father Muhammad. Y'all running around here, Savior's Day, worshiping a pale-faced man. Father Muhammad is a pale face to me. This Berean talking.
in the book, and it said a message to the black men in America, with the exception of Fred Price.
Farrakhan got white man in him. All you light-skinned folk, Wallace, what's the other dude name with the part in his head like Farrakhan? Young dude talking about smoking weed, make you feminine. What's that dude name? Wesley Muhammad. You light-skinned. I watches you light-skinned folk.
Then I wouldn't read it.
And I know Prince Hall might have been mulatto too. Oh, we got an eye on the gatekeepers. We know who the gatekeepers are. They talk all that talk and never do nothing for the people. Promising one day we gonna rule. One day the white man reign gonna come to an end, but keep everybody nice and calm. Farrakhan ain't never turned up. Nation of Islam ain't never turned up. What happened when they was delivering them clothes and the police beat the hell out that guy? Let me show you something, bro. Let me show you something, bro. You think I'm not what you're looking for. I got a little bit of that history. Beat the hell out that guy. Nation of Islam ain't even bust a gun.
Because I would have known the message wasn't
Y'all ain't murdered them. Y'all ain't murdered them police. Khalid Muhammad dead though. Malcolm X dead.
Khalid Muhammad got kicked out.
Come on, bro.
And at the end of the day, nation now, a lot of individualism.
He said Elijah Muhammad was an offspring of Caucasian too. Those the house Negroes. And they ain't coming out to tell us what the plans of Massa and them is. They're like, Massa, our house is burning. Bruh, he could talk all that black power all he wants to. Farrakhan ain't did nothing. And then white folk told him, you go ahead and mess around with Muammar Gaddafi and take that money if you want to. What he did, bow to, well, yes, white, yes, Massa. At least the dude that was the hell of El Rukian and them, he got trapped off. Yo, we'll blow something up. We'll kill something. They in the feds. Farrakhan, yes, Massa. Bro, you can't play with me. I know a lot of you light-skinned folks, gatekeepers, house Negroes, sleeping with Massa. Massa screwing your mamas in them. Not your mother specifically, but we know, brother. History is out there. It's okay.
You say message to the black man, then that, in my limited reasoning ability, says that's all black men in America. And I'm in America. As I said last week, I'm not coming to America. I am in America. I'm a black man. So the message is to me. I want to know what the message says, and then I want to know, is the message true? Okay? Now, in Message to the Black Man in America, copyright 1965 by Elijah Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad makes a statement.
Is Message to the Black Man fake? He reading from Elijah Muhammad, Message to the Black Man. Emotionalism might impress your regular audience. Not me, brother. If you had something to say, we gave people a floor over here. You ain't got nothing to build on. If you had something to build on, Farrakhan stay stirring up the people emotionally. He had 1 million men. He had 1 million man march. What he did? I talks loud. You know, this is how people know on my channel. I ain't got an inside voice, but I tell you what, I can see you with that work. I promise I can see you with that work. From them streets of Brooklyn, you can't come and G me, boy. I might have grew up in a church, but I ain't what you're looking for. I don't mean that in a bad way, but I read 2-3 books, bro. I done been locked down for a minute. I read a little something. Whilst you was running them streets, whilst you was in college somewhere, I was in Brooklyn House. I was on Rikers Island. I went up top. I was in the box. It's okay. I had that Bible. I wasn't just reading that Bible, and I ain't had no white Jesus, bro. I had Dr. Ben and Diop in the lessons. I had all of that. I had Finch. I had Van Sertima. I had all of that. Gerald Massey. Trust me, I could see you with some of that, brother. I could see you with some of that. Fair use.
On page 221. Now, I read this book in detail, not to find any fault with it, but just to find out what the message was, so that I would know if the message is for the black man and I'm a black man and I'm in America. Why? I need to know what the message is. If you have a message for me, well, tell me the message. I want to know what the message is. And then I got to check out the message to find out is the message true? Because I've had other messages to me, a black man in America, and they've been lies to me. I had a message that told me I was inferior. That was a lie.
Hey, yo, I can't lie. I'm starting to think some of this black power, I'm thinking some of this black power is a mental sickness. Because when they give you that law and you can't prove it scientifically, when they give you that law and you find that, because a lot of them 5%ers, they going crazy over that Yaku, that big head scientist. Like I said, that's the foundation. A couple of people went on to Freemasonry. A couple of them went on to full-blown Islam. Well, a couple of them went and got saved and got in the pulpit, coming out that garbage, coming out that trash. But this black power, victimhood, being kept by them gatekeepers like Farrakhan and them, I'm starting to think that that's a mental illness. They get money, they elevate. You see you on the corner with bean pies. Would you like to buy pie? Would you like to buy pie? Would you like to buy pie? Only one getting money. Only one getting money is Farrakhan, because you know he in that mansion. You know he down the block from where Obama and them crib was at. You know Farrakhan live in the mansion, right? Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot the blind. Y'all can't count the gatekeeper money. Nathaniel ain't got no money. He put his cash out. He ain't got no money. Boy, it's funny when it's your religion. That's Casey Price right there. I'm in the Christian church. I could tell y'all what's the name? Ravi Zachariah. I could tell you what these folk done did in the Christian church. We ain't blind like that. We got one leader. Even the Lord Jesus Christ. And boy, let them devils fool you. Y'all can't give us that garbage over here. Oh, he was a European. Y'all can't give us that garbage. And come to find out y'all the ones whole time following Paleface. Unbelievable. Let the video play.
Because I'm not inferior. There was another message that told me I was cursed because of Ham way back in the book of Genesis. And I found out after studying the book that they claim that came out of, that it's a lie. I am not cursed, and my skin color is not the result of a curse. So folk have lied to me down through the years. So I don't trust anybody until I check them out. And if what you say is true, it will bear checking out. In fact, once I check it out, it's going to look more like the truth than it did before I checked it out. So you shouldn't be afraid to have something examined.
I'm blocking Godson right now.
Man, I got a watch on my hand here that was given to me as a gift. My Lord. Almost 17 years ago. And it's supposed to be solid gold. Supposed to be solid gold. Well, a lot of stuff look like gold. Feel the weight of that watch.
That devil is a lie. I'm getting block better.
Of course, lead is heavy.
Dispensation, come get wrecked right now.
I'd be lead.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Because I don't want to look at, I got it. Dunamis, give me that Vody Beckham. I don't want to look at, Alton said we might have to play that Vody Beckham speaking on Nation of Islam. I don't want to look at most excellent like Vody Beckham. You're not going to say. Alton maybe. Because we done caught him in 6-7 videos with that bow tie on. I said, oh boy, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. He said, Nation of Islam got farm and land for who? I see what's other young tall brother name? The second most popular one to me on YouTube, besides Wesley Muhammad, the young one.
You on Ben X?
Yeah. They got some land. They trying to do something, but compared to who? Compared to Floyd Flake? Compared to who? How many churches? Compared to who? Y'all just getting land? Bruh, he just joined. That brother might be 30. How many people y'all done ran through in the Nation of Islam? In y'all heyday. Y'all ain't got 500,000 acres. How many restaurants y'all got? RZA, thank you.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. At least he doing something.
Well, now, RZA got a case. I'm not sure if it's settled. But allegedly, in California, allegedly, he doing a drug program, but using Scientology Might have been
Oh
on,
yeah, I forgot.
allegedly the
Farrakhan was
foreign
giving y'all
state.
that white folk theology. Why would Farrakhan be lifting up Scientology? He talking about where the church farms at, bruh. If you knew, that's how I can't play with you. You've been in the cave too long. You in darkness. They done had you in them caves, bruh, with them bean pies. They done had you in them caves, bruh, talking about pork.
Because essentially, Nation Islam basically just modeled after the church and a lot of other Black Power talking points.
Wow, I forgot. Yo, matter of fact, get all that lined up. Why Farrakhan giving y'all Scientology from the white man? If they got the high knowledge, y'all gotta know who the gatekeepers are.
Well, I want, man gave me this watch and said it was a very valuable watch. And 17 years ago, I checked it out.
Hold
And
on.
17 years ago,
Follower Christ, you wanted to say something?
Hey, what's up, Brian? It's me. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say one thing.
Who's this, Az?
It's your brother, man, in Christ. Yes.
No, Az, go ahead, Az. Go ahead, Az. Look like you in the crib cooking. Go ahead, Az.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Hey, don't mind the food, y'all.
I mean, what you call it? See you. Show them your face. Az ain't light skinned, y'all.
Nah, look at my
no
skin.
light-
Hey, everybody listening. Y'all think I'm a white boy? Y'all think I sound? That's because I'm around. I live in the Northwest, so I'm not in the South. But I am your
got a
brother.
piece in the Bible over there. Az, go put your shirt. Father God, in the name of the Lord. Let me get rid of Az right now. Let's get rid of Az. Az got Az pizza doctrine. Go ahead, let him read.
Yeah. All I was just trying to say is, you know what? I think I've come to the conclusion that it's okay. It's okay. Hold on. I think it's a little loud outside. I'm sorry about that. It's
no, we can
okay.
hear you fine. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, yeah. So all I was just trying to say is basically, family, all I want to know is that if we are not the Israelites, because the only reason why we're claiming.
Who are the people? Who are the
No.
Prophecy. All right, Az. We'll get back. We understand you. We understand you. Az, come on up, brother. Come on up, brother. Fair use. Let me get some of this right here.
this watch cost $8,500 17 years ago. And I wanted to find out, currently, and a couple of years ago, I went and had it checked out, and the man told me this watch now sells for $14,000.
Ain't nothing here for you, man. Bye.
So
bye.
It bore checking out. I mean, it went through the test. I checked it out. Just didn't come out of Cracker Jacks, Dan. It's the real stuff. And so I'm glad to know now. I'm real glad to know that I got the real stuff.
Hey, the brother said I had pepperoni on my pizza. There's no pepperoni. This is vegetarian pizza, y'all. But basically, I was just trying to say is, like, family, I think what's important is because young brothers like me, I'm almost in my 30s. We just want to know if we're not the Jews, if we're not the Israelites, who are we?
Whoever your leader tell you was.
On page 221, Mr. Muhammad. Now, we've gone through a lot of this so far.
If you listen to Farrakhan, you from the tribe of Shabazz. It depends who you listen to. You listen to Nathaniel, you a physical descendant of Israel. It depends who you listen to. Go to British Israelism. It depends who you listen to. Whatever your leaders say. Everybody got leaders. And people are in search. What does God say? Who does God say you are?
Go through the whole.
I'm the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. You don't want to deal with that, though. You want to be somebody in the flesh.
Book, but we went through a lot of stuff, and none of it has checked out up till now. The message is flawed up till now.
Iceberg slim.
So I'm still checking to see if perhaps the message can be redeemed. There may be some redeeming qualities here. So let's check this out. On page 221, and I do this because I believe, well, I know God gave me the assignment to do this, but I believe his purpose is so that people will know the truth. It's fine with me if you are a Muslim. I don't have a problem with that. It ain't changing nothing in my life. So I'm not against that. I mean, and if everybody turned to be a Muslim tomorrow, it don't change me. So I'm not against anybody. It's not an attack, but it's for information's sake so that you'll know what you're really into, because I know that black Muslims are just like Christians. Hey, black Muslims are just like black Christians. Most of them don't really read the Bible. Black Christians don't. Most Christians who go to most churches don't know nothing about the Bible. They just go strictly by what their pastors tell them. And I'm sorry to say their pastors don't always tell them the truth. And sometimes the reason they don't is because they don't know it themselves. You can't impart what you don't know because somebody lied to them and they never bothered to check it out. It's always been that way, so it must be right, wrong.
Now you see, now what's so crazy? You see how he's a pastor talking? You see that he's a pastor talking like that.
And so I know that Muslims are the same way. They get hyped up and caught up in the fact that, well, Christianity is racist and Christianity is the white man's religion and all that kind of stuff. And the white man has oppressed the black man and all those things. And then that last thing is true. They have oppressed it. And so out of anger, out of frustration, out of the sense of betrayal, they have left Christianity, jumped ship, and have gone over here. Fine, that's great. I mean, that's your prerogative to do that. But I just want to know, do you really know what you're into? Do you really know what you've left? See, they tell us that Islam is the natural religion of the black man because Christianity is a white man's religion. Well, see, again, that's where they lied to us. Just like they show us pictures of and tell us that Jesus Christ was white. Jesus Christ was not European white.
They lies. They want to lie.
Part
and
of
they've been
the lesson
using
later on I'm going to show in the church.
Y'all understand that they've been using this game. Always bringing up a white Jesus. They've been doing this in the 60s in Harlem. Always bringing up a white Jesus. That tribe of Shabazz, they got to break that down. Go ahead, Dunamis.
So Fred Price is in Detroit, right?
No, California, Crenshaw Christian Center. He died. He went on to be with the Lord.
Yeah, but isn't there a black minister like Fred Price in Detroit?
Dr. Obama and Whoopi not Whoopi and Oprah Winfrey.
Right.
Jeremiah Wright, correct. Yes. Black Power.
Why doesn't Bruce ever bring these ministers? Fred Price and all that.
That's an excellent point. But Bruce got to follow the agenda. The whole Christian church is Eurocentric Christianity. I'm ready to read for some of the book. I'm ready to read for some of the book today, y'all.
We can show you ministers all around the U.S.
Been doing this. Kane Hope, Feld and them at seminaries and all that. Been talking Black Power. They been doing that. How come y'all leaders don't know about them? Or do they want to leave them out the equation like the whites that struggle, like the Jews that died to help blacks with the right to vote, that helped in the Underground Railroad? Ooh, they can't talk about that. You got to get half the story. That's how lore, that's how manipulation, that's how cult development, that's how cults grow. Been doing this. Well, not Chicago, right to Chicago. Chicago, Detroit, one of them. I think Walking on Water said he was in Detroit too.
There's somebody in Detroit. I might have Fred Price confused.
He in the D, he down there with him. Fair use.
Church, because they're gonna have a fit when I go through this. Oh, I got documentation. You know, I done my homework. You won't be surprised. Jesus was not blue-eyed, blonde hair, and white. That's a lie.
And plenty folk were saying that back in the days. When Matt hit me, I was listening to the car to Jack, and I was talking to Jack. He was like, man, he said, we was talking about Jesus wasn't white for 60 years. Met 30-something, he ain't even grew up on a white Jesus. So why asking them using the same old message? That's what the Nation of Islam was using in the streets in the 60s in Harlem, in the 70s in Harlem.
And then, Berean, what
Why
happened?
would they be doing that, though, Dunamis?
It's part of the hustle. Because what happens, the movement gets bigger, the leaders get richer, and the black community just stays the same.
Movement get Dunamis. Say that one more time.
The movement gets bigger.
Got more money than he had 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Farrakhan got more money than he had 10 years ago. Malachi Z. York had so much money, he went to jail, flipped out with that money. Them studio. What about the Holy Ghost that done died from COVID? Had a whole studio running around here with Hummers and all that. Dead and gone. Or he done reincarnated. Baba shot and came back. These dudes gas y'all and game y'all and get bread, and nobody else's situation don't change but selling pie in the sky. Come tell us that doctrine you're going to rape white women.
Yeah, but then
Jesus ain't told you that.
But in the black
Somebody
church,
got this nonsense from somewhere. Go ahead, I want to hear.
But in the black church, who they say is poverty pimps and whatnot, made changes and reforms.
Made change, more reforms in the Nation of Islam, all of One West. I'm gonna throw all of One West, Deborah and her husband, Pastor Dowell, all of them, Kelly, all of them put together. The black AME church alone did more than all of the Israelites in the whole awakening, and the Nation of Islam, and the 5%ers.
I mean, I stand
just the AME church alone. Let me tag Pastor Kelly. Tell him come try to give me that work. That other funny dude. Tell him jump on here. Then they want to throw to a pastor. How many pastors in here? How many ordained ministers in this United States of America? Oh, I heard about 2 pastors last summer that got girls pregnant. How many pastors we got? I heard about police officers shooting. But you ain't hear about the other 89,000 cops in New York City. Largest police department. But of course you hear about 1 or 2 bad ones. You think the whole police department busting their gun? You don't know most cops are tyrants still without killing anybody on the force. They'll never tell y'all that. Then when I bring up King Vaughn and serial killers, of course the Fed said you only got to kill 3 people to become a serial killer. When I bring up serial killers in the hood, y'all get mad. Y'all don't want to talk about that. It's a spirit in this black power.
And then Brian,
how can you have black power and be balanced? How does that work?
Yeah.
Go ahead, do them.
And then I mean, I stand to be correct. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But with the NOI and civil rights, a lot of folks are riding coattails of Malcolm X. Because after Elijah Muhammad, how much did he speak on the issues? Malcolm X was the go-to guy and camera guy, and he left the movement, and then he was gunned down. Who really spoke after Malcolm was a go-to guy speaking for the movement, pushing things and the agenda.
Come on, somebody gifted and articulate. They got the hating.
Man with black ministers and all that kind of stuff. Wanted to build bridges.
I don't know. Let's hear him out. Let's see what the Coon Church been preaching. Wasn't no light, no conversation till Nathaniel came on the scene. Nobody had no knowledge of self. Nobody was dealing with nothing until we had to wait for One West.
So, okay, now that's another part of the lesson. So what I'm saying then is you jump in ship on me, and in a little while we're going to find out a lot of you black Muslim, you jumping over there to Islam thinking Muhammad was black.
And Muhammad had slaves. Was talking about raising heads and hadith. All of them was them brown folk. Not thinking about y'all. Can't tell y'all that. Y'all don't want to hear that though. Not Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the prophet of the day. Y'all don't want to hear that though.
And then Berean, bro, how much is the Hajj really mentioned in NOI?
Come on.
Did Elijah Muhammad
about no Hajj? That was a bastard form. That was a cult. That was a cult of the Nation of Islam, tailored once again, like Moore gave y'all, like what's the name gave y'all the Circle 7 Quran. They flipping it. They learn Freemasonry and law, and they flip it and give y'all a religion. That wasn't real Islam. This is the religion of the black man. Why you think Elijah Muhammad? He said, my father said this is the way to go, and he took them to Orthodox Islam. It was all confusion and madness.
And it was B.
They invented a religion for y'all. I can make them. That's how I'm saying. Even like the guy that got the ship and them people for 1,000 years, the L. Ron Hubbard. He said, "I'm gonna invent the religion." He was writing comic books or something. He said, "I'm gonna invent a religion." Get to telling y'all anything. Make y'all feel good. That's what pimps do. They go to 42nd Street. You get off that Greyhound bus. You look like you lost. They gonna get you and pimp you and put you on the whole stro. Get out here, ho. Oh, they gonna feed you the first time and take you out and beat the box. Then they gonna start beating you up and putting you out there. Tell you better get me money. Oh, it's pimping in this thing, but y'all don't want to hear it. It's pimping in this religion. It's money in this religion. It's game in this religion. Your handlers ain't gonna tell you that. Original Israelites in the Bible told me you got to be careful. Paul says, when I leave grievous wolves from among you, not outsiders, people waiting to get the microphone, even in this audience right here, want to come and speak damnable heresies. Go ahead, Dunamis. Fair use.
And you're gonna be surprised today when I show you
Yeah,
that Muhammad was white.
Okay.
Yeah, because now, Brian, like you're saying,
okay,
we do have to talk about that history. What happened? What happened with Clarence 13X? How he was assassinated, bro? How in the NOI, Brian, in the civil rights movement, who was assassinating the leaders?
Oh, that's a whole
I
nother
don't want to
thing.
get into, you want to get into it,
Yeah,
but
that's a whole nother thing right there. And then the feds sit back and just listen. Like the feds knew a lot. The hip hop police knew some East Coast, West Coast beef.
yeah,
They sit back and let it be like, oh, them wild dogs that kill each other.
yeah, a lot of folks who left the nation, started other things, ended up assassinated.
Come on,
folks excommunicated, all kinds of stuff.
How all that happened? How all that go down?
But the black man is pure. They had a message: revive the black man, knowledge yourself, things of the sort.
Say what you want. I done heard about stories, pastors splitting churches, assistant pastors stealing members out the church. I ain't heard about no murder. That pastor wasn't murdered that other pastor to get the building. And I know some of y'all groups, I'd have heard a good bit of murdering.
Assassination ploys. Then you had, like you said, with Elijah Muhammad's son leaving out, NOI in disarray. Farrakhan had come to try to revive the temples that he could, but it lost a lot of buildings. They lost a lot of footing.
Is Farrakhan even setting up for a successor? Or are these movements cults and they're built around personalities? Are they cults of personalities and will just die out?
Because why has Farrakhan reached out to Elijah Muhammad's son to really get the message together? Or it's not about bloodline, it's just about
years.
Yeah. Right. We're gonna see.
How is that helping? How is that helping us as a community?
It's just another. It's the thing they project on the church is the same thing that they're doing. A charismatic leader who sits at the top, and money's funneled to him.
Thank you.
And it might have some other
people at the top eating. Thank you.
Yeah, you might have some people, some captains, some chiefs, some whatever all around. But at the end of the day, they don't hold that power. They got to find their own way.
They got to find their own way. You're getting put out. All dictatorship. They can't even set something up. At least you can say what you want about Jehovah's Witnesses. They'll set something up and set up a board where they'll have board members and the movement can carry on after the leader dies. Y'all ain't think about no board members. What's wrong with these people? Is something wrong? Are they broken? Is there a brokenness here? Fair use. You want to talk about the Democratic Party? Is there a brokenness here?
So let's move on. That's what's called previews of coming attraction. I bet that got your attention, huh? All right, on page 221, Mr. Muhammad states under the heading, I quote, land of our own and qualifications, colon, the unity of 22 million, semicolon. There is no hope for us in Christianity. Semicolon. It is a religion organized by the enemies, and then in brackets, the white race, the enemies of the black nation.
And what make Jay-Z and them say life starts when the church, Jesus can't save you? What would make them say all of this stuff addressing the church? Every message from these spirits, every Black Power movement, why are they so worried about the church? Why are they standing in front of the church and not the dope house? Oh, Nathaniel and them, they know where the dope spot is at. Why don't they go stand in front of these Korean liquor stores and bother them folk and see what happens? They ain't gonna do that. You seen the guys was even in front of the Jewish synagogue and they was out there whispering, you go, because we the people, because they know they place. like trained circus animals. They know their place. They ain't go, how come they ain't go where they was digging them tunnels? Because we seen the guys out there with the fringes, but they kept their distance and they dare not raise their voice in front of Massa and them. They knew their place. They know their place. How is that? They so well trained. Matter of fact, I've never seen a video where Israelites not hollering. Unless they sitting down talking like in a hotel lobby or something, or in a restaurant, you know, vocab. I see him interviewing Guerrilla Hebrew and all of that. How Israelites outside, they whispering in front of them Jewish. That's where you're supposed to really holler. Oh, y'all are coming holler in front of the black church, though. They'll come and holler in front of the black. I wonder why that is.
To enslave us to the white race's rule. End of quote. Well, that's a strong statement. Now, again, remember that black Muslims want you to think that the Bible and the Quran, which is the holy book of the Muslims, and the Bible, the holy book of the Christian, and Allah, the God of the Muslims, and Jehovah, the God of the Christian, is really the same. But you see, if it's the same, and this man, Elijah Muhammad, was the spokesman for Allah, my thoughts on that is that then you must speak on behalf of Allah. And if you do, then you must have received your message from Allah. So what you say then is what Allah says. Now, I don't know how Allah and Jehovah could be the same God, and Allah tell the messenger of Allah, Mr. Muhammad, to make a statement like this: there is no hope for us in Christianity. I got a problem with that. You told me this was a message for me, but I got a problem with this because I have researched both Christianity and Islam. And I'm frank to tell you, if there's no hope for us in Christianity, there ain't no hope for us. And I want to carry the word us to include humanity.
Everybody. Inclusive. Garfield put a very, matter of fact, that needs to be a challenge. That's very interesting. Garfield said no other organization has done more for blacks in 300 years than Christianity. I wish somebody had some information to refute that. The Daniel sure don't. GMF, none of them got it. Farrakhan ain't got it. But his half-white said he ain't got it. And it's nothing against white folk, but they preach against white folk so much, they got to talk about that white side of them. That's the sickness like the other guy. Polite said, I kill your mother. I said, Lord, this religion has done gone too far. But that's what the devil do with the religion. When you're twisting your mind with hatred, especially based on something so simple as looks. Another thing, and race that the white man invented. They talking about who living rent-free and who mind, y'all busy talking about white folk morning, noon, and night. When the white folk leave, we'll be all right. Your whole mind is programmed by the white man and the white man game that y'all claiming.
And it brings the same message: leave the church.
Leave the church.
Why all these people saying the same thing? Leave the church. Eurocentric, the white man, the same message.
To organizations that's not doing nothing. If you combine all of them, including the Moore Science Temple, they all have not done nothing for the black community compared to the church. That ain't funny to nobody in here, including all the cults. LeGrand and all of them in Brooklyn, all the cults, Malachi, Z York, all the cults. That nobody find that strange, huh? Nobody find that strange. Boy, black folk, we got to do better. Then we'll get on here talking about 66 trillion years and the white man and all of this stuff on the white man social media. You know, YouTube was invented by, no, can't tell black folk that because black folk invented everything. Man, them got me thinking something. This black power could be nothing but nonsense. Asians ain't inventing nothing. Nobody invented nothing but black people. That's the curse of black power. It twists your mind to the truth. It's a spirit. It's a spirit.
Not just black, but white, brown, red, and yellow. On page 221, Mr. Muhammad states under the heading, I quote, land of our own and qualifications, colon.
This is the sickness. In the Bible, Solomon had many wives. Wives represent the church. Father God, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. We broken.
The unity of 22 million, semicolon. There is no hope for us in Christianity. It's a religion organized by the enemies, the white race of the black nation, to enslave us to the white man's rule or to the white race's rule. See, that's a lie. White man didn't start Christianity. Oh, he's perverted it. I'll give him credit for that. He's been a grand perverter of it. And again, don't anybody take this personally. I'm not talking about you. These are just
dispensation term. I got to park that right there. That might get Alton and Minton them mad. I wonder if that'll get them mad right there. Maybe he ain't the man. Maybe he ain't. Well, I don't know. Somebody say he might have been the main perverter of it. The preacher said, "I ain't gonna sit there and lie. White folk done perverted this thing."
Friend, hold on real quick. Can I put Godson's comment? Everyone points out Arizona community as if we're not aware of what's going on in the communities we live in.
We don't never want to talk about it though. We won't talk about.
They get mad. They say we're not being concerned with the issues. We're being oblivious to the issues.
And if cops are killing 20 black men a year, and 7,000 black men a year being killed at the hands of another black man in the country, which one, if you deal with numbers, which one should you talk about? But for some reason, y'all don't like talking about that type of stuff. Oh, well, the guns belong to Glock and Smith & Wesson. Those are white companies. And then you see the white van pulled up and they drop guns because they want us to kill ourselves. We're the only ones that got the music talking about killing each other. Country folk ain't got that in their songs.
Yeah.
Just historical fact that you may not even know about. Just because you had a white mother and father, you don't know your father could have killed somebody before you were born. You wouldn't necessarily know that, would you? What? No. You don't know everything about your parents. You don't know what they were doing before you came into the world. When you got there, they was mom and pop, but you don't know what they were doing before they became your mom and pop. See what I mean? So just because I say something, don't be looking strange like I'm trying to come against you, but these are facts. White America has perverted Christianity and made people think it was the white man's religion. It's not the white man's religion. Okay? So this is not true. And beside that, the white race is not my problem. They're not my enemy.
Uh-oh. Now it's beef. Now it's beef.
That's you know. See, he says the enemies, the white race. White race is not the white race is not the black man's enemy.
Oh, we wrestle not against flesh and man. Don't forget that Ephesians. That was written by brown Israelite. Forget that though. We'll just bypass that and we'll listen to these people that's following the narrative of the white man. You know what? Some people out here, including some white folk that want a race war, but they got to use those that are weak in their minds and base it on simple carnal things outwardly, like flesh and skin color.
Right, hold on. Let me put guys. Jimmy, when you talk about it, it's in defense of white people as if we don't have a lot of degeneracy in our community. But we don't talk about solutions. That's why it comes disingenuous. So
really, bro, on this channel?
So you okay, and that's what we want. We want people to make us feel good. So if the person talks to me a little stern, or the person tries to say we got to do something, and I don't like the way it didn't sound right, that's what we need, and that's why we have a lot of symbolism instead of solution. A lot of symbolism. When you talk about it, it's an offensive. What do you mean it's an offensive white people, godson? As if we don't have a lot of degeneracy, as if we don't have a lot of degeneracy in our community. But we don't talk about solution. Bro, when I try to come on here, talk about solutions, what can we do, or different things, it just gets brushed off. And folks just want to talk about the problem. Oh, the white man, you know, to build their path, or you know this and that, and just talk and talk.
Y'all tell me Dumas lying about that right there.
Bree, how much do I bother you in the back chat?
Please.
What's the next step? What do we do? What can we do?
How many times
what's the
we
solution?
discussing the people that don't even have enough? Even most sexy, he said, how many times we gonna keep going over this, or what the white man did, what the man did, the white man did, what the white man did, what the white man did. Like some people just comfortable talking about white folk. Talking about the past, leaving those things that are behind. Eurocentric, that's all. Eurocentric Christianity, like broken robots. Only programmed for a little bit of stuff, and that's just a repeat. Go to his channel, buy his book. Eurocentric Christianity, like robots. Solution one, repent. Whoo! Folk don't want to hear that because you got to look at your own self, repent of your own sins. We'd rather talk about somebody else's sin. Fair use. This is talk people don't like. But you go talk about them white folk and how you special and you ain't at fault for anything. You have 1,000 people in the Bible study.
Enemy. Just because some white people in the white race have abused and misused black people, don't put every white person in that category. See, you get upset if the white folks categorize you as a black person and make it look like every black person is a mugger and a raper and a doper. You get upset about that, but then you don't mind making every white person the bad guy. And that's not true. So let's be fair about it. Black man, white man, did you know?
Why do all cults broad brush? When they talk about women, when they talk about cops, when they talk about Christianity, when they talk about preachers, why do they broad brush? That's just part of an echo chamber and brainwashing. When you have a people under control, they can't think for themselves. No, I did have a white neighbor next door that was a very nice person. I remember my grandmother had a white. What happened when y'all get in these cults? What takes place in your minds?
No, what I just quoted from Mr. Muhammad, I doubt it. On page 228, Mr. Muhammad states, under the heading, quote, land of our own qualifications, semicolon, or colon rather, we must have some earth and soon, semicolon. Believe it or not, we have been serving and worshiping the real devils. Stop preaching that old lie that God loves all human beings. He most certainly does not love the devils, the white race.
Wait a minute. How? And the only one spreading that it's two kingdoms and everyone could be born into this kingdom. Paul said, past time we all been in that other kingdom. And he said we must be born again. But it ain't but two groups of people saying God don't love everybody. Oh, he hate the Edomite. He had a proud look too. How many of y'all got that?
Let me see what God's saying. No, Jimmy. Because whenever y'all bring up black on black crime or our issues within our community, it's only because y'all want to highlight how wicked our people are as well. So God said, so how do I say this?
Just say it.
Isn't that old saying, before you talk about other houses, make sure your house is clean first?
Don't throw stones in glass houses.
So when can we talk about black issues? When all the white issues go away?
That's a fair question. Godson, that's what I got to keep it a buck. That's a fair question.
And there's a level of it's like seeing people's motivation. We got a whole standpoint for all people. How do we deal with certain things unless the white man's the most wickedest person? He's just designed to be wicked. Going back
Timothy
to
Isaac, all white folk are Esau, Timothy Isaac. All white folk are Esau.
We got a whole standpoint. If with the civil rights, what they just trying to say, black people in a sense of this is human rights that are being violated. Most men saying, "Oh,
he said that's
manipulation." In essence, that means we can't talk about our issues.
Oh no, black folk can't manipulate. We don't have the power to do. Our hearts are too pure to do that.
Because that's the whole thing. But when things come up, what do we do next? And it's like, the white man. Let's talk about the white. Because we're going to talk about the white man right now for the next 10 hours. Folks won't say, you know what, y'all? We've been talking about them, but this has been the same conversation the last couple of years. What can be done?
People start leaving.
All right, y'all. Bruce come on here from HR 6090. Okay, Bruce, what's the next step? Bruce, did you vote?
And then I ain't never seen so many people complain about white folk and don't want to vote. Oh, vote don't do nothing. Hey, yo, something ain't right. I don't care what y'all say. Something ain't right.
Bro. And even when we talk about black issues and stats, there's a standpoint. Oh no, that's racist. That's just a talking point.
Now, let me see if they buy that glue. Hold on, I done laid all this carpet out.
Let's play Marine.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Let me. Yeah. Come on. And now his organist, listen to his organist said, "Jump on and get wrecked." Matter of fact, Tim, jump on and get wrecked. Let's harass Dunamis. He's been harassing me. I promise you. Wait, hold on. That might be him. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, and what Donnell want? Donnell, we don't want no serpent talk. What you want? Come on, tell us how the white man is wicked and how I see it as the church. Come on, Donnell. Don't take nothing for yourself. Don't put nothing on yourself. Just give it to the church and give it to the white man and let's hear the cry. Come on, cry, baby. Somebody get his bottle ready. Give him a pacifier. We get ready to hear some crying.
Oh boy.
Get the Kleenex out.
Give me a chance.
Go ahead, give me a chance. Let him go ahead.
I don't have a whole lot of time because I'm actually at work, but
all right, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a point to Dunamis. It's a lot of stuff out here that we can do, but everybody is not ready for certain levels of understanding or how to better yourself, better your household, and then take it to the next level of bettering the community. There's a lot of stuff out here you can do. Like when I share stuff, most people look at me like, I'm talking nonsense pretty much. But then only thing I can do is just try to prove it to you based off of me changing myself, changing my household, and then eventually, hopefully I can, affect somebody else outside of my household. So, I kind of shy away from talking about stuff that I be doing because, people look at me like, okay, you talking nonsense. But other than that, I'm all open for talking about what we could do. I just don't necessarily try to engage it. Like before I got booted off the last time, I was talking about stuff that I do when it comes to like moving around. But everybody's not ready for that. Everybody don't understand that we operating in two systems. There's two types of jurisdiction that people operate in and they don't even know it. They don't know that you operate in a public jurisdiction and there's
Oh, come on, sovereign commander. Let's hear that. Let's hear that sovereign talk.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying.
No, talk that talk. Go ahead. I want to hear it.
Well, I mean, when you operate in a private jurisdiction, then you're able to do things that most people can't do. You're able to access stuff that most people can't access. And so, you know, it will be a person that's willing to, you know, hear it out and then put it to action. That's what I did. I heard it out. It sounds far-fetched, but then once you start doing certain things, you say, wait a minute. I mean, this might be, I might be on to something. I've been studying this stuff since 2015, and it took me at least to 2020 to even scratch the surface of what I already understand. So it's a journey, just like the Bible's a journey. But the bottom line is everybody is not ready for that type of journey, because you do have to know what you're doing. You do have to have a mentor. You do have to have somebody to guide you through this process in order for you to, you know, keep yourself safe. But other than that, I'm all for talking about it. I'm all for presenting, you know, what I do, but I don't think everybody is ready for that. And then I want to speak another thing to Rudolph Al Windsor. I think you all should really listen to Zion Lex talk about him, just to speak to his, you know, information. I know it don't have everything that y'all want to hear, but Zion Lex really gives out some pertinent information to help support Rudolph Windsor's book. So I tried to post it in the comment section, but you know, y'all was gone with the Islam thing, which I'm with you on that. I personally think Islam is nonsense, but that's all I got to say. I got to go.
That sovereignty talk, we're gonna have to talk, Brother Darnell, on that eventually. But I'll definitely like to look into the Zion Lex thing. I'll probably look at that a little bit later. But I was to talk about the solutions. Y'all was talking about solutions for the Black community. I think it's interesting. I see folks going back and forth in the comments, so I just wanted to join and see what's the issue.
Leah, what's your thoughts, bro? How long you been around? How long have we been trying to talk about solutions? You've been trying to talk about solutions. But what, Leo, in your opinion, what happens?
When we bring up solutions, it's either the victim's mentality comes out, like, how do we do this? You're always trying to do something. It's never tangible. They try to challenge the solutions. We either buck dancing on, like, oh, you guys just want to just obfuscate and push away what they've done to us. Also, I'm like, no, like, we have to figure out ways to make things work right now. If you're saying we have to get from someone else to then move forward, then that's a problem. What are we going to do until that happens? So it's like they put more roadblockers in front of possible solutions and trying to get to the root of issues. But then again, it's like, okay, until they cut the check, until these things happen, we cannot move forward. So it's like they just keep pushing more victim mentalities on top of solutions we're trying to get and improve current conditions. Even then, while pushing to get the cut the check, reparations, restitution, however you want to say it. The solution to me, I know y'all not gonna like this. I believe it's education. I know y'all gonna say everybody's educated. No, like, if even with what we're talking to today, like, how often do we talk about, and I'm not just saying going to college, like, education in itself is how many people today have went and looked and learned how to be independent and self-sustainable. Example, self-sustainable. Today, if the grid went down, what are you going to be able to do? Can you take care of yourself without the power grid? No. What are you doing in terms of career development, in terms of business development? Have you researched your industry in terms of the niche you're trying to go into and see where it's going in the next 5 to 10 years? And then on top of that, have you gotten the certifications, education in terms of what our laws are based on that industry? I think if we push more into that, then we can move and utilize education that we have to then affect politics. And education is a part of the whole system, because we understand with politics, you need to be an educated voter. We don't talk about education enough. And I think that's our biggest issue and flaw, because even within our culture, when we bring up education, how is it deemed? When we bring up anti-intellectual understanding in our community. It's beef. When we talk about let's learn certain things that we may not be used to, it's so foreign, it gets pushed away. And I think it's a big issue to me. I think education is our biggest problem.
I think with that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, Timothy Isaac saying being obedient to God is like, that's already apparent within our belief system. But even when it comes to being obedient to God, Timothy Isaac, has your studies increased in your work life? Because I'm sure you go to business. I'm sure you do something. If you're an entrepreneur, you're doing something to generate income. So what is that? What are you educating yourself with? Oh, okay. Okay, Elder Tim. Go ahead. Go ahead, Deuteronomy.
I think that's not one. I think a lot of solutions tend to be more local or in small groups. You know what I'm saying? 3 to 5 people, that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be the large
mass
overall.
Nationwide stuff becomes a burdensome. They can't really build. So small pockets can build some national, global, but those are the
But
things.
you see what Phineas said about we need international relations. How are you going to get international relations without the education to how to proceed? Who are your leaders to make sense of international relations? Where are you learning about international relations right now? And is that person educated in that subject? Can you jump out right now, Phineas, and go do international relations right now? If you can, showcase it through, or you'll say through social media. You're connecting to people through social media. But then how do you navigate those lines to make those connections? You have to be educated. I'm not saying just go to college to do this. That's what I'm saying.
I think.
But this is what JT Mac is saying. There's unemployed, educated people. Education is not just about going to school, JT. I just said right now, if the grid went down, what are you going to be able to do with your house? Are you educated in matters of self-sustainability? It's not solely based on going to school and getting a job.
And not just
education is larger than that. Go ahead.
Because you even have education in terms of dealing with mental health and stress.
Correct.
Lived in experience to help other people who have gone through a similar situation, peer-to-peer support, things of that nature. I think there's levels of education dealing with suicide prevention, dealing with those kind of things which we don't necessarily talk about as much in our community.
Right. And like even what Mr. Irv and Red Letters are saying, education first, and we're talking about eminent domain and trying to speak to that is political and also understanding governmental systems, legislative. We have to understand these things. Underemployed is going to always happen, JT Mac. It's always going to happen with a progressing system. Secondly, red letter, please. When you said, and a lot of times it depends on where you're getting education from and if education you're receiving is accurate. I agree. But to determine that, you need education and experience to do that. But we don't talk about that as much. We sit back and just talk blindly about subjects, but we're not well researched into it. And even when we say well researched, are we using certain issues? But like,
do you see how they talking all around your question further, Charity? I ain't gonna say
I even see it.
I ain't gonna be saying these two no more.
All right, so you said Charles Jordan. Do you believe there's still an underlying issue of you said minute? I think he edited that. Minute discrimination towards the Black community, the reason we're stuck in the state we've been called a victim mentality? No, I don't think that's the main issue that's keeping us there. Minute discrimination.
At least
say what?
Go ahead.
But I'm saying keeping us.
Trauma.
But I'm saying keeping us.
Yeah.
But I'm saying keeping us in this state. I don't think the discrimination is intent to. The discrimination can be there to oppress us, but you're saying to keep us there. How are you going to say the discrimination is there to keep us there when there's opportunity to grow out of it? Like I'm trying to understand. Like you can get out of certain areas that are discriminating you. You're saying the whole system is discriminating you. Yet, how do we prove that discrimination on a mass scale? Because you can sue.
So everybody Black can get out of it.
If there's a mass conglomerate of discrimination, how are you not showing evidence of that? And if we have evidence of that, we can prove it, get it to a court, and prove it.
And make some stuff. Okay.
Like I'm saying, like how are we saying there's an underlying discrimination that's happening in our community that we're all affected by, yet we cannot prove it? Like, if everybody agrees all black people are part of this system and have this issue, why can't we make a class action lawsuit and go about it? What's your thoughts on anti-blackness? It's discrimination based on colorism that's in a lot of our communities outside of black communities. Should we attack those issues, or is it victimhood? I would say no, it's not necessarily victimhood, because anti-blackness first has come from, I would say, a large focus on a white culture that puts their images in our community, but not to overcorrect it and try to blackwash everything either. I would say the victim mentality that I believe you bring up also comes to us and how we look at these subjects, being educated on the history. And I'm saying being educated on the history is referring back to how this started, and then not use solely on conspiracies all day. That's a big issue. Like that, when we bring these up, we have to showcase tangible ways first of how these things happen, educate others on how it happened, and then not even necessarily saying don't let it happen again. It's also making protocols, practices, and actual plans to then educate everyone else. Like that's kind of how it should be. I know you're asking, but anti-blackness has been, and if you really think about it, in all caste systems. If you want to go to the caste systems, oftentimes the dominant class places their image above all others. That's what happens. It's not even just a color thing. It's also based on their image and representation. When a new government or body comes into place, they put their image insignias everywhere throughout that region. It's not solely about classism. It's just about that dominating and ruling class.
Okay. And then with that, okay. It's a freak. Jordan, why are you getting upset, bro?
I don't know why he's mad. I don't understand.
Because now, okay, see, Mr. Herb saying, okay, Elder Tim saying, ask the business loan instead of there's your proof. They always change the rules, Mr. Herb. Right? Okay. Let's see. I don't know. Talking from the other side of the fence. So now, as we're talking about black solutions, guys, from what you see in the comment section, what's the response to it? What's the response? What's the response?
Just where some people say get quiet right here when you ask questions like that. What's the response?
That now we want to talk about solutions, right? Mental health. There's trainings you can do. There's small certificates. Folks got to eat. Well, yeah. And then now, what's going on in Atlanta? They have Tech Bridge, right? Training program you can get access for free. You sign up. There's an application process. They can't take everyone, but they train people in different tech industries. There's a lot of stuff that was being handed out for free during COVID, trainings and whatnot, to get folks prepared to work from home and things of the sort. I mean, granted, there might be people who don't know, but how many people signed up? I want you guys.
People don't even go.
I want you.
Bro,
I'm
people don't.
also guys in the comment section. What's the response? How are people reacting to what we're saying? Because then you can also do investment clubs. Folks get together, pool their money, and see what they can invest in. Learn about a business, a stock, crypto, whatever. It doesn't have to be a ton of people. I don't know.
Hey, let me say this real quick. So people are just like, they're asking for a lot of like solutions, and then, or Elder Tim, all right, we got a lot of people on here. When we talk about solutions and go into education, I think a big issue, at least in the community that I see, is that when we talk about learning different industries, niche markets, it plays a role even when we go to college. Like, how much research necessarily goes into your degree that's going to have a 5 to 10 year outlook? Like, that research that's out there. And a lot of this can even be triggered through AI with chat. Like, you can even look at the outlook for certain careers majors and jobs in the field for the next 5 to 10 to 20 years. You can see all this before you even pick your major.
Projection, yes.
Projection. So you can even see before you even make a selection on a trade or even going to college for a specific major. You can see the projection of where the job outlook will be, the market will be, and also see if your job is going to be automated as well. So there's things we can look into now, but that's all education. And I'm not saying it's not solely about going to school. It's just being familiar with the material information that's out there and making wise decisions with that. That's all I'm saying.
What are they missing? What are these two missing?
I think because in the comment section you only get a certain amount of space to speak.
Characters, yes, to type, yes.
It's a lot of misunderstandings that are going on because when you tell me that education is the answer, and I'm one of the main ones in the chat complaining, it sounds like a mixed argument, because in my family, education has been stressed big time. That's why my kids.
Does that help change things? Thank you, Brother Curtis.
Yes,
Has
sir.
that helped change? It has. Okay.
Yes, sir. Because the jobs my kids have is because the first thing we have to do, you can't change nobody. You got to change. Your change has to begin within the family. That's the answer. Be honest with you. Are we raising kids that understand the system, that understand what they're going against, but yet still have enough faith in God to know that they can get to where they're trying to get to, regardless of this system that we're living in? I think the conversation is being misconstrued. I see people calling me a crybaby and this, that, and the other. I take advantage of every opportunity I have within reach. So let me start out by saying this, and I'm just going to put my business out there. I go to school, but not only do I go to school, they pay the same government I have issues with. They pay me to go to school. You know what I'm saying? So every time I step in that class, cha-ching. So to tell me the answer is education and this, that, and other, I understand that, and actually I agree with it. But there is still a charge against this government, because if you look at the overall census, the overall statistics, when it comes to housing, when it comes to bank loans and this, that, and the other, it is on paper that Black people are given less opportunity, even though there's opportunity. See, I would turn around and make that argument against the system, but I turn around with my Black brothers and sisters and tell them at the same time, take advantage of everything within your reach. Two things can be true at the same time. Sister honestly try to tell us that all the time, but we always ended up siding on one side. I have a complaint against the system, yet the system is being good to me individually because I'm taking advantage of it. But yet and still there is a chink in the system, and it's called racism, and this country has always suffered from it. Why can't we just tell the truth on both ends?
Don't we need education to understand that? Don't we need more information?
yes, sir. I agree with you on that.
And that's why, and I think you got a good point, a really good point on the family. But understanding our culture, how are our families today? Are they fragmented? Do we have good environments to live in? And how do we improve that family dynamic without information, without education? And not just necessarily going to school to learn. It's like learning from other mentors and other people that have better examples. We need that information.
I love that you brought that up. I love that you brought that up because like I say, I have a message for both sides. There's a part in Dallas that I can't stand going to Oak Cliff because my people are just acting buck wild. But we got to understand that when you've been and see, here's the part that people want to say you're crying, but it's the truth. When you've been redlined, when you've been given less access, when all the jobs you have to have a car to get to all the jobs, because all the jobs are the good jobs anyway, are 30, 40 minutes away from where most Black people live. You have to put all those things in perspective. You know what I'm saying? everybody does not have the same access. That's what we're talking about. But at the same time, I would tell my people, take advantage of everything you can that's within your reach. Both sides are true. You know what I'm saying? In Dallas, you know how it's set up. If you're gonna get a good job, more than likely you're gonna have to live way. I mean, you have to drive way out there, 630 North 635, and this, that, and the other, far North Dallas. That's where all the good jobs are. Black folks stay. The majority of black folks stay about 30-40 minutes away from those jobs. You know what I'm saying? So it's harder to get to them. You know, you have certain truths like that's going on. But at the same time, if I'm black, I'm getting to it. I'm gonna make sure I get to it. So two things can be true at the same time, and that's all I'm saying.
I agree with you. I see George's question. He said, "What if your child comes home asking questions about he or she has experienced discrimination because of the color of skin? How do you handle that?" I'll say education, and you'll say, "Why? What do you mean?" I'm not relying on my own personal experience to give them an answer, because my own personal experience is only to me, but it can apply to others. But there are other factors that play a role in my own personal experience. So I would need other information, external factors, data, to make the best decision and give the best answer to that. So that would come to where you have to actually plan. Like me, I don't have to wait for my kid to experience these specific things, because we talk about that now. We're talking about this now. If you go to school, because you actually go to a school with a diverse group of people, we talk about what can happen. Actually, a good example that happened the other day, a couple years ago, I educated my kids on when they go to a school that is mixed, you have a specific skin color that is different. You will see this. You will see different parents when they come drop their kids off. It may not be two parents dropping it. It might be one. You may not see a mom and a dad. You have to talk about these things with your kids. You have to give them information, not be reactive. That to me is reactive in terms of saying, how do you handle the situation? I'm already programming my kids now with this information. I'm saying programming literally because they know what to do in that situation. And I said, you just got to give them outside information, not just your own anecdotal experience, because that's what a lot of the issues are, is we're giving them anecdotal experiences that have flawed and big issues deep down in a lot of people. And like Elder Tim just said, like a lot of communities have a lot of these people. Like Oak Cliff I've heard a lot of stories about it, and I'm sure it's not too different in Detroit. And there's a lot of issues going on in our communities, and people are giving their own experience in a flawed environment, doing the best they can. But I think they need more information on how to improve their condition and even learn, hey, what you're doing, is it beneficial? Maybe to you it is, but maybe if I show you a different way. Now, I don't mean you have to take a hand of every single person, but I think we have to showcase examples of how we should be moving as a family, as a unit, specifically in Christ, but then also how we can move in the business sphere and actually in education and academia. Like there's ways to do this. It's not necessarily just foreign information.
Yeah, hold on, Elder Tim, how do we fix racism? Right? Because you're talking about racism in the government. That's still the problem. What's the solution?
Change racism, fam.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think you can. I think it's
there's no solution.
Well, no. There may not be a solution per se, but there is a way to survive in this. Because see, the thing is, we got to look at the bottom line. Sin, hold on. Sin is the bottom line. When you get rid of sin, that's when you'll get rid of racism. And of course, I'm a Christian. I think Jesus Christ is the answer to everything. But until he comes back, we're going to have to endure. That's what the scripture means when it talks about enduring to the end. It's including systems like this. Because I'm not one of those that's fool enough to think that if the thing was reversed and we were the majority and we were the ones in control, that anything would change. I don't think so. Yeah, because we are so naturally our nature is so marred to the point to where that's always going to be the case. People are trying to pull one on other people.
Facts.
That's more.
Hatred and strife ain't going nowhere no time soon, fam. Like I hate to break it to you, but that's part of the human condition and whatnot, right? And the only way you get to counteract that is to love thy neighbor as thyself, right? Like the Bible gives us very simple prescriptions for this and whatnot, and very simple breakdowns as to what this actually is. The Bible don't get into racism, fam. There's no need for it. There's absolutely no need for it. It gets into hatred and strife because that's what it is, and division because that's what it is. And the only way we get over that stuff is by putting it down and recognizing I am my brother's keeper. That's the only way you get over that kind of stuff. But you're never gonna stamp it out. Like my man just said, the only way is you can survive it the best way you can and whatnot, fam. It ain't going nowhere. It ain't supposed to go nowhere no time soon, fam.
So I'm with you, right? But as we're talking about solutions, what we can do, right?
We can change our expectations, my G. That's the very first thing we can do.
I don't want to get. I'm with you, right? But going back to what Leo said, education, deal with mental health. But if we're talking about, it seems to me, and I could be wrong. First and foremost, if we believe that God, with the drawing and the election, essentially, if racism is the problem, right? If God doesn't draw someone saved, right, Elder Tim? So is it God causing the issue for us?
That's a stupid question.
That's
the dumbest thing I've ever heard you even ask them.
Orthodox more, bro.
I'm a side
Orthodox more.
I'm going all the way around.
It's a problem of evil.
I'm going all the way around.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
I'm going all the way around you, no matter what you say, dude.
Bro, Orthodox more. It's a problem of evil.
I'm here on my talking point right quick. I ain't going. I love you.
Orthodox more, brother. I'm talking, brother.
You asked me a question. I didn't even get to respond yet.
Bro, can I finish? Can I let my play?
Go ahead.
If we're talking about the racism and it's just endure, right? First and foremost, that basically, bro, that's not that's just keep it going. And now we want to make steps to cause solutions, but what we're hearing is, bro, it's God that has to change it and endure with Elder Tim's system, right? Dealing with the sovereignty, how he defines it, whatnot. It's God that is causing, because God who draws, and man has no free will. So we're talking about that's dumb, but that's the system that's being provided.
You're changing.
We're abiding by.
Yeah,
you're changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject.
And I'm not dealing with that. I'm gonna stick to the topic. I love you.
I'm not changing the subject, bro.
Okay. I didn't come on to talk about Calvinism, right?
No,
you just asked me about Calvinism. I didn't come on to talk
about the solution. Well, first and foremost, it's a non-solution saying endure. Okay, that's it. Then just endure.
Please.
So if we're talking about trying to change things, it's not just endure. That's what was being told.
That's not what I said.
What, brother? You said just endure. That's the whole thing.
That's not what I said.
So you repeat the other time you said endure.
Okay.
Elder Tim saying
what did I say? What did I say?
I said more than that. Come on now. Don't say.
You're saying the problem is racism, and it comes down to Christ who changed the heart, right?
The problem that we have is what's going on right now. We're not being honest in our conversation. You can't just take one thing I said and just pound on that because I have a particular theological belief, because that's where you're going. You think you're smarter than everybody with these questions, but you're not. We catch what we see what you're doing, but go ahead.
Okay, let me slow down. First, we're talking about solution, right? Saying it's racism. Ultimately, you can't change someone, endure. Okay. So that's just endure. Endure to the end. That's it. Right? Now, in the framework, that's what comes up in my mind. That as we're talking about what God does, things that deals with the sovereignty and just the whole standpoint of the problem of evil, where is this coming from? What is the cause? Right? So on one hand, we're saying this is, okay, just endure. Okay. Yes, okay, we can quote verses, right? But when we bring that up in terms of endure, folks are called coons, folks are called this, folks call all kinds of stuff, right?
You do know when the scripture
brother, Tim, go ahead.
You do know when the scripture says to endure, that statement is actually loaded. There are ways to endure. I just gave a full explanation and with a spook about what he said his solution would be, and I added on to that, but I added scripture to it. I have a question for you. Do you have a problem with scripture?
No, I have a problem with rhetoric, and that's what we've been hearing in the community for a long time, just rhetoric.
But you're not hearing rhetoric now.
I'm hearing rhetoric from you, Elder Tim.
You're hearing rhetoric from me.
Rhetoric.
How? What? I mean, point to something specific I said that was
You're
rhetoric.
preaching. It's sin, and the solution is repentance, right? But Elder Tim is rhetoric.
Yeah,
I thought this was a Christian channel.
This is so ridiculous, Dunamis. I'm mucking it right now. I'm doing my thing real quick. So you interrupted me to do this, Dunamis. So this is why I'm interrupting you to do this right now. So I'm going back to the original point about discrimination and whatnot, right? Because this is the one thing you can do is change your expectation, fam. That's what you can do. Is a lot of people got an unrealistic expectation. Let me ask you a question, Dunamis. What discrimination do poor black people face that poor white people don't?
You gonna say racism?
Did I say racism?
I'm asking. Are you gonna say racism? What's the discrimination?
My question, Dunamis.
Bro. What do you want to hear? You gonna say racism?
I said, what discrimination do poor black people face that poor white people don't?
What discrimination poor black people face that white people don't? You gonna say racism?
That poor white people don't.
Are you gonna say racism?
Walk me through it.
You're asking a question to lead me somewhere. I'm asking you gonna say
racism. I'm not trying to lead you nowhere. I just asked you a question.
So, brother, where we going? Are we gonna go with racism?
Maybe you can answer the question.
I'm asking. Are you gonna say racism?
Wait, hey, Moore, can you ask your question again? I want to hear that. Say the question again.
Leo, maybe we can have a straight up conversation, Leo, because Dunamis was trying to be Dunamis and whatnot, right? So Leo, is there discrimination in this country that poor black people face that poor white people don't?
Yes, I could say, and I'll give you one: admission in college.
How does being a poor black person and affect you more than being a poor white person in that process?
Because you're adherent to the admission department, and oftentimes there has been documented that certain admission departments based off the university adhere to names, adhere to resumes and locations, and assume based off a certain person's name and their location and where they live, they may not be accepted. Everything else could be the same. Grades, extracurricular activities, these things can all be equal. But because they reside in a certain area and have a certain name, they can be seen as, not fit. Happens all the time. And that's kind of why certain protocols are in place to help that. But I would say admission into college can definitely be a key thing that happens.
Is that your best example?
For right now, yes.
So the question was, what affects poor black people in a way that poor white people aren't affected? And so what you told me was name and location, right?
Yeah, within the admission into college, yes.
The poor people are in the same location. That's what I'm trying to understand. So what's the difference?
I would say it's actually different because there's certain regions that a lot of poor blacks don't live because of racial dynamics. Like example, I live in Detroit, Michigan. There are not a lot of poor whites here. Our population size actually for household income is actually middle to upper middle class Caucasians. We don't have a lot of low income middle white people living here, but we do in surrounding suburbs. So it's contrasted, and it's based on segregation that a lot of people can bring up based on population sizes. It's a little bit more nuanced, I think. But where you based on specific inner cities, you won't find always poor blacks and poor whites often, not all the time, especially in terms of volume.
I didn't say that, right? So I heard redlining early, wasn't I, right? This is why I asked
Correct.
the question the exact way I did, because redlining doesn't care about that. It cares about the income level, right? So on paper, poor areas, black and white, look the same when it comes to redlining. Yes, no.
No.
What looks different?
Specifically the homes themselves. Specific poor areas, like I can mention again, location. Inner cities don't have a lot of modular homes, manufactured homes. And that plays a role in actual tax, the tax benefits, and also the household worth of the property. So like I said, that plays a role as well. Like you won't go to an inner city, you'll see a lot of modular homes. So you're either gonna see apartments or homes. Not gonna see a lot of trailers there. So that plays a big role too.
How so?
Trailer parks aren't in large inner cities. You don't see them.
So what does
That's
that
what
have to do
happens.
with anything I'm asking, Leo?
Because when you look at trailer parks, how often is a trailer park worth a lot of money outside of the land itself? When you start talking about household income, oftentimes household income is not going to be large in a trailer park.
Okay, so are
Yet
poor
in the
people
inner city,
are
yet
poor
in the inner
people in
city.
trailer?
Go ahead.
Okay, so just let's just stick to
Go
the
ahead.
basic question, Leo. Are
Go
poor
ahead. Go ahead.
people in trailer parks? Are poor white people in trailer parks facing the same discrimination that poor black people in inner cities face, or white people in inner cities for that matter? I live in a trailer park.
Got you.
There's
I would
certain
say
stuff I can't do in a trailer park based upon the fact that I can't get certain loans because I live in a trailer park. I can't get all kind, like I'm redlined the same way other like I would be, and I would as in the hood or whatnot. That's why I'm asking you.
got you. Like I said, when we talk about homes, and that's a good example. I would say that would be an issue for the black inner city because you can talk about the same loans as well, but there are also incentives because you live in the inner city, and that's why I brought up education, because we can attest to there are specific grants, scholarships, and also direct marketing to the inner city because a lot of universities want that rub of going to the inner city, that PR. That happens often. There are a lot of grants that happen to inner city black schools that don't come out to the suburbs. And why is that?
You keep saying suburbs or whatnot, fam. Like, so I don't. Do you consider like a broke down trailer park to be the suburbs?
That's what I'm saying. Like based on my based on my region, yes. Because like here in Detroit, there is a suburb called Warren where trailer parks are in it, but it's a suburb. Which
I've seen
large income and high income.
I hear what you're talking about because I've seen really upscale trailer parks before. I hear what you're talking about. So
yeah, got you. Like it's a mix.
No, I hear what you're saying. So in your mind, are the majority trailer parks like that?
No, I hear that. Yeah, not all trailer parks like that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no.
Right, just like
even down south. I
can find a penthouse in the hills sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like there's you know what I'm saying? It's not all Section 8 though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right.
This is not all projects and whatnot, right? So that's.
But you can find some nice ones though. You can find some nice ones.
So let me round it out like this. Like, so do you think that black people today face the same discrimination that their grandparents faced?
Yeah, that's a hard one.
That's
I would say
I'll say no, real easy.
No. Yeah, but I'll say there is nuance. But yeah, I agree. I
didn't say did it disappear. I'm saying the same level.
Same level, no. Yeah, no.
So if we're not experiencing the same level, what do we need to like? Do we need to change how we perceive the discrimination in any way, shape, or form?
It could be different in terms of the discrimination. It may not be as overt.
Would it be correct? Would it be correct to complain as if we are experiencing the same level of discrimination as our grandparents?
I think that's relative. Jordan comment now. I see y'all keep talking. Y'all seen Jordan comment?
Okay.
I'm just moving around, but or go ahead.
Yeah. No, Jordan's comments the whole reason why I jumped on, because fam, hatred exists as long as human beings are on this planet, fam. Strife exists or whatnot, right?
Right.
It is what it is.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm with that. And even to answer Jordan's question, so like discrimination is there, but how? Like my question, I'm not going to answer a question with a question. The way we're fighting discrimination today is not helping. How are we fighting discrimination?
There's not a unified fight, right?
But that's what I'm saying. It's more localized because discrimination happens often in different workplaces where people are in more diverse areas. So you're either going to go in the local, if you go to school board, because there are a lot of things that happen in school, or you're going to the city to talk about different things that happen.
That's
it's going to be a civil matter.
100%. I agree with you 100%, Leo. If you can actually identify where there's actually discrimination, our job then is to gather around that and erase it. And if we're not doing that, we have no reason to complain because we are part of the problem.
Not more. Do we do that holistically as a group? Do we do that?
We aren't even a group. That's the whole point.
And that's why I was saying, like, how we're fighting these things, like discrimination is there, but how we're fighting it doesn't work. We're not a group. So it doesn't even work. So like even when we say discrimination exists, the way we're fighting it, isolated like we do, this is not going to fix the solution.
So,
It's going to
so
be
what
more
do you fight?
localized.
So here's the question, Leo. What do you fight? Do you fight
Yeah.
the intention in someone's head or the action coming out of the body? Because I hear what you said. And you said something that was very poignant to me. You said, hey, if you can identify it, you can sue people, take them to court or whatnot. That's a viable solution. You can physically change that part, right? Can you change how other people think and feel?
I would say, and let me say this, over the period of time, yes. And it may take a while, because I think we see that now is, I'm not gonna say I can assume here, but I don't believe all white people see black people the way they did 150 years ago. Would you agree? The way black people were seen here in the States. That's what I'm saying. So it will take time, progress in whatever way you see it, either from the government or through our actions as well.
I've also in my own lived experience been in a situation where some white people try to sit me in the kitchen to feed me, right? Because you know what I'm saying? Because that's where they sat helping with. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm with that, right? I want to get back to Jordan's thing right quick. So Jordan asked a great question and whatnot, right? Which was like, so what do you tell your children when they go through this stuff, right? Jordan, what did your parents tell you? I know what mine told me from both sides, because I caught it from the black and brown side, right? My father sat me down from a young age and kept walking me through stuff. And he always started it off by saying, TJ, son, it takes all kinds to make a world. It takes all kinds. You're going to find some people who are good and some people who are bad in all communities. I've met some good white folk. I've met some horrible white folk. I've met some horrible black folk. I've met some great white black folk and whatnot. It's like all that stuff, like on the outside, none of that stuff matters and whatnot. It's always been down to content and character and whatnot, and how people treat you and what you can trust from people, what you can't trust from people. My father always let me know that. Always. My father went through more discrimination you can shake. It's the most grotesque stuff I've ever, stuff that would have made me kill people, fam. But my father didn't do that. My father didn't do that. My father built his life, built his children, and taught them how to do the same. And taught them how to do the same. And if you're around certain stuff, go ahead.
More, I would say, you see how you're utilizing your father and making the case how he taught you something.
Yeah.
That's the key. And that kind of what Elder Tim was saying, the family. But he gave you information on what you need to do.
100%.
And that's why I think Jordan's question to me is more reactive, as if a parent did not tell their kid anything.
100%.
And they're just going through something new and like, Daddy, I don't know what happened. This happened. Like, hold on, what happened to you? And you like, and then they tell you the whole situation. Like, hold on, that's being more reactive. But like, 100%. if you're taught this at a young age, I guarantee a kid that's taught this and been conditioned to understand, hey, this is what you're supposed to do. This is how the world is. At 4 and 5, as opposed to at 9 and 10, these situations happen and then they don't know what to do. I guarantee they're first, how they explain the situation, I'm sure they'll be able to identify a lot easier. Hey, Dad, this and happened, just like you said. But as opposed to somebody that's never encountered it, they have to explain it a lot more so the parent can get it because they're not used to it. It's something new. That's why I say, like, it's about family. Like I said, I agree with Elder Tim. I just think it's the information you provide to your children. That's why I say education is key. Because when you bring up and train and give information, data to your children, their decisions will change. It may not be immediate, but it will change because the more you teach them, the more change and growth that will happen. Everybody's like that. I think that's the key part. But I just want to call that out because what you're saying literally is what we should be all doing, is teaching.
Right. When you said teach your kids that they're going to experience certain things in situations and whatnot that they haven't been in and whatnot. That's the whole point. You gave them the proper expectation. Like, okay, this is what you can expect. You can expect some things to be off. And now that you know things can be off, your guard is up on that. It's not a shock to you, whatnot, right? And that's why I was saying we need to change our expectations and whatnot, right? To expect discrimination to not be there is ridiculous. You should expect hatred and strife to disappear tomorrow. It's not going nowhere, right? And since it ain't going nowhere, what do we do now? We expect it to come, and when you expect it, you have a game plan for it. That's the whole point.
Correct. That's that's information. That's what proper study and strategy is. You have the information. I got the best information I can. Let me strategize how I can react or plan for this. That's all we should be. I'm not saying all, but that's a key portion, at least with parenting, because you're providing your kids information to go into the world to be successful. So it's like, it's just, But go ahead.
No, you're good. No, you're good. I'll let you go ahead.
But I said that's why I think I know, George. You're saying you're shaking your head. I don't know if you understand. All right, I'm not saying I don't know if you know what I'm saying, but I'm saying the key is if discrimination comes up and your kid's saying they've been discriminated, I guarantee, at least in my situation, I know from what I've taught my child, they'll be able to give me I still feel they should tell me it happened, but I think it's more reactive what your question is entailing. Your question is entailing that if a parent has not talked to their kid and they've been discriminated against, how are you as the parent going to react? And it's like, to me, I've already taught my kids about discrimination and I already know what's going to happen. And now my kid has experienced. I believe I'm not going to be the one reacting solely because we've already talked about this together. So it's not really going to be all right, we got to go out and march and do it. Like, no, like I got to go to the school and put it. No, like, of course these things can still happen, but the information has already been given to the child. So they're already prepared for it. So I'm sure that instance when my child that's prepared for that situation, that discrimination, it's going to be a lot different than the kid that isn't. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is that the parent like me, I'm prepared for it and have this conversation with my kids. Like, hey, now you see it happen. Now this is how we can execute on what we already talked about. We already talked about when you see situations like this, bring it up to me and let's talk to your teacher about it. Let's talk about it and let's go up to the principal and have this discussion. I told you if a bunch of people come around you, have your phone ready and have you record that. Like, there's a lot of things you could do and plan and tell your kids. Because if somebody say discrimination happened at school and this is he said, she said, what you gonna do? You're reacting. But if a kid is around a bunch of kids that's bullying them, have your phone ready and record it. Be ready to go. Like, there's things you can really do right now tangibly to help in that situation. So when it does happen, the plan is just executed now. We already had it going. You already knew it was going to happen. Let's go. That's it. Pretty simple. It's simple to me. It's simple to me, but it may not be to others. Like I said, I had these conversations. I got 5 kids. I had these conversations now. My kids just went from an all-black school to one of the most diverse schools in my county, to where they was around all black people all day. Now they're around Asians, Indians, and everyone every single day. All of their classes. The high school here in Detroit, I mean, not Detroit, it's in Troy, Michigan now. The high school there is 40% Asian. I've never seen that anywhere else, at least being here in Michigan. 40% Asian.
Yeah, you want to talk about collegiate discrimination? I promise you, there's some collegiate discrimination right there.
Oh yeah, so and it's now that's what I said. We can get to that discussion, but like, and that's why I saw the comment Shari made earlier. I think when we talk about funding to inner cities, this is kind of why I'll be honest, why I wanted to go back to the inner city, because I saw it being raised in the suburbs. I was raised in the suburbs. And yet I saw a lot of kids in the inner city that were having the same grades as me, getting scholarships and funding because they lived in the inner city. Right. Yet I still couldn't afford to go to school. I live in the suburbs. I still can't go. I'm getting student loans, hoping I can get them. Oh, like I'm still doing the same thing. Right. But yeah, because they went and lived in the inner city, they're getting opportunities off the rip because they lived in the inner city. Got the same grades, same skin color. But because they lived in the inner city, they're getting tuition paid at large universities because universities want to push funding there. But yet I'm a black person living out in the suburbs. I'm not getting that same funding. A lot of people just make a little bit more money than they do. And that's just like, that's how I think it's more nuanced in terms of the funding for education. That's why I think education is key. Even when we talk about funding and scholarships and college, you can see a disparity even with black folks moving into the suburbs and trying to grow. You may not get the funding because folks want that stamp. Hey, we done got 100 inner city black kids to come to our university in this class. That's a good PR to showcase to the board, to the different donors and everything. Like that's what it's for. It's really a tax write-off, honestly, to me. But that's another thing we can talk about another time. No, but go ahead.
No, real quick, I want to touch on a point you made about the police and whatnot, because with your kids and whatnot, you get to tell them something that our parents couldn't tell us or whatnot, right? Which is you were talking about, hey, now you got cameras, you can record this, you can do this, you can do that. Or yes. Whatnot. Like that's a whole step forward now in terms of like in terms of being able to get retribution via the law or whatnot, right? Like when I was coming up, when my dad broke down to me on how to deal with cops, when it was nothing like that. You understand what I'm saying? It was like, you got to keep your hands here, answer these questions here. Don't talk like this, don't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? Because your job is to get home and whatnot, right? Because my pops almost didn't get home from a cop one night and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like that was one of the craziest stories I ever heard in my life. But like, so that's a level of what, like I've had multiple interactions with police when I was younger and whatnot, right? And every time I was like, man, it was literally, I had a fear for my life and whatnot, which I don't currently have. which I don't currently have because I live in this age where people record everything, and I can literally see the difference with the cops that I deal with because we live in that age. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's our job, if we consider ourselves a community in any way, shape, or form, if we see any kind of institutional discrimination, check this out, air quotes, institutional discrimination, racism, that we identify and that we stamp it out. We shouldn't expect anyone else to do it. And we should expect ourselves, like, we are part of the problem if we expect other people to do that part, right? That's on us to do, right? But at the same point in time, if we're not doing that, we are 100% part of the problem. There's no complaining or yelling or marching. That's going to change none of the institutional stuff. The laws don't change that way like that. You know what I'm saying? You got to vote. You got to contact people. You got to write stuff. You got to change stuff within the legal system if you're worried about that. But if it's not institutional racism, fam, there's nothing you're going to be able to do about that, fam. Like if it's other people feeling a certain kind of way, fam, it just is what it is, fam.
How do you feel about the victimhood that people bring up? They use that term a lot. Do you feel it's appropriate? I mean, I do believe it's still appropriate in certain cases. Yes.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Clarify the question real quick. Like, so, like when you
So,
say
like,
go ahead.
Like victimhood, when they say, like, how, like when we talk about discrimination, and we talk about, all right, hey, as a people, we are the victims oftentimes of discrimination from, I would say, other ethnicities because of our skin color. Is that something we should, as a people, fight against? And when we say fight against, what does that mean? Like, because people say right now the victimhood is we yell and scream, but we don't do anything. So, like, how do you kind of approach victimhood when people bring that up? How do you kind of approach when they talk about Black people, when they say, oh, we are the victimhood? How do you approach that?
So to me, you're exhibiting a victimhood mentality, air quotes, when you experience the discrimination, and instead of addressing it through the system like I was just talking about, or you're trying to stamp it out like in the most viable ways possible, you deal with it in the emotional way. You complain about it, right? And you don't deal with it, and you let it persist. You let it persist. To me, that's a victimhood mentality, whatnot, because you're just breeding victimhood at that juncture.
Okay.
But if you're trying, like, if you can recognize that there's a discrimination or whatnot, and you're trying to deal with it, you're not a victim at that juncture, right? You know what I'm saying? Someone tried to attack you. You're not the victim of an attack. There's a difference. If somebody tries to rob me on the street, but I get him in a chokehold and get a cop to arrest me and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a victim of a robbery at that juncture. You see what I'm saying? I fought back.
I'm with you, and I'm the same way, and that's why I think we just gotta. And I said this, it could be more individual, but I think that's kind of how we have to start, is with our own families and raising our families and working within those, but then connecting with others that are like-minded, and then growing kind of groups that could kind of help and build each other up. Because I don't think we can change every single person, even in our families.
No.
Yeah. So it seems hard. Like people want to. I think when they say solutions, what is one that's going to fix every single person in our community?
So
and that's why I say education.
The solution that people stop discriminating, or is the solution that you're not affected by discrimination?
Ooh, that's like. Can I be honest?
Yep.
I think you're not affected by the discrimination, because I think discrimination is always going to happen, no matter what. Even in a capitalist society, you're going to be discriminated if you're upper class, middle class, whatever. Like, you can be discriminated against, even because, hey, I'll be honest, look, I feel discriminated because I can't get bridge card. I wouldn't mind having a bridge card. I wouldn't mind that 800. I'll be getting a band. I'll be getting at least 1,200 with all these kids, man. I would love that. And with these food prices, we don't got a bridge. We don't got a bridge card. So it's not discrimination. It's a protocol. I mean, they have places for household income and you just don't qualify. But some people will say the qualifications can be seen as discrimination. So that's where I would say, like, discrimination is going to always be there. But how, if it's going to be directly effective to us as a people in your everyday life, I think we could definitely move towards that not happening.
Right.
And that's a goal.
I'm gonna say this and jump off, because this is the whole point I wanted to make. Is the solution is to not try to stamp out discrimination or be thought police or emotional police for other people, but to try to build a situation to where you're not affected by other people's discrimination. That was the most. God rest my father's soul. If I could thank him for like a bunch of things, that'd be one of the top things he ever taught me. Is to not be one of my favorite lines from a book is stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. right?
Okay.
Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage, right? Your mind is your own prison and whatnot, right? And so if you live in a world to where you're limiting yourself, that's horrible. If you're living in a world where other people are trying to limit you, you can navigate that. But if you're limiting yourself, there's nothing you can do about that. You got to change your mind to fix that. That's why I'm saying, like, so it's realistic, and it makes sense to try to build a world to where you're not affected by discrimination. It does not make any kind of sense to try to build a world to where there is no discrimination. And with that, I'll say peace and love, fam.
Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Dude, me about to play the video. You hear Dude to me? Can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I was gonna ask more something. Leo.
What's good? What's good?
When Pastor Jay came through, said endure. When he talked about slavery is to endure. What was it? What was the response?
Oh, it was bug dancing. Everybody's mad, going crazy.
Endure to the end, right? I'm about to play some Vody videos, right? Vody's gonna talk about endure. And the link's there, and anyone can jump up. But the whole standpoint is, okay, we're enduring, but then what? Because there's a level you can teach someone endure, but if they're stationed in a certain place, is that the most their life can be? But anyway.
Play the Vody, bro. Play the Vody. And I think enduring. I think the enduring issue is going to be a problem because enduring seems like you're not fighting. And I think
no, it's not just.
That's kind.
It can be a little at times for certain people. It's self-defeatist. There are people who just thrive in someone's basement and they're enduring. Like Lee, you watched 8 Mile, right?
Right.
You have folks borrowing cars, staying in their mother's house, all that kind of stuff, and they're just trying to make the best of their situation through their friendship, through their camaraderie, all that kind of stuff, But that's enduring for some. So I just think it can be very vague, and it's also when people present a message of endure, it just seems shot down. That's why I shot with Elder Tim, and to me, it's just like just preaching and rhetoric.
Play the video, bro.
But yeah. And then even with some of the missions that people take on to debate other people as we deal with like racism and whatnot, there are people who still go a step to debate and to present information to other people to combat it or this information. But anyway, fair use. Wow. And then we talk anyway, fair use.
Our adoption.
If I'm hearing wrong, correct me. But fair use.
Journey began early on in our marriage. We got married the summer between my sophomore and junior year in college, and our first child was born 10 months later. So people thought we were crazy. Our second child wasn't born until a couple of years later. And after that, we had a girl and a boy, and we heard it over and over and over again. You know, you have the perfect little family. And there was so much pressure on us to just stop there.
But then a few years later, we wanted more children and had done some things to prevent us from having children. And we went back and found out that those things could not be reversed. So we began to, at that point, think about adoption.
So here we are with our 11-year-old and our 14-year-old. And we walked into this agency and we said, hey, we're interested in adopting. And I think we said that we're interested in adopting several children. And the lady just went and got her supervisor. We didn't, know what was going on. She said, tell her what you just told me. And we just, we're interested in adopting maybe a few children. And we didn't know at the time that adoption agencies in this country have a hard time finding Black families who will adopt. It was like an answer to prayer for them. We started our paperwork in May, and we were matched in July. It was almost scary because we were just, sort of getting used to the idea. Mm-hmm. By the end of July, there was another baby in our home. Yeah, that was our first of 7 adoptions, and everything changed. We never went through that process again. The second adoption was with the same agency. The adoptions 3 through 7, we just got phone calls. 7 times, the Lord said yes.
It's been incredible for us. We love every minute of it. We laugh a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to be done, but everybody pitches in, and it's great.
For me, adoption has helped me, both as an individual Christian and as a pastor. Until, I became a father to adopted children and was able to look at my children and know these are as much my children as those children who are related to me biologically. Until that moment, I wasn't able to fully just understand and grasp what it means to be a child of God, because we are his children by adoption. When you understand adoption, you get that. No, we are his children. And he's not going anywhere. Adoption is about the gospel.
For me, adoption is important because it's just a beautiful picture of God's grace in my life. I was really the forerunner in doing something to prevent us having more children biologically. I was in sin. I was wrong. I wanted to be in control, and I didn't allow God to be in control. God is so faithful to give us back what the locusts have eaten. I just get a chance to love on some kids who are actually my kids and raise them. It's just been a blessing. I did not think that I would be almost 50 years old with 7 kids, 7 little kids. But I tell you, I wouldn't trade this for anything.
When we started this journey, we were on the downhill side of parenting. Yep. We had 2 kids. They were 14 and 11. We were just a few years away from an empty nest. And now we're almost 50. And, we're looking at 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, and almost 2. So no, we're not doing the empty nest thing. What else are we going to do? What else are we going to do with our lives that would be more important than what we're doing right now with our lives? I can't think of anything.
Systemic. And if so, okay. Next. Here's a great question. From your perspective, is racism in America systemic? And if so,
No.
Okay. Next question.
The category, before you even go past that, the category of systemic racism is a category of CRT. Systemic racism, the concept of systemic racism is based on the assumptions of the Marxist oppressor-oppressed categories. It's based on the assumptions of the establishment of hegemonic power, and it's based on the assumptions of equity versus equality, okay? So categorically, I reject systemic racism. Categorically, okay? Even if you want to talk about it from the standpoint of systemic, institutional, whatever, even if you want to look at that from a historic perspective, and you can say
that, you know, there used to be laws, and we knew what those laws were, right? That's why you get the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act. By the way, that's why you get the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, right? We got those because we recognized that there were these structures and these laws, right? But the people who are arguing for systemic racism today, they're not pointing to laws. They're not saying, hey, there's a law that prohibits Black people from ... because there are none. They don't exist. So when people say that today, what they mean is there are inequities, and the way you explain inequity is racism.
At the group level.
At the group level.
Right.
And that's CRT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that individuals may experience unfair treatment.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
But it's all swept up into group
yes
dynamic.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the other thing that it does too is it says that I can't be a racist. Some of the staunchest racists I know, members of my family. I grew up like not liking white folks, not trusting, not liking, I had racist attitudes. When I was a senior in college, I was a student at Rice University, and my senior year I transferred, which don't do that. First of all, don't transfer from here, right? But secondly, don't transfer if you're a senior. That was but I was playing football there. I started preaching when I was a junior, and hello, all right. I was getting a lot of opportunities to go and speak at different places, mainly because I was a football player and people knew my name, right? But having grown up in a Buddhist family, never heard the gospel till my first year in college, I was just convicted that I didn't know enough. So I transferred my senior year and I went to Houston Baptist University. And it was crazy. I went from a guy who's, contemplating a career in the NFL to being a guy who's now at a university where I don't even have a scholarship anymore. And I had to figure out how to pay for school. I'd gotten married. We had our first baby 10 months after we got married because we were efficient. And so now here I am. I'm a senior. I've got a wife. I've got a daughter, and I've got to pay for school. It was crazy. And so as a ministry student, I could get half off my tuition if I was a member of a Southern Baptist church. That's how I became a Southern Baptist. But when they told me that, I asked them, not where is a Southern Baptist church? I asked where a Black Southern Baptist church was, because I was a racist. And I only wanted a church that was a Black church. By the way, nobody flinched at that. But if a white student in my same situation had said, where's a white Southern Baptist church, they probably would have been brought in for disciplinary action. But not for me. I didn't want to go to church with white people, and that was not considered racist. So there's so many problems, even just with the way we categorize this. But I'm sorry, I stopped you with that question. Systemic racism.
No, that's your answering.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, because
No.
All right, good.
Adoption that we experienced was very meaningful, will always be very meaningful to us because it was the first adoption, but also because of the story of this young woman who was a rape victim, who found herself pregnant, who didn't think that she could become pregnant because she was on Depo-Provera. And because of that, when she went to the hospital after the rape, they didn't give her any sort of morning after treatment. She found herself pregnant. She called Planned Parenthood. She said, "I've been raped. I'm pregnant. Please help me." They told her to come in, and she did. And she sat there, she says, in her own words, for what seemed like hours. And eventually she looked up and thought to herself, this baby hasn't done anything wrong. And she decided at that moment that somebody would love this baby and raise this baby. And she placed that baby into our hands. And we got to pray with her, for her, over her, as this young woman courageously, after being a victim of rape, decided not only to give birth, but also to make an adoption plan for this child. And so when people talk about, being pro-life, except in the case of rape and incest, and one of our children was the product of incest, it says that all of our children should have been allowed to live, except those two. I'm not willing to accept that. I was born to a single teenage mother. I was one of those children that people talk about when they talk about abortion. They talk about growing up without a father. They talk about growing up poor. They talk about the difficulties that children will have if they are brought into this world. And all of that is true, but all of that is also my life. And so when people talk that way, what they say is a life that was spent like mine was early on is somehow not worthy of even existing. And I find that personally insulting, but also very sad, because there are a lot of people whom God has used and called and forged in the crucible of difficulty early on in their life. So for me, this is a very personal issue. It was difficult for my mother. It was difficult for her to raise me alone. She worked hard. She worked often. She often had more than one job. My mother was a brilliant student. She graduated from college when she was 49 years old. And the reason she graduated from college at 49 is because she had a child. She got pregnant when she was 17. And that ended that part of her journey. And I remember going to my mother's graduation from college and sitting there and sobbing as she walked across the stage at almost 50 years old, recognizing that that was happening at that moment because of sacrifices that she had to make to raise me. I see women like my mom all the time. More than that, I see people who were raised by women like my mom all the time. It's not the most common story, but it is a common story. And again, it's one that, according to abortion advocates, is not worth telling or being told. Before this man became our president, four times, he voted not to protect the lives even of children who were alive after a failed abortion. That's unspeakable. It's hard for me to find words for how gruesome that is, to say that if an abortion is unsuccessful and a child survives, that child should not have legal protection and should be killed anyway. He's the most radically pro-abortion president that we've ever had, the most radically pro-abortion man who's ever run for the office. And I cannot comprehend what that will mean.
When it comes to suffering and pain, none of us are immune. And that pain so often seems pointless, but in fact, pain in our lives is not pointless. So what does our suffering produce? What is it doing in our lives? John Piper addressed this question in his 2013 sermon, The Glory of God in the Sight of Eternity. He addressed 2 Corinthians 4, verses 16 to 18, and I'll read it to orient us in this episode. Quote, "So we do not lose heart. Though our outer self is wasting away, our inner self is being renewed day by day. For this light, momentary affliction is preparing for us an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison, as we look not to the things that are seen, but to the things that are unseen. For the things that are seen are transient, but the things that are unseen are eternal. Here's John Piper.
I'll tell you, I was talking to a woman the other day about this issue who struggles with assurance in her life. And I said, you know, God designed your heart to experience the sweetness of assurance by what you focus on with your head. And she looked at me like, where's that? Where's that? And I went here. She said, that sounded new to her. Where's that? I thought, that's all the Bible is. It's a bunch of therefores and becauses, talking about peace and joy and strength and power, and for reasons that God has revealed in His Word and acted out in history. So, Paul really does experience not losing heart because of truths, realities that he puts into his head day by day, for renewal. Now, what about the 4 at the beginning of verse 17? Like, we're going to beat verse 16 to death if we don't move on. But there's a lot of life in there. He doesn't give up easy. I love to pound on verses till they're dead. That's an odd way to say it, isn't it? Okay, verse 17. Verse 16, we don't lose heart. We're going to be renewed every day. Because this light momentary affliction is preparing for us an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison, as we look not to the things that are seen, but to the things that are unseen. For the things that are seen are transient, but the things that are unseen are eternal. Verse 17 is the main argument. It's the main the main thing. This light momentary affliction is doing something. It's working for us an eternal weight of glory. And all verse 18 does is say, look at it. You can't see it, but look at it. If you look at the fallenness of man coming at you with its guns, or the fallenness of nature coming at you with its tsunamis, all you're going to do is lose heart. Stop looking at that. Look at the unseen. You got to say, what unseen are you talking about? And how do you look at something that's unseen? That's a contradiction. You can't look at what you can't look at. You said it's unseen. Stop telling me to see it. So, what do you mean, Paul? And I think it comes pretty clear what he means. That the basis of our not losing heart is something you can't see. And I'll get at what that is in just a minute. How do you look at the unseen so as to not lose heart and so as to be renewed every day? And verse 17 is the main unseen thing you look at. We do not lose heart because this light momentary affliction is preparing for us an eternal weight of glory. Look at this, he says. Look at this. What do you see when you look at verse 17? You see him calling his affliction, which lasted a lifetime, momentary. Paul, you realize I'm 67, you're supposed to retire, right? Paul suffered until the sword severed his head from his body. There was no year or two of fishing or golf. If Paul was going to have a retirement, it would be post-beheading. So if he didn't have this, he had nothing. He said, if there's no resurrection from the dead, I'm an idiot. That's what he said. 1 Corinthians 15. He called his lifelong beatings and shipwreck and sleepless nights.
Dr. Thomas Sowell says that Chinese, Jews, and Japanese are overachievers, and blacks, Puerto Ricans, and Mexicans are underachievers. And it's all due to culture. You identified human capital in your book, and you say, now you tell me if I'm not paraphrasing you correctly, you say the Chinese succeed because they outwork everyone else.
Oh, yes.
Is it that simple?
In a sense, yes. That if you put in enormous amounts of work, you're going to have a tremendous advantage over people who don't. A study was done in San Francisco schools to show Asians, blacks, whites, Hispanics, and how they score in various fields in mathematics in particular. And there were vast differences, for example, between the Asians and blacks in terms of how many got high math grades. What struck me was that for both the Asians and the Africans, the number of hours that you spent working or doing homework in math was almost identical with the same percentage who got high grades in math. So that whether you're black or Chinese, if you spend an awful lot of time on the math, you're going to be doing better than the person who's not. And although there were great disparities, the disparities were differences in how much time you spent on math homework.
Well, then conversely, Dr. Sowell, are you not saying that groups who do not overachieve are groups who don't work hard enough?
Sometimes, but sometimes the government itself makes it impossible or very difficult for groups to work hard enough. The minimum wage law is one classic example. Occupational licensing laws are another. Insofar as the school system fails, those groups that don't have an independent educational tradition are lost. Whereas if you have that independent tradition, even if you go to a bad school, if the parents can help you, if you get the maximum that you possibly can from the books and so on, you still may achieve quite a lot. So it's a combination. It is the culture, but at the same time, insofar as the society puts barriers, particularly the government, which has tremendous power, and supplies education and other kinds of things. Insofar as they do that, they make it tougher for you to do it.
Well, do you suspect that you may be guilty of de-emphasizing the effects of racism in that pattern?
There's always, everything is a possibility. But as I look at the data, I don't find any correlation between the degree of racism and the degree to which groups advance. That is, if you look at the history of the Chinese in Southeast Asia, the hostility they have encountered there will compare with any hostility blacks have encountered here. There have been a number of occasions in the history of Southeast Asia where the number of Chinese killed in a few days exceeded all the blacks lynched in the history of the United States. So they are enormously hated.
What about Jews?
The Jews, of course, the same thing has happened with the Jews numerous times. Thousands killed here, thousands killed there. And of course, under the Nazis, millions killed. The groups, incidentally, which have suffered the most violence, and I use that as one index of group hostility or racism, those groups have typically been middleman minorities. The Chinese, the Jews, the Armenians, the Igbos in Nigeria, 30,000 of those were killed in massacres just within our time. And yet I don't find any correlation in the long run between the economics and the political hostility.
All right, let's get back to the primary criticism of your book made by a writer I really respect, William Raspberry, syndicated columnist. He says that you make these points, but you don't say what we should do.
What we should first of all do is understand what does and does not work. I don't consider myself to be a policymaker, despite what the media may try to say. I consider myself to be someone who tries to supply facts so that those who do make policy will know what they're talking about, as they usually do not.
Now, speaking of what the media says, you have stopped giving interviews for the last couple of years.
Yes, I should have stopped many years before that, actually.
Why do you say that?
I see no correlation between what I say and what the media reports. One of the most hideous things that I've seen reported was on the CBS Morning News, where they said or suggested that I was a believer in the theory of genetic inferiority of blacks. Now, I have been arguing against that theory for more than 10 years, and I don't know how many books, how many articles, and how many lectures. This was so well known that British television tried to arrange a debate between Arthur Jensen and me. I don't know why the word got to London, but it never got to Washington.
So you have been wary, to say the least, of the media.
I think that's an understatement.
Politics, economics, and war are all exciting, but culture is often quietly decisive. You cannot explain why France, which fought off the German invaders for 4 long years during the First World War, despite devastating casualties, collapsed and surrendered after just 6 weeks of fighting in the Second World War, on the basis of objective factors. Both the German and the French military leaders at the time thought at the outset that France had the better prospects of victory. Decades later, German and French military scholars reached the same conclusion. But the culture of France had changed between the world wars. Hitler followed such things and banked on the French no longer being the same when he overruled all the protests of his generals and ordered the invasion of France to begin in 1940, when some of those generals thought they were being sent on a suicidal mission. Race may be visible on the surface, but culture goes deep. Americans are not a race, but the American culture is what has made Americans different from the various races of Europe, Asia, and Africa from which Americans are derived. People of the same race will slaughter each other when they come from different cultures. Generals of German ancestry, Pershing and Eisenhower, led the American armies against Germany in both world wars, and German cities were bombed into rubble by another American general of German ancestry, Karl Spaatz. War is not the only arena where culture is decisive. A culture pervaded by corruption will keep a country poor, even if it has an abundance of rich natural resources. Youngsters from a culture that puts a high value on education outperform youngsters from a culture that does not, even when they live at the same economic level, in the same neighborhoods, and sit side by side in the same schools. Cultures are inherited, just like race, and may be nearly as hard to change. Cultural head starts have enduring consequences. Because Western Europe was invaded by the Romans, it acquired written languages centuries before Eastern Europe did, and remained more advanced for centuries, as literate societies have been more advanced than illiterate societies around the world. Cultures do change, however, and, like other changes, these may be for better or for worse. Many of the cultural changes in contemporary America, and in Western civilization in general, have been for the worse. These changes are among the many ingredients of a gathering perfect storm.
Not the culture in which black kids grow up in America today.
So they had
there's no gangster rap in that was pervasively available in Germany. I mean, the average of black kid today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than say Ben Carson was when he was growing up.
Ben Carson, the famous
black
surgeon at Johns Hopkins.
Right.
Who is immensely accomplished in every way.
Yes.
Right.
I would say that certainly the black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago. And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who were living in one of the least fertile parts of Nigeria, who were in fact enslaved in centuries past by other tribes and so on. When the British moved in and set up schools, the Igbos went for the schools. By the time Nigeria became independent, the Igbos had climbed above the other groups that had been ahead of them to begin with. But there are all kinds of cross currents of factors. The particular culture, or the particular geography, you run through the whole list of them.
You cite in Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black kids and the white kids, the same. Quoting Intellectuals and Race, Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of black soldiers in Germany, and now you're quoting Professor Flynn, grew up in a nation with no black subculture, close quote. Which means what? Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No, the expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So there's
no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back?
Yes. In fact, I went into this in a previous book on which about black rednecks and white liberals, because that same subculture.
Let's talk about two of your books here. Go ahead.
Because that very same subculture held whites in the South back as well. That in the time this mental testing in the First World War turned up, among other things, the fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both.
All right. And so whose job is it to say, wrong subculture, folks, you're harming yourselves?
Well, I would think in an ideal world that intellectuals might take on that task, but the world that we live in, I've noticed, is not ideal.
All right. What is to be done? Take a look at President Lyndon Johnson speaking at Howard University in 1965.
Oh, yes.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair.
It's pathetic. It's not a question of, there's no you who has the control to be completely fair or completely unfair. I mean, the circumstances are, so someone once criticized the mental tests on grounds that the tests were unfair. And I think it was David Reisman who said, the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests are measuring the results. But who has control of life? Who has control of the past? Who has control of the culture that people have in the present, which they've inherited from the past?
So Lyndon Johnson, in fact, although good liberal that he was, at least in regard, Lyndon Johnson had a complicated career and changed positions on issues many times. But good liberal though he was at that moment, he was in fact engaging in a breathtaking arrogance.
Yes.
On 2 counts. One, that white people were the ones who were responsible for where black people stood in the race, that it was up to whites entirely. That blacks, as he described, I'm
devastating.
The black people are
devastating.
passive; they're acted upon.
That's right. That's right.
And then the second act of arrogance is the supposition that somehow the federal government could fix it.
Yes, it is staggering. But if you wanted to be charitable, you could say, well, he said this in 1965. But if you say, all right, why are people now repeating it in 2013 when we've had nearly half a century of experience to the contrary? And if you look within the black community, those blacks who had escaped what I call the black redneck culture, they've moved on. So, but it's the culture the different parts of the black community had. They were different.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, in his famous 1965 report entitled "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action," close quote. Longish quotation, but it gets to something, I believe. Moynihan, the fundamental problem is that of family structure. The Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle class has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled and poorly educated, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself, close quote. When Moynihan wrote those words, the illegitimacy rate among African Americans was 25%. Today, the illegitimacy rate among white Americans is 36%. Among Hispanics, more than 50%, and among African Americans, more than 70%.
Yes.
Aside from throwing up your hands in despair, what is to be done?
The first thing to be done is to understand that this was a result of policies begun in the 1960s. This is not a legacy of what happened 100 years before the 1960s.
The breakdown of the black family is not a legacy of slavery.
No, if you the classic study of this goes all the way back to the era of slavery, and they find that most black kids, even under slavery, had lived with two parents, and that was true all the way up until the 1960s. And so, if you really want to find out what has happened, what's changed, it has.
Problem we're going to talk about this morning is the inappropriate behavior pattern of black folk. Those are the only two problems you have. I don't care what anybody else talks about in America. It's not worthwhile wasting your time. The problem in America is not drug abuse, crime, low-income housing, public housing, food stamps, welfare, teenage pregnancy. Those are symptoms of a problem. The symptoms are the fact that you don't own and control anything to run you and control your lives. That's the problem. And the second thing is inappropriate behavior pattern. And before I get into the inappropriate behavior patterns, let me define that for you. Now, I'm in current day terms, I might call it the Rodney King syndrome. It's pretty familiar to most of you. That's when somebody pulls you out of a car, breaks your jaw, breaks 3 ribs, cracks 2, knocks out 2 teeth, gives you a concussion, breaks your wrist, breaks your kneecap, and stomps you, and you say, why can't we all get along? That is inappropriate behavior. Or if I'm in Detroit, Michigan, when I was there functioning as an assistant police commissioner during the riots, and I was working on riot possibilities and techniques in the city, I get a call down by some people who had been involved in a couple of murders. And he said, look, I didn't have anything to do with it, Anderson. I just there, I witnessed it. That's what happened. Well, you see, they'd had a disturbance in Detroit, Michigan, and the police broke into a motel and found 2 black boys in there with some white girls. And they didn't like that, even though they were in a black neighborhood. They had paid for the room. It was their right and privilege to be wherever they wanted to be. It was between them and God. But the police officers were white. They were very disturbed about this. So what they did, they took those 2 boys on a Friday, and they beat them all day Friday. They beat them all day Saturday. Then by Sunday, they had gotten tired of beating them. They said, well, we just go ahead and kill them. And so one of the officers picked up a rifle, and hit the oldest black kid in the back of the head with a rifle. The kid was only about 22 years of age. Hit him so hard that it knocked one eye completely out of socket. and bulged the other eye and broke the rifle stock. And the poor kid fell on his knees and crawled around and found the broken stock of the rifle, and on his knees held it up and apologized for having a hard head. That is inappropriate behavior. The question should have been, why are you brutalizing me and killing me? What have I done to you? And so that's kind of inappropriate behavior. It's what we've been systematically programming to displaying as black folk in a very highly competitive society.
It's not the money. It's a culture that we're raised to buy and only from our own people. We don't want to work for our own Chinese anything and find black folk working there. We only hire our own people. We only buy for our own people. We only support our own people. You black folk will buy from any and everybody because you don't have a code of conduct. It doesn't mean anything to you. That's why you all can't get ahead, because you don't play as a team. You all play as individuals. And you listen to these black activists on the streets saying, we're not a monolithic people. You know, just because he did it, we don't have to do it. He's wrong. All of you should play as a team. Even if you don't like something that the group is going to do, you should play along with the team, and so that you got team power. Wealth and power follows the numbers. If you haven't got a lot of blacks with you, you're not pooling your money, pooling your votes, pooling your attention, pooling your interests, pooling your labor, then other people will pick you clean and cherry.
Yesterday's price is not.
My bad, y'all. Now I got one more call answered. I just want to point out, you have Thomas Sowell saying it's the culture, right? Claude Anderson saying it's the culture. What's the difference between Thomas Sowell and Claude Anderson? Both talking about the culture. The culture has to be changed and whatnot. That's the primary, is the culture. All right. 1 second. What's the difference between Claude Anderson and No, it wasn't a line. Yeah, but what might be the? You're right. You might, Jay. What might be the difference between the two? Both are saying culture, changing the culture. Now I can agree, Elder Tim, what Moore said. The endurance is necessary, but then how do we apply that, and to what extent, and to what measure? Because there have been many times we talked about the gospel and endure, but there seems to be an issue. All right, I want to take Jordan's comment off. Oh, well, I can go back to it. That's how I answer black people. One has sincere concern, the other could care less. Yeah. Well, it could be multiple reasons at the same time. Well, man, what are your thoughts? Ain't no right answer. But I hear in terms of the care, right? But if the message is true, If the message is true, what do we do? Are there things that need to be changed about the culture? All right.
If part of the problem is blacks not being able to have political power and certainly not being able to have economic power, then a part of that equation has something to do with what's happening to us educationally in this country. Where are we missing it, and where do blacks have to go to get it?
We're missing it educationally because we've never sat down and discussed the historical relationship between us and the educational system in this country. Remember, the educational system was designed on a public policy that's gone in a complete circle, 360 degrees. First of all, we were denied education. Then we moved from a denied educational basis to desegregated education prior to the Civil War. Then we moved after the Civil War into segregated education. Then by the 1950s, we went back to desegregated education, and now we're back into a state of denial of education. Then I'm going to talk about dismantling the school system, going to voucher systems, going to some kind of private school system. What that means, Daryl, is that Black folk have failed to understand that that schools are not change agents. They're only doing what the environment wants it to do. Schools in this country, starting in the 1860s, were designed to create a manual labor force for whites society, period. Black folk became obsolete in the mid-1960s. They no longer need us as a labor class. So therefore, the schools are dysfunctional because they no longer need Black folk. If we really want to make our schools functional, we have to come up with a national public policy about what we want our schools to do for
Isn't
Black
that
folk.
a slap in the face to all the Black educators and administrators in big cities across this country who are in charge of school systems?
No, it's not, because because nobody's ever sat down with them and say where it is that Black folk want to go. Suppose right now we want to, let's say if we had a national public policy on Black folk, just as whites have always had a national public policy on us. They've had a policy on us, but we never had one for ourselves. About what is it that we want to do as Black folk? Suppose right now we want to go to the moon. Then once we decide where we want to go in a public policy, then it becomes incumbent upon all those educators and all those school systems to say, now what must our school systems do in terms of instilling in our kids the attitudes, the skills, the competencies to be able to get us to the moon?
My bad. Hold on a second. No, I'm here. Hold on. My browser restarted. Just have one thing, just go into the culture.
This is a familiar scene for you guys as far as me being in the airport. Usually I would head over to the Sky Club over here, but I think that I'm gonna head on to the Sky Club over more closer to my gate. So I'm leaving a little bit early, so I'll be in the city taking care of business. I got some things that I got to take care of, and then I got some setups, got some interviews that I got to do. I don't like being in a rush. I like being proactive. So I'm actually flying into the city a little bit early, and then Rita and Leslie is going to meet me there, I think tomorrow afternoon, I believe so. So I'll just swoop them up from the airport, and then we'll go and enjoy the city. We got the Patreon meetup on New Year's Eve, so that should be awesome. And then sometime in the new year, I'll make my way back to Metro Detroit because we have some upcoming interviews that I'm gonna be dropping on the Patreon. I got a Patreon live stream that I'm gonna be doing, build the business. All of that ramps back up back in the new year. So got all of that set up, all of that put together. If you are not a part of the Bag Chasers, make sure you click the link in the description as well as pin to the top of the chat to be able to join the Patreon. And then in addition to that, you know what? I think I'm gonna walking and talking. Instead of jumping on the little metro rail or the tram, should be a little bit better for the video and vibes. I'm just chilling, relaxing. I try to take care of everything a little bit ahead of time. So I'm always at least 1 or 2 days ahead for what it is that I'm doing and how I'm planning, so I'm not operating in a rush, right? But I'm inspired to give a little bit more context based off of a live stream that I seen yesterday. So shout out to Pocket Watching with JT. I think Pocket Watching with JT is an exceptional YouTuber, live streamer, and more importantly, a guy that I believe adds a lot of value into what it is that we're doing on here on these platforms, right? And he mentioned this when I was tuned into his live stream. And a lot of times I just like to chill, observe what people are doing. I don't always say stuff in the chat, or I might catch the restream. But I was watching him, I seen him mention something specifically, and he was talking about a black tax, right? And what people don't understand, because they're so immersed in their own cultural experiences, and they don't get out to be able to really experience what everybody else is talking about. They don't ask them questions. They don't see what other people are talking about. They don't see what their lifestyle is, what their cultural norms are. He mentioned a black tax, right? So for those of you that don't know, it's kind of like, it's this thing that's not really talked about, but it's understood amongst black culture. And even a lot of black people has never really heard of the term black tax. And black tax, just to, set the stage for this conversation, is your parents and the people before you did not plan effectively. Now, some people are going to take it one way, and I'm going to spin it from my perspective based off of what I see as a person that has been able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and did get the foundation. I'm going to give you the insight and information based off of how I see it. So basically, they didn't do what they were supposed to do prior to you, but then they expect their children to take care of them based off of the fact that their children are successful, or they had a lot of children and they expected for one or more of them to be successful, which then would justify them not doing what they're supposed to do financially because they say that you're their investment. So then they pass that requirement onto the children. Now the children may not be as successful as the parents think that they are, right? Because like, for example, when you take into consideration inflation, cost of living, debt, all of that, a kid may make $100,000 a year. And everybody say it's this magical number of $100,000 a year. Well, we know that inflation is real. And then when you take into consideration on top of that, that after taxes, $100,000 in most cities is somewhere between $67,000 and $70,000 a year, right? That's not including any student loan debt that they may have to pay off as a result of getting educated, and their parents didn't set aside money for them to get their education or anything like that. But they got student loan debt, they got their own bills, they may live in a major city, they want to start a family one day, they got to invest in their own 401k so they don't do what their parents did, because the more you know, the more responsible you become for how it is that you go about doing things. So as a result, they have a level of responsibility that they have to take care of for themselves. But then on top of that, their parents are expecting for them to contribute every month, sometimes every week, and supplement their lifestyle in order to make sure that they're taken care of. And that's what you call a black tax. It's an obligation, a moral obligation that's placed upon you or that's pressed down in you since you were little, that if you are successful, then you have to make sure that everybody around you are successful also. And the black tax doesn't just extend to the parents, but it's something that's expected from the parent's perspective more often.
My bad, y'all. I just want is a black tax real? Is a black tax real? See, I can't say you. Is the black tax real? For me. When coach can't hear their parents. You never heard of black tax? Hold on now. Because I just want to know, we want to be content, right, with what we have. But how are there levels to with group economics, with the group going forward with solutions? How much does economics play a factor, right? One being the black tax.
Some call it the black tax, and many Black Americans say they feel it every single day. The heaviness of having to work harder and pay more to reap the same benefits, wealth, respect, and opportunities as their white counterparts.
Feel a responsibility.
Kevin Lightfoot is the executive producer of this show here at ABC 13. He told me he was introduced to the black tax as a little boy.
I remember being 5 years old and having a conversation with my mother about you just got to be better. You have to do everything better because you're not going to get the same opportunities others are. You got to be 2 times as good at everything. And that's a conversation that starts early in our community, and it happens often. And you just carry that throughout your professional life and your personal life.
We've been told that we have to run faster, jump higher.
Reg Clark is a human resource leader and diversity and inclusion subject matter expert. He recently tackled the subject of the black tax on his Apple podcast, The Diversity Dude.
So a lot of people, if they are finally coming around to agreeing with the terms that white privilege does exist, then how is it paid for? How is it financed? And that's the black tax. There are some people who are penalized just by their names. And we know that. We've seen research and we've seen stories where people with ethnic sounding names on a resume may get passed over. Again, that's another example of the black tax.
And Clark says there are many ways the black tax is paid. For some Black Americans,
I don't know about this one. I've never heard of black tax explained like that. I'm gonna let it finish, but this is a new definition from what I'm hearing from the black tax.
who have, quote, made it or have a good income, they are taxed with the heavy obligations of helping other family members. Lightfoot says he certainly paid that.
You have this strong sense of community, that there are those who aren't in the position that you're in, and you are required, you feel this obligation to give back to those people and kind of pull them up to where you are.
While some have criticized Biles' decision to pull out, many are praising her for beating the pressure by pausing and taking care of herself before she paid an even higher price.
People can really look into that. They can see how taxing and mentally taxing that can be to an individual, to always be on display, to always be exemplary example of an entire group of people, and to carry that pressure with you. Not only is she great at what she does, to have 4 moves named after her, to have one of the governing bodies say, wait a minute, your moves have too much difficulty in it. We're going to have to pull back on you. Just that idea that you carry all of this pressure with you. Not to mention that she also had the survivorship with the sex scandal with the U.S. Olympics, and she's gone through all of these things, but yet she's still expected.
So we don't hear what she says. The black tax, from what I understand it, is pretty much for those who are successful in a family, that there's people they have to bring along with them. So you have Shaquan graduates from college, right? Bachelor's of Mechanical Engineering. He gets an entry-level job making $70K, right? Shaquan has to send money back home to his mom, to his family, to his dad, right? There's a cousin that needs money. There's this coming up. There's this emergency. Someone's car broke down. Someone needs this. Someone needs that, right? So while Shaquan is successful, he can't really have the fruits of it, and it takes him a long time to kind of get to that next level of success economically, to really build a foundation, right? So as he's building people up, he's kind of pulling himself down, and he has less resources to use for himself. Now, that's called life where you wish or not. So you don't think that's not just with black people specifically? That's called family. All right. So as we talk about equity and going ahead, right? Yeah. Jimmy, isn't exactly what people are saying we ought to be doing as a black community? This is double talk. And I don't know. But now, I thought this was coming to get rid of the next guy. Yeah, but that's what it comes down to. If we talk about discrimination and whatnot, this is discrimination. They talk about the black tax, that blacks can't succeed. Those Americans can succeed because they have to bring everyone else with them. That other people don't have to where their family's secure. That by the time they reach the age of graduation from college, some people's houses, their family houses are paid off already. That when they're in high school, their parents gave them a car, right? That they were sending money to while they're at school. Yeah, sending cane. I've heard entry level pay has gone up, but when I graduated, I was like 60K, 65. But I was like, yeah. But that's the whole thing. So that's things to identify them as diaspora. Let's see what she got to say. But that's the black tax. And it's a subject people talk about in terms of what makes it hard for black folks to succeed. Dealing with the economics.
Hey guys, welcome to the YouTube channel. If you're new here, it's Ndagere. Thank you for coming. Well, in today's video, this is something that is so much in our community as Africans, or let's say as Black people. But before I get into my own opinions, let's first watch these clips and then let's talk about it.
People rarely speak about black tax and how it impacts generational wealth. Black tax refers to the income that you send to your family every month.
Matt Rich, seems like propaganda to promote selfishness. What do you mean? What do you mean propaganda to promote selfishness? I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm trying to understand, because if this is a standpoint that other folks don't have that responsibility, right? Isn't that a detriment that has to be fixed so that way folks children aren't paying for parents, so on and so forth?
To support them. And this oftentimes prevents us from saving, prevents us from building generational wealth. I know many Black people, including myself, who are making good money, but because we're the first person to make it in our family, we're still living paycheck to paycheck, because every month we're paying our bills, but then we also have to pay our family's bills. And our money isn't totally our money. My money is, my mom's light bill money, my mom's grocery money, my family's, school, my sisters and brothers' tuition money. And so instead of saving and investing and building wealth, all that money is going out and going back into my family. So I'm not able to build generational wealth for myself. And this is not me complaining, because I love my family and I'm glad that I'm in a position to support and to help. However, this is an inescapable financial burden, a cultural obligation that I didn't sign up for. And because I'm the firstborn, then I'm responsible, and I can't really truly enjoy and really build up on the sacrifices that I've made to get myself to where I am today. Yeah, black tax.
Unfortunately, this is just one of the ways that Black people oppress Black people. You know, when the Bible says that you shouldn't anger your children, I feel like a lot of these African parents don't realize that. They don't hear that part of the scripture, but they hear the part that says, obey your mother and father. But they never ever read the part that says you should not anger your children, because the reality is even God will understand when they make the decision to leave you, or when they make that choice not to want to take care of you in your old age. They are also human beings. They have their minds as well. Just the way you guys preach on with your toxic Christianity about, oh, we have the mind of Christ. They should obey us. These children should submit. Oh, they should give to the church. They should do this. They should do that. That's the same way that you have been given that responsibility by God to take care of them. If that child's destiny goes left as a parent, God will still come back and ask you that, what did you do? Because before you decided to settle down, get married, all of that, you must have known that you marrying is actually an institution that is recognized by God. By God then giving you a child, that should have taught you that God is giving you a mission, another job. Having kids, marrying, and all of that, it's not willy-nilly, it's a spiritual job. It's a job, it's an assignment. And it's so sad to see people collapsing on social media. I just watched a video on TikTok about a woman who checked her paycheck, and she literally opened it and she collapsed because she realized that she's working for nothing. She can barely live. She can barely afford her rent. Yeah, her family members, they have rent. They have a house. They have food. They have good shoes. They have good clothing. But this woman has nothing. And it also reminds me of those people that come to the UK. They will work in like care homes and everything for like £5-6 an hour. And whoever hired them is skimming off the rest of the money that they're making just for their family members to call them and say, needs shoes. Oh, someone's son is in the hospital. Oh, someone needs their school fees paid. Have mercy on this person. Have mercy on this person. And it's about time that the Black community start to realize that wherever you find yourself, work hard. Stop saying, oh, this person is in this country, or this person lives in this house and they're not helping me, therefore they're not a good person. They are also struggling. It's bad enough that the world doesn't rate us, doesn't put us in the best positions, but then we ourselves stop doing it. Stop doing it to one another. A lot of these people are barely.
Wait, so hold on. Let me just read. Did me, or could it be that other cultures don't look at it as a burden? Their race live as a shared community. I mean, I'm with you, Ron. That could be a factor, right? Any immigrant that comes to America is definitely sending money back home, right? So, let me get some other comments. The inside help you, who raised this clown? All right. So these sound like personal problems. Okay, so we're talking about economics in the community, right? In the Black community, how often is that folks have health and life insurance? How common is for folks to live with their family in long periods of time? Dang, wrong. All I'm hearing is, let's be more selfish. Someone else's action should not determine how you walk toward God. Yeah. And this is where some folks will say with Christianity, there's a message about just give, and not take care for yourself. So with it, so back risks, the black taxing community is not an issue. To where, because there are times their families didn't set up well, right? I believe there's a stat that goes, lower income families tend to have more children than higher income families, right? God bless a cheerful giver. And it's not just immigrant. This is also with Americans as well. To where when they get a higher role, they have to send money to family members, or they look to being the person to lean on when you need money, to borrow money, things of that nature. Talking points? Talking points. The other definition is real. This is so Mac Rich, with being stressed with your name, with being black, that's more the black tax, but sending money to take care of other family members, to look out for other family members, that's not gonna detriment the community in any kind of way. That the younger is taking care of the older. Right. Let this play fair use.
Making 18K a year. If that, 25. They pay tax, they pay rent, they pay for their food, they pay for your children's school fees wherever they are in the world. You ask them for money out of nowhere. Oh, can you give me your uncle this? You should be able to give your sister this. And then you'll now turn around and then also preach to them about giving 10% to church. Have mercy.
Some people have experienced depression because of black tax. Yes, I know a friend who has been severely depressed and has collapsed at work because of it. When you think that you are working so hard, but you yourself, you have nothing to show for it. You see, then you'll find that we are a group of people, maybe we are aged 22, we're working the same job. Somebody has a car, some have an apartment. You have nothing to show for it. But you're at work every day from 8 till 5. But yeah, that's when they ask you, what are you doing with your money?
First of all, I want to really thank everybody that is supporting the channel. It really means a lot to me. Thank you so much, guys. If you are new here, thank you and welcome to the family. Well, as you've seen in the videos, like if you are an African or a black person, I'm pretty much sure you know what it is about, and it's the black taxi. Personally, as an African, I really didn't really understand what it was about, because I grew up in a place where in our family, let's say, settings, you would see people who mostly had money or people who mostly traveled were kind of the bread givers at some point in the families that we were coming from. Not specifically where I grew up from, it was different. But every time I looked into the other places, it was different. And I remember one time we had some neighbors where I was living, and these people would stay in the house. They were not working. There was Africans, we have extended families. They would stay in the house. There was the two aunties, there was the kids of the aunties, then there was some kids from, let's say, relatives in the same house. There was the grandmother, and
This is wild.
there was also a brother, I think. And I remember
often than it is.
Bro, so why can't I remember his last name? And this is Anton. If I'm not mistaken, Anton is ADOS. They're co-opting the term black tax? This is wild. So when we talk about ancient Egypt being black, so ancient Africans, black, not an issue. Modern Africans, no, they're not. Okay, all right. Fair use.
From your friends. Now, the black tax can also extend over into your friends and your associates, the people that you grew up with, your neighborhood. You call it a sellout if you don't go back to your neighborhood and then, get your ass robbed or lose your money and all of that other type of stuff. You are then obligated and required, especially if you have any level of visibility, any fame or anything like that, if they know you got $1, you really only got like a tenth of that, because 9 other people is behind you saying, gimme, 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 gimme. And that's the problem, because A, we really aren't that successful, like as individuals or collectively. There are some individuals that's incredibly successful. And B, I think that we need to retrain what our expectations are from the people that we surround ourselves with, right? And I'm gonna give you an example. So me, right, instead of my parents, and I'm very, very thankful, my parents never expected for me to do anything, right? They didn't expect for me to come back and do anything like that or whatever. Maybe they hoped to, because they weren't anywhere near remotely as successful as I am, or my family. My family might be a little bit different, but they didn't expect for me to do anything. They put everything they had into me, and then they tried to be responsible themselves. They didn't know what I knew now, because my experiences, my life, the journey that I'm taking has allowed for me to really, really learn and leverage what I know, and the benefits that came along with them sending me to private school and making a capital investment in my life. But then they made sure that, hey, you understand that if you go to college, you're going to have to pay for it. So I went to community college in order to minimize how much debt I took on. And then I transferred over into a major university, so on and so forth, right? I think most of you that are watching this video, if you are not new, you are familiar with my financial situation, and I'm doing well. I'm doing really, really well. I do take care of my mother as a result of my father being gone. She does not need me to take care of her. She has her own income. She has her own money. But I do it just because I'm living in abundance. But there is not an expectation for me to do so, because she's already good, right? Here's the other side of it, though. Now, my daughter, I don't have to worry about her taking care of me as I get older. It's the other way around. I'm planning for, and this is what real generational wealth looks like. I'm planning for, and we've already had conversations. We've already planned her future. She's only 14 years old, but we talked about what college she possibly wants to go to. It's already paid for and taken care of. And the conversations that my daughter and I have now that she's old enough to really start to think about what it is that she wants to do, is whether or not she wants to work for me and then take on what it is that I built, take it over, and then, run it, take a position in the company, eventually take it over completely, because it's all going to get passed down to her eventually anyway, right? But my point is that the parent is supposed to be the springboard, and the legacy is supposed to be left to the children. The children should not be burdened as they go through their entire life as to minimize the amount of success that they can have or how much that they can invest in themselves as a result of the parents. And I don't like that. I don't like the idea that, and I hear this junk all the time. Well, and when I was on the Dr. Phil show, this guy said it, and I don't even remember if they edited that in or not. And he said, the parents should have, the children should have to take care of the parents and all of the older people and all of that. And I'm saying, no, you made bad decisions. At some point, we have to stop passing on these generational curses so that people can actually thrive. And I think it's more pronounced in the Black community, but I don't think that it's as pronounced in other communities. And that it shouldn't be the expectation now, if it just so happens because the child is living in abundance and they wind up becoming incredibly successful, and the kid turn around and take care of the parents, that's one thing. But to require it, regardless of how successful the kids become, it becomes a burden. And it's unfortunate that a lot of times we have to pass the buck on to our kids just so we can be more comfortable. And then we just pass on these generational curses, because then it just becomes compounding. And then the next generation have a bunch of debt, and all you got to pass on to your kids is a bunch of debt. And then they justify it by saying, well, I made an investment in you by taking care of you your whole life. That's what you're supposed to do. The kid did not ask to be here. They should not owe you anything as a result of living based off of the fact that you gave them life, because they didn't ask to be here in the first place. I hate that. And Pocket Watching with JT said something yesterday. He said, well, I fed you a hot meal. No, the school and the taxpayers in a lot of these instances and social services and all of these places, they're the ones that supplemented my lifestyle. Not me in particular, but a lot of these kids, they supplemented these kids' lifestyles. And that's why during the pandemic, you've seen a lot of these kids going hungry because the parents didn't actually have the resources to be able to take care of kids. And then people will turn around and say, well, Anton, poor people should be able to have kids too. On who's dying and how much trauma and debt are we continuing to pass on from generation to generation as we continue to build this slave culture? Somebody got to get my Starbucks, right? No? I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I thought it was a phenomenal conversation and a great subject for me to tackle and to add extra insight and information into. I am about to catch a flight, but before I do so, I'm going to the Delta Club and drop this on YouTube or schedule this to drop while I'm on my flight. I want to get your comments on this thing. What are your ideas? And if you are from a different culture or you have a different background, what is the expectations from the people that are around you and your family and things like that when it comes to a black tax or whatever kind of tax or whatever remix that you have in your culture? Or is it completely different? Let me know in the comments. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat for y'all to tap into the Patreon. Before you leave, make sure you hit a like for the YouTube algorithm. Subscribe to the channel and then share this with a friend and family. All right? I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm holler at you later. Peace.
Did you know that Black people have paid way more?
All right. Jimmy, do you know if he can, if I'm not mistaken, he considers himself a believer. He considers himself a believer. I'm sorry, I'm not, but ain't nobody gonna tell me not to help my family, especially my parents. Mr. Terrence Young, what I'm saying, like Gia brings out a point, right? Read this. I don't think it's selfish. We all know relatives like that. They never got their money together, always asking someone else to pay the rent. Learn from successful people. That's valuable, right? We're not talking about people who constantly make mistakes with their money. We're talking about taking care of it. But Jay, all their family members who constantly make mistakes with their money. All their family members that live beyond their means. All their family members that eat out all the time and they can't afford certain necessities. They don't have proper money management. All there are those who made decisions in the past that now you're paying for. So that's the whole thing, right? You know, we talk about with white folks how they have an economic advantage, they're years ahead and things of that nature. But all we instill in our community, it's not that we shouldn't look out for each other, but not proper boundaries with money and people around us. And then also too, just a cycle of always giving out to others. To where sometimes your life is on hold to take care of another person. And I'm asking. So Mac Ricks, if you have a cousin, he's a constant entrepreneur. He tries to start this business, that business. They keep failing. Bro, why don't you get a job? You have a friend who's a musician, a rapper. Bro, why don't you get constant work? Well, I can't because I'm trying to do this and that. And you constantly have to keep fronting them. Is that a good cycle? Wow. So, okay. Wow. Let me see what Merle Martin has to say. So let's see if Merle Martin got that chip. What is the black tax and how does it impact economic equality? Fair use. So in our community, there aren't folks who've made bad economic decisions. There aren't folks. There's a book called Human Who Might Cheese that aren't prepared for the future. They don't have things saved up. All right. So all right, let me see my count. Do me unless it's an emergency, I don't give out money that I can't be able to lose. I'm not going to materially hurt myself if the person is not making a sound decision. But Michael, there's a level to this to where folks will want you to put yourself in a dire situation and work it out. That you got it. I know you'll get it. You're smart. You know what you're doing. So like, bro, I know it's 2,000, but I'm sure you'll get it back. Bro, you can do this, bro. I believe in you, man. I just need the money. Okay, that's not a tax. That's just stupid to give friends and family money. All money for good. That's the whole thing. But when folks bring up things about family, familial ties, bro, you lost touch with the community. You don't care about the black community no more. What do you give back, bro? What are you doing? I think Anthony has a burden to help his community be financially successful. Yeah, that's another conversation because is it Versace bathrobes that he wears in his lives? And Jordan, Anton's an interesting character. You know, you have to know how to give. You have to give out tough love. I think, Michael, that's where I think you have a good balance, boundaries in it. But there's a lot of folks that go into, I don't want to just say trauma, but even dynamics, right? To where certain family members, just the power dynamic when they're coming up, they couldn't say no to, or a friend, they couldn't say no to. Well, let me not say couldn't. It was a struggle to say no to. And that kind of drains them. Or they feel this obligation constantly give out. Otherwise, they're not real. They're not for the people. They don't care. Right? Like MC Hammer, he hired a lot of folks from his neighborhood, and that drained his account. But he felt that because of his success, he had to lift up his community. So those are those things with the black tax. Right. Look, don't shoot the messenger. Them Versace rolls be something else. I don't know. Dang, y'all make it seem like we're all screwed up and all facing the same challenges. It's not that, but this is something that it seems like a label that certain black folks and leaders want to hold on to as it's an issue in our community. Let me let Roland Martin speak. Right? And then I'm gonna let this play. Yeah. That Versace budget.
To live in the U.S. since Andrew Johnson rescinded the promise of 40 acres and a mule. In the U.S., did you know that Black people have paid way more to live in the U.S. since Andrew Johnson rescinded the promise of 40 acres and a mule? The black tax is a term that refers to the various forms of systemic inequality faced by Black Americans when trying to create wealth. It comprises paying higher taxes and receiving fewer services, paying higher interest rates from banks, gentrification, and having their homes evaluated as less valuable than they are. The black tax can also take the form of financial burdens that successful Black individuals carry, which includes providing financial support to their entire family. Author Sean Rochester of The Black Tax has quantified the cost of racism in the United States, which amounts to $70 trillion since the start of slavery.
Now, normally when we talk about discrimination, we talk about it from the perspective of the injustice or the immorality associated with it. I wanted to look at things a little differently. I wanted to look at what is the financial cost associated with it? And more importantly, what does research say that those costs are?
This has had a significant financial cost on Black Americans, and we still face a staggering wealth gap. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, the median wealth of a Black family in 2022 was $45,000, growing 66% from 2019. However, as a group, Black families owned only 2% of total household wealth, despite making up 11% of households, and Black families had 16 cents per dollar of white median wealth.
So we know that we have grave racial wealth disparities in the United States. When it comes to households with children, families with children, Black households have 1 penny of wealth for every $1 of wealth held by white households. And Latino households have 8 cents for every $1 of wealth held by white households.
Therefore, the Black-white gap increased to $242,000, up $47,000 from 2019. Rochester highlights that not only does the Black tax exist, but it is also perpetuated by discrimination, including hiring disparities, wage gaps, and limited access to wealth-building tools such as affordable mortgages. Black Americans have been systematically excluded from government-sponsored wealth-building programs throughout history, including being denied access to the Homestead Act, the Social Security Act, and the GI Bill, which have contributed to the racial wealth gap. In the present day, the Black tax continues to manifest through discrimination in various areas of life, such as employment and lending. Black individuals face challenges in obtaining employment and are paid less than their white counterparts. The tech industry is booming, but Black people comprise only 8% of employees in tech jobs, and the percentage is even smaller further up the corporate ladder. Just 3% of technology executives in the C-suite are Black, according to a McKinsey analysis of Fortune 500 executives.
The very technology that is often designed to help and support communities can do real harm when we don't have Black leaders and historically marginalized leaders at the table, and not just at the table to share perspective, but to literally shape and build and create the future. The very issues that we're trying to solve cannot be solved in the same ways, with the same conditions, and sometimes with the same people who created them.
With the rise of AI and the prediction that many of the lower wage jobs in the future will be performed by artificial intelligence, Black America will be hit hardest, as Black workers are unfortunately overrepresented in low wage jobs. The Black tech wage gap is projected to jump 37% in the next decade, resulting in $51.3 billion in lost wages for Black workers each year. Moreover, Black Americans also pay higher interest rates on car loans, personal loans, business loans, and most importantly, home loans.
My parents bought a house probably now 50 years ago, paid $14,000 for it then, and it is worth now probably about $600,000 to $700,000.
Black homeowners not only have primary mortgages with higher interest rates than white homeowners with similar incomes, but we also have higher interest rates than white homeowners with substantially lower incomes. While refinancing can lead to lower interest rates and cost savings, even when Black homeowners refinance their mortgages, interest rate disparities exist. Black homeowners have experienced systemic barriers to homeownership and wealth building opportunities that have limited their credit access. Through redlining policies from 1933 to 1968, U.S. banks denied Black Americans access to financial services and isolated Black populations in areas that would suffer lower levels of investment compared to their white counterparts. More recently, since the 2008 financial crisis, central banks and mortgage lenders have paid multi-million-dollar settlements for mortgage discrimination claims, including charging Black and Hispanic homeowners higher interest rates than white homeowners with similar credit profiles.
Fargo $3.7 billion settlement. A consumer watchdog group found the banking giant used illegal practices in banking and home and car loans.
The Justice Department announced a major settlement today over alleged racial bias in home mortgage lending. Bank of America agreed to pay $335 million in a case involving Countrywide Mortgage, which the bank bought in 2008.
These realities of discrimination in mortgage rates have been significant factors in increasing the Black tax and limiting Black wealth. A mortgage is typically the most significant asset a family can own.
Historical appraisal practices have created some of the worst inequities and inequalities among Black and Hispanic families.
The lower the equity in your home, that means that you're not going to be able to transfer as much wealth to your children, when you make your transition.
Still, Black tax discrimination can cause housing appraisal discrimination, where Black homeowners receive lower appraisals compared to similar homes in white neighborhoods.
4 years since the Clarks bought this Columbia City home.
The homes are selling for over $1 million.
I'll go rinse this off.
Okay.
But while the Clarks were renovating, a home appraiser sent by their mortgage company told them the value of their home had gone down. He scheduled a second appraisal and asked his white neighbor, Marta Ewell, to be his stand-in. Second appraisal came back over $300,000 higher than the first one.
Not to mention that Black people earn less and have to spend more of their earnings on necessities. And now, with rising inflation and higher grocery prices, the Black tax continues to impact Black Americans daily. Despite all the success Black people have experienced over the years, Black people are still subjected to the Black tax, which prevents us from achieving financial stability and building generational wealth.
Chewing gum or cars, toothpaste or transportation. Whatever it is, here are millions of prospects, and these prospects are everywhere. Negro customers can no longer be pigeonholed. They cannot be classified as prospects who trade only in certain stores, certain neighborhoods. Today, Negroes shop downtown. They shop in supermarkets. They shop in small neighborhood stores. They'll buy from anyone who wants to sell to them. But we all know that before you can sell to customers, you've got to get to know them. You must understand something about them. What do the Negro customers buy? Why do they buy? How do you sell to them? Let's find out. Let's hear the opinion of men who have spent a lifetime studying the buying habits of customers the world over. Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn down off-brands. Do you wonder why? Well, listen to what this customer is thinking.
That last hat I bought just didn't hold up at all.
You see, for a long time, the Negro has been sold a lot of shoddy, second-class merchandise. So now he asks for name brands in order to make sure he gets his money's worth. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware. But she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. Listen to her thoughts.
My, isn't it beautiful? I can hardly wait to show it to Sally and Joan.
It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced by the opinions of others. What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. So remember, the Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
There's a reason for this reaction. Again, because he's had experience with cheap merchandise, the Negro resents being offered a substitute. He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer. Another point. The Negro family does things together, as a group. The family works as a unit. It lives as a unit, and it buys as a unit. When you sell to one member, you many times sell to all. It's also true that many places of entertainment are still closed to the Negro. So he spends more of his money for the things that are available to him, often for items that are considered luxuries. Another trait of the Negro market is the fact that it is a pre-sold market. We know that the Negro buys by brand, and he buys the brands that he knows something about. Where does the Negro buyer get this information? We know that Negro customers are turning more and more to the publications that are tailored specifically to their needs, that give them the news and the information that they want to read about. Many leading businessmen and companies already know this. That's why so many of them are taking this direct, sure route of reaching the Negro customer. The vice president of advertising of the Gruen Watch Company, for example, says this.
In many important cities throughout the United States, Negroes are important customers of the credit jeweler. Therefore, it seemed that Ebony magazine would be a very important advertising medium for us. We would say it was very well received, and from our viewpoint, a very successful campaign.
From the Remington Rand Company comes this statement.
Our records show that advertising in Ebony has been effective in many ways. As all good advertising should, it has built a terrific amount of goodwill and has brought a volume of sales and sales inquiries.
A representative of the Alaga Syrup Company makes this statement.
Because of Alaga's regard for the influence of Ebony in the Negro market, advertising space was doubled. Alaga's long experience in selling to Negroes now takes the most direct route to its best customers, reaching Ebony's 2.5 million audience in every issue.
And here are the statements of still other business leaders.
Yes, many business leaders are discovering the most direct and most efficient way of reaching the new Negro market. Look here at the results of the same advertisement in two different publications, Ebony and another general magazine. You can see that proportionately, more men and women read the ad in Ebony than the one in the other magazine. And they did a better job of remembering it, too. A greater percentage of readers noted, associated, and remembered the ad in Ebony. But now, wait a minute. If the Negro market is so big and easy to reach, why aren't more companies going out after it? Well, often because of the feeling that there's something entirely different, unusual about selling to the Negro. But is it really so different? What do salesmen say? The successful salesmen who do a good job of selling in Negro communities. How do you go about getting the order?
How do I get the order? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't do anything. Anything different, that is. I've been calling on these accounts long enough to know that the Negro just wants to be treated like everybody else. No matter who you're calling on, a little friendliness and courtesy help a lot. But naturally, anybody resents being patronized or talked down to. So I usually call a man Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, or Mr. whatever his name is until he tells me to call him by his first name. And of course, I always stick to business. I stay away from talk about race or religion or politics. That goes for talk about Negro celebrities, too. You know, this business about what good prize fighters and singers the Negroes are. Who cares? When a guy's in business, no matter what color his skin is, he's interested in making a living, in making money. That's uppermost in his mind. I guess maybe what I'm saying is that I try to help any way I can. Sometimes with displays or ad materials, or an idea once in a while. The important thing is that if it helps push sales for the dealer, it helps push them for me, too.
Handle the Negro account just like any of your others. Don't patronize. Stick to business. Get interested in the account. Pitch in and help any way you can. Sounds like pretty good sales advice. That's the secret of selling the Negro. Well, how about it? What do you think of this new market? It can open new outlets for you and for everybody who sells goods or services. It's still possible to get in on the ground floor when this market is just beginning to grow and to expand. The facts and the figures that we see here are just a small sample of what they promise to be next year and the years after that. Yes, here are men and women with money to spend, and they spend it for exactly the same things as you and I and everyone else. They buy almost every type of product and service that you have to offer, and they can be reached like everyone else through publications that appeal to their interests and desires, that deliver the kind of loyal readership that can be proved both in surveys and in down-to-earth sales. Here is a ready-made market waiting to be asked to buy. Here are millions of customers for what you have to sell. Customers with $15 billion to spend.
The black tax, an additional financial strain or heavy burden placed on Black Americans by people and institutions who have conscious and or unconscious anti-Black bias. Conscious or unconscious. There is an incremental cost that we pay as citizens just for who we are. Higher mortgage rates, higher rates on auto loans, just for who we are. And by the way, this is a cost that's put on us because of who people think we are, not who we are. How did we get here? How do 40 million African Americans wind up owning just 2% of U.S. wealth after 400 years? 400 years. How is it that at the same time that 4 million former slaves were denied 40 acres and a mule, that a law was passed to distribute 246 million acres to 1.5 million white families? There was a cost to being Black in America, a tax in the form of discrimination, in housing, in education, and in the labor market over the last 150 50 years? And how has that tax reduced our ability to leave a legacy? And what's the residual impact that it has on us today? And what can you do to reverse the damage? Legacy. Has that tax reduced our ability to leave a legacy? And what's the residual impact that it has on us today? And what can you do to reverse the damage? We have 6 million less jobs, 1.4 million less businesses, 1 trillion less in revenue, $8 trillion less in wealth than we otherwise should have within our community. I think you'd agree that it's time for a change.
For over 300 years, blacks in America have been racially undermined by the government and barred from equal opportunity legally, politically, and economically. History shows blacks were the labor force responsible for the vast fortunes amassed in the United States and Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries. However, blacks control only 2% of the wealth in the United States. Good evening and welcome to Detroit Black Journal. I'm your host, Daryl Wood. Coming up on this edition of the Journal, we will engage in a revealing interview with Dr. Claude Anderson, author of Black Labor, White Wealth. In part one of a two-part discussion, we will find out why American public policy by design has created a permanent black underclass. That's straight ahead on Detroit Black Journal. Thanks for joining me on this edition of the Journal. With me for this edition is Dr. Claude Anderson, author of Black Labor, White Wealth, and he is also president of the Harvest Institute. Dr. Anderson, thank you for joining us on this edition of the Journal.
Well, Daryl, thank you for having me here.
The Harvest Institute is a black think tank that has as its goal the reforming of American public policy as it relates to blacks.
That's correct. What we want to do is get about the business for the first time in the history of this nation, design a policy that is strictly devoted to the economic and social reform of Black America by giving them a national plan that would be proactive in resolving some of the major impediments and conflicts and developing broad racial strategies for dealing with white racism in this country.
A major thrust in that direction is the release of your new text, Black Labor, White Wealth. That book is incredible in the respect that it destroys myths, long-held fallacies, lies, and illuminates history and factuality as it relates to the black condition in America. And by that, more specifically, the institutionalization of racism is exposed for what it really is in American society. You kick over some sacred cows in this book, don't you?
Yes, I do. And that was my primary purpose. What I wanted to do, Daryl, in writing that book was two things. First of all, I wanted to send out a wake-up call to Black America. And secondly, I want to prove three things. First of all, is that are Blacks in the predicament that we're in, and have we been in this predicament for 400 years because what's been told us, first of all, that it was by divine decree, or that it was genetically inherited, or was it really social engineering? And I went back and found out it's primarily social engineering, that Black folk in the predicament they're in because of social engineering. And what's happened to us all this time, Daryl, is that we've got locked into the lowest status of a no-win monopoly game. That means that we've had wealth in this country redistributed or maldistributed based on skin color going from the lightest to the darkest, lightest, yellow, brown, black. And the wealth has been skewed. So what happens in this country now is you got the white society controlling almost 100% of all the income, the wealth, the resources, the business, the corporations, the privileges, and all levels of government.
And therein lies the problem.
That's your
Blacks.
problem. And the issue is race and resources. And Black folk don't have the wherewithal to change their conditions.
And the reason that they have not historically in America had access is because of the way as you point out in the book, the legal system has been stacked against us. The political system has been stacked against us. The access to real property.
Mackel, what do you mean? That's Darryl Green. He has a show here in Detroit called Run to Win. That man is destroyed. What do you mean that man is destroyed? Like, I don't know if it's autocorrect or whatever. I'm not this far.
Property, wealth, money, land has been prohibited by law.
That's
the
right.
Supreme Court has been used as an instrument against us.
And it's still being used as an instrument against you.
Explain that.
Because initially, when the Constitution was written, all the Constitution did was picked up the old public policy that had already begun on Black folk. When Black folk first arrived in this country in 1619, there was approximately 20 Blacks. By 1634, the Maryland colony came into existence. That time you had about 40, 45 Blacks in the country. By 1638, something very profound happened, Daryl, that every Black person in this country needs to understand. Something very, very profound. What happened in 1638? The Maryland colony put out its first public edict. And what that edict said is that Black folks shall never enjoy the fruits of white society. That is very key to what's been happening to you for 400 years.
And that is written and established in American code.
That's right.
Codified as law.
That's right. And so, and between that point, let's say for about next 20 years, for instance, the European colonies were putting pressure on this country saying, hey, we didn't send you to America to have a good time, just enjoy yourself and sit back and relax. We sent you to relax. We sent you to America to produce some wealth, some resources for our European, continent. And most of the colonies were sending letters back saying, hey, we can't do anything in this country. We don't have the wherewithal. It would take us a lifetime to clear the forest, to move the bricks, to get rid of the snakes and rocks. And we need a labor force to do it. And at that point in time, the white society knew they had a need. So what happened, they brought together a very strong sense of community around that need and said, we got to find a way of resolving that problem. And they looked back at that public edict was put out in Maryland in 1638, which says Black folks should never enjoy the fruits of white society, and they expanded it.
Right.
So by 1664, 1665, every colony in the United States enacted a slave law that says Black folks shall now constitute a subordinated, excluded, uncompensated, non-competitive, managed workforce for the personal comfort and wealth building of white society. And that became your public policy that remained in existence up until recent times.
Why isn't that taught in public education now? Why don't we know that?
Because what happened immediately after that, all the institutions jumped in and all the nations in this country jumped in to justify slavery, enslaving the Black folk. And so the religious institutions said, well, we have to base it on something. So they said, let's base it on Bible, on biblical principles. Saying the Bible that the Blacks were offshoot of Ham, so therefore God had decreed that Black folks should be enslaved. And that stayed in effect for about maybe a couple of hundred years, about 100 and some years. And all of a sudden they moved over to the biological and said, well, Blacks are just basically biologically inferior.
So from
that's what the bell curve is telling you about now.
And the bell curve, of course, is the controversial book assaulting Black intelligence as genetically inferior.
That's right.
As the author alleges.
That's right.
Is the case.
That's an extension of that original public policy that was put into place back in the 16th century.
As an extension of that public policy, I think the key here is public policy. What you've talked about and outlined in very brief form is how public policy has been designed in this country around the suppression of a singular racial group.
That's right.
I want to deal with some definitions.
Okay.
Public policy was used to the extent that Black people would be suppressed. Coming forward in time, Blacks thought that the great salvation of the race could be summed up in one word: integration. Is that true?
Yes. And let me go pick up that public policy and bring you up to that. That public policy stayed in effect until, let's say, 1705, for instance. In 1705, it was codified into what we call the slave codes.
Mm-hmm.
And the slave code said at that time defined how in the future all whites would behave and how Blacks would behave. And that's why what they call the Southern ethics, where Blacks could not challenge whites or raise his hand to defend himself against a white person.
And in fact, white people were told that it was their duty, in fact, to suppress.
That's right.
And severely handle Blacks in order to enforce the status quo, or they themselves would be considered lawbreakers.
Right. In other words, they violated the code, the white code. And see, in that time, what the code said is that every white must enforce this code. Every religious institution must subscribe to it. All levels of government must be responsible to it. Okay, it must be passed on through your social customs, Daryl, and also through your laws. I put a lot of those laws in the back of the book.
Right.
Okay, and once that was codified in 1705, everybody understood the law. Then by 1710, for instance, Virginia then said, now that we have a unified white community, they then broke up the Black community by passing what they call meritorious manumission in 1710. And what that says now is to make sure that Blacks never have a strong sense of community, a unified self, we will grant meritorious manumission. That's why all these southern states had meritorious manumission laws to any Black who goes against his own people.
Which in effect said that Black could be freed.
That's right.
To enjoy rights and privileges in the society for becoming traitors to their own race.
Right, as a free Black, but it would never could be comparable to a white.
Right.
So when that law was passed, then we found that a Black could be rewarded for squealing another Black, what we call crabbing. And out of a possible 150 so-called insurrections or revolts, slave revolts, a Black person squealed in every one of them. Okay, and he was rewarded for squealing on Blacks. That's why you get the crabbing in the Black society.
Which is why there was virtually never a successful Black
That's
revolt.
Right. But see, and that kind of a system was never used against any other group in this country. No other group, Chinese, Hispanics, or any other group.
Well, you make a strong case in the text for the singular selection, the purposeful separating out of people of the Black race for this kind of treatment on this continent.
To make sure there was never a strong sense of community, because a strong sense of community was a threat to the white society. I remember that public policy said you should be non-competitive. And as a matter of fact, the only monument right now in this country that I'm aware of that even recognize and honor the Black for being that kind of a Black still in existence up in Harper's Ferry. You know where John Brown had his raid that night?
Sure.
If you ever go up there right outside the hotel, there's a big brown box there. And there's a big monument carving to the Black slave who jumped off the porch the night John Brown's troops entered the town, and John Brown killed him. The town erected a monument to the Sambo, saying this is the kind of Black we like.
Going from the historical codifying of suppression of Blacks to the point where we had a civil rights movement in this country. The first civil rights movement is not the one that gets talked about very often. In the book, you talk about the first time Blacks were freed, and you talk about how that freedom was really an illusion. What do you mean by that? Why weren't Blacks free after they were emancipated following the Civil War?
Because first of all, what they gave Blacks was three things. First of all, they set him free. And secondly, they gave him supposedly due 14th Amendment due process and a right to vote. And but those things had no power attached to them. Blacks could not protect themselves with that, because see, everything in the society was based on your ability to be able to take care of yourself. And so Blacks were set free at that time, naked, penniless, ignorant, defenseless, without clothing, animals, livestock, land. And so they were abandoned. And you gave him civil rights and the 14th Amendment. He couldn't use them. See, first of all, let's take the 14th Amendment, which is now the ones we hear a lot about. Between 1866 and let's say the 1900s, that 14th Amendment was used 319 times. Okay. Out of that, 314 times was by corporations, not blacks. Blacks used it about 4 to 5 times, and guess what happened? They lost every time. Blacks never used the 14th Amendment until 1954. But all major corporations use it. That's when you hear about corporation now being an entity, a person.
Or a person.
They used that 14th Amendment that was given to blacks, they gave it to the corporations. And what they did, and immediately in 1870, they took blacks' rights from them, okay? Because they didn't have any power.
So once again, the rights were basically suppressed.
They were just suppressed.
That which had been written into law was now effectively thrown
out because blacks couldn't protect themselves. They had no power. And also what had happened at that point in time is that between 1619, when blacks first came in the country, and until the emancipation, all the wealth in this country and all the power was built around the black slave himself. That's where your money and power came from. Contrary to what people keep talking about, well, you know, land is most important. Land was never important. Land there was totally useless without blacks. As a matter of fact, and President Jackson said that blacks brought 75% of the value to land. You can come in this country, an immigrant, go any place you want to find all the land free. You can just drive a stake in the ground, say, I own from here to that next street. Nobody cared. It had no value. It only had value when you put black slaves on it. And that's why all the wealth was concentrated in the South. As a matter of fact, in 1860, out of 66% of all the persons in this country had over $100,000 worth. We're in the South.
Right.
As a matter of fact, and out of the 5 million blacks who were enslaved, they had a net investment value of over $8 billion. That $8 billion was more wealth than all the other corporations and federal government put together.
Sure.
As a white man in the South who had 2 black slaves was richer than any person in the North. But if you threw the average person in the North, I threw in his house, his business, his land, his clothes, his net worth, and his bank account.
Well, primarily because it was free labor.
It was free labor. It was free labor.
You worked them until they died.
That's right. And the thing with a black is you had to work him unto death, but you could not let him grow old.
Right.
Because you had no way of taking care of him.
Economic liability.
That's right. He became a liability. You had to work him to death early.
Seeing then that the policy was set to keep blacks in a place of servitude, cheap or free labor, the country set about to make a set of rules, enforce them through institutions, government, the courts, and basically ensure that blacks through the immigration process would not grow to equal or majority status in the population. In the book, you outline that we're built in as a, quote, minority, unquote, never to exceed a certain statistical level.
Right. In the early part of the 1700s, black slaves became such a good thing. Everybody was hauling black slaves into the country. And from Africa, they shipped approximately, from most of the research I can get, somewhere between 35 and 50 million blacks out of Africa. Over 2/3 of those died en route and captured. But in this country, the black slave population, let's say, hit its peak about the 1750s. We had over 34% of the general population in this country was black at that time. That scared this country to death. They found out that the number reached that high. And in the southern states like Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and Georgia, the population of blacks had gone somewhere between 55 and 60%. And they said, and so what the colonies started doing then was started saying to England, and remember now, England was franchising slavery. They set up a franchising system for slavery. They were making all the money and the wealth. Most of the wealth of this country was going to England because England passed laws saying this country could not produce anything except cash crops and send it to England. England would manufacture it, and send it back and sell it back to them. Right. And that's what the Revolutionary War was over. The Revolutionary War was over black people. The wealth that black people were producing in this country in cotton, textile, rice, indigo, tobacco, and molasses, syrup, sugar. That's what the fight was over. But the black population hit somewhere around 34%. And after the Revolutionary War, they said the first thing we're going to do is to make sure we get that black population down because it's a threat to us. So in 1790s, right after the Revolutionary War, the first act of the new Congress was to enact what we call the first naturalization and immigration law, which says this is a white country, white man's country, period. And we slapped a zero quota on blacks in this country.
No other group had the kind of quotas or limits in terms of immigration to this country placed on them. The blacks did.
That's right, because they did not want blacks to be a threat. And that's why they also passed manumission laws to stop anti-manumission laws, saying that we do not want more than 2% of the blacks in this country to be free slaves at any particular time. And that's why a lot of people could not free their slaves because they were threatened by the free slaves. Because the worst thing in the white society's mind was an uncontrolled, unmanaged black person, because it violated the public policy on blacks. And so they stopped a lot of people from freeing the slaves. But those immigration laws is part of your problem that you have now in Haiti. So you cannot, they don't want to raise that immigration. The present population in this country with blacks is 12.3, which is exactly what it is for Africans in the world, 12.3. And with the black population of Africa, the world population. But also it's important to know that that's why integration won't work, for the same reason.
Now, you come forward in time to the question. Now, the book spends a lot of time outlining the historical problems facing blacks. Spends a lot of time talking about what's wrong for blacks in America, as well as what's wrong with blacks in America. Lest people think that this is strictly a history lesson, let me rush in to say that the book is filled with exposition on solution-oriented plans and strategies for turning this situation around. It doesn't necessarily call for violent overthrow of the government either.
No, we don't do that.
It is not, and let me ask you this question, is not an assertion of socialistic or communistic principles, is it?
No. See, the basis of the book is saying that black people's future is in their past. You have to understand it. And secondly, from my perspective, see, I've never had any inclinations towards socialism, nationalism, any other ism. My only ism is blackism. And this perspective, that I want black folk, I see myself as an empowerment pragmatist, saying how do we get from where we need to go as quickly as possible to save ourselves from becoming a permanent underclass in this country by the year 2013.
And one of the ways that you say will not work
is integration.
Okay,
integration.
Well, black people think that integration is the way to go, and white folk have thought forever. Liberal white folk have thought that integration is the way to go.
Oh, sure. If I was white too, because I really got you boxed in now. See, because that public policy. Let me go back to that public policy again. At the turn of the century, that public policy was picked up by our organization, NAACP and Urban League. They saw and they said, now we're going to come into existence and try to help black folk. What can we do? They were only permitted to help black folk in the context of the public policy. The public policy said black shall be a managed labor force. So the precepts of the Urban League and the NAACP was to help black folks find equal employment opportunity. See what I'm saying? And by the mid 1920s, Garvey and somebody said, hey, hold a second, how about some economic? And they said, no, that's out. And so we could never move blacks into starting their own businesses as a national public policy. So in the mid-90s,
because again, the law stipulated that blacks cannot have businesses compete with whites.
They couldn't
do anything that would bring profitability to blacks and take it away from whites.
Either through they utilize legal and extra legal means to keep blacks out. In many cases where blacks, you see, nobody in this country was more qualified, for instance, raising tobacco and raising cotton than black folk, okay, and taking care of livestock. In many instances, they would even poison the blacks' livestock. They would burn his cotton, burn his wheat. So blacks could not, and that's why if you look in the back of the book, you see all kind of laws that says blacks should not compete with blacks and compete with whites and a whole number of things. But by the mid 60s, what happened in the middle of the civil rights movement there was that, contrary to what's popularly taught, black folk didn't get free in the mid 60s. What happened at that point in time was that that technology finally caught up with that labor need for blacks. And for the first time, the public policy said, hey, we no longer need blacks to open doors and shine shoes and wash dishes and mop floors. We got technology that can do it. And when that happened, something very profound happened again to the public policy. And what they had to do then was say, the white society said, aha, now we got to change this public policy. So what they said is that now that we no longer need blacks, what we have to do is go into a new period called benign neglect, okay, or callous indifference, or out of sight, out of mind. So then they said, so Monahan came up with a policy by the late 60s saying, or early 70s saying, it's time for us to move from focusing on black folk to focus on Indians, Hispanics, and women. But they also said what we must do in our new public policy is, first of all, make sure that all of our public policies at every level express no guilt for what has happened to black folk. Point one is pivotally important. Point two is that we show no responsibility or obligation to help blacks in any manner. Okay, which means affirmative action and anything else. Point three is to make sure nothing is done to transfer that wealth that I told you, 100% wealth on one side of the sheet over to blacks, that never occurs. And that is what we've been locked into from the mid 60s up to today.
But once again, the civil rights movement focused on integration. The civil rights movement said if we can move into their neighborhoods, if we can go to schools with them, if we can sit at the same lunch counters with them, then we'll make the breakthroughs we need to make to end this codified evil called racism.
because we had been pursuing, since that original mandate in 1638 excluded us, saying black folks should never enjoy the fruits of white society. That's been locked in our mind to enjoy the fruits of white society. So we want to integrate. But nobody else in this country ever wanted to integrate there. What they want to do is assimilate. They've always had the option to assimilate by the second generation.
The difference being?
The difference being that they can move in and blend in. They can intermarry and blend in. And by the second generation, you can't tell who's who. Or they can have the option of setting up a little Haiti, or a little Havana, or a little Cuba, or a little whatever you want, or a little Italy. But black folks want to integrate, and integrate killed us for a number of reasons. I'll try to get these points in very quickly. One, first of all, integration is nothing but a new modified form of segregation. Only thing now, you've broken your people down to a smaller unit. You defied the first premise of power, which is you no longer have numerical power. Now you're in little small groups all around large urban areas. That's point one that's going to knock our brains out. Point two is that the white society maintains what we call a racial balance, or what we call a tipping point, which says that I will accept black folks primarily at 0, but I would tolerate them anywhere from up to 5 to 8% of any given population. But the minute they cross that 5 to 8% population, it is no longer integration, it's now invasion, and I must take action against it. So I'll either take my kids out of school, put my house up for sale, move my business to the suburbs, or I will resign from the organization, okay? Because I'm not gonna let him get that dominance over me. Third thing that immigration is done for you, it destroyed all your major businesses, because they use the highway system to drive expressways right down the center of every black community in this country. And where blacks used to have major business opportunities in the country, they were all destroyed. 4, we find that also we got a major capital drain. There's a basic rule in economics which says you must spend your money in your community and make it bounce 8 to 12 times before it leaves. Black money never bounced 1 time. Black folk have approximately $300 billion passing through our hands annually. That money doesn't even bounce in our communities.
There are other things that you mentioned in the book that are evils to black empowerment. We don't have a lot of time left, but in the closing moments, I just want to throw out some key terms that you express in the book and get your very brief reaction to them. First of all, black empowerment is not the same as empowerment, is it?
No.
Why?
No. Because empowerment, in my definition, means giving people the psychological feeling of competence and ability to compete. Now, keep in mind, and I told you back on that public policy, they did just the opposite in the conditioning system, was to tell you that you could never compete with the white society, and that they passed laws that restricted you from competing. And they also, in their conditioning element, they made you see your future and your well-being only through the eyes of the master. Okay. And so when I talk about self-empowerment, I'm talking about how do you get my people to be able to feel self-confident, that they can pick up resources and be just as competitive in any other group.
Group economics.
Group economics. We have to start practicing group economics, which means you're gonna have to start spending you got to stop the flight of black capital out of this community, out of our communities. Presently, what's happening is black folk are spending 95% of our money in the suburbs, okay? And we leave about 3%, 5% in the community. 3% that goes to non-black businesses. Blacks are left with 2% of their annual disposable income. It is humanly impossible for you to live off of 2% of your income. So what happens now is that we've enabled the white community to live off of 2 incomes, to live off of 100% of their income and 95% of blacks' income. Okay, because both the white community and the black community are boycotting black businesses. That is the primary thing that's killing black businesses. It's not the fact that blacks don't know management, don't know cost analysis, accounting, control, or personnel management. It's because both the black and the white community are killing black businesses by boycotting them. We also know we don't practice quid pro quo in politics, which means you got to say to your people in an election, what can you do for me, whether you're black or white, if I vote for you?
Right.
And presently the system is that since black folk are subordinate to and excluded from the system, we can only do what's mainstream. And if they do what's mainstream, nothing's going to happen for black folk.
Blacks must reach a point of self-determination by the year 2015 in your analysis.
That's right.
Why?
Why? Because at that time, about 7, 8 major things that's going to wipe us out if we don't do something very quick about getting some power and wealth, rebuilding our communities and being competitive. One, we anticipate in the next by the year 2013, approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics entering this country and 41 million Asians. We have been the number 2 population in this country now for approximately 400 years. We're going to be pushed from number 2 down to number 4. Okay. Now, if you didn't get anything for 400 years when you're number 2, you figure what you're going to get when you become number 4. You're not going to be you're going to have to now speak through 2 other groups. Secondly, crime is going to be a cold word for blacks. Blacks are going to be further criminalized than they are now. Next thing's going to happen to black folk. We're going to be forced into what we call the New World Order. We're going to have to compete with groups all over the world that we're totally ill-equipped to compete with. But let me get to one other point very quickly.
All right.
Let me skip off that a second.
Very quickly.
So, because one of the things I want blacks to also focus on is civil rights. You missed that question about civil rights.
Right.
We got to get away from civil rights because that's not the major issue. Civil rights won't give you any power. Neither will integration, because black folk have been so psychologically, so politically, and so economically damaged, Daryl, by 400 years of deprivation and exploitation, that civil rights and integration won't even reach us. We can't be reached by it, and we can't be, it can do nothing for us. As a matter of fact, even if you're going to talk about civil rights, then switch it. Instead of talking about, look, gays talk about gay rights, handicaps, handicap rights, females, feminist rights, veterans, veteran rights. And when you get to black folk, why do you talk about civil rights? I don't know any blacks named civil. Talk about black rights.
Okay.
Instead of talking about social integration, talk about economic integration.
The book is Black Labor, White Wealth, The Search for Power and Economic Justice. Claude Anderson, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Daryl, for having me.
And of course, you are watching Detroit Black Journal.
All right, we're going to shut it down. Thank you, Father, for this day and this time. With us we go. Let's renew our minds. Give unity and strength in Jesus' name. Amen. Mac, y'all, what's the name of his podcast, bro? If you put it in the chat. What's the name of his podcast? Daryl Wood. No, is that his name? Run to Win. Okay. All right. See. Next time. Daryl will run to win. All right. Thank you.